So, recently 343 Industries added a new skin to Halo Infinite, the Combat Evolved Mark V armor set. And like most things in Halo Infinite, it sparked a bit of controversy because they're charging $20 for it. Right now on the Xbox store, you can actually buy Halo Combat Evolved and 5 other Halo games for less money than that. This isn't surprising coming from Halo Infinite. The game's entire purpose is cashing in on nostalgia. It started with an entire season themed around Halo Reach, but what I found interesting about the Halo 1 armor is it was clear that this time, I was not the target. With Halo Reach, I was the target. Halo Reach was my childhood. But Halo 1? Halo 1 was old when I was a kid. Nostalgia is always at its most bare when you can see it coming from the people who aren't your peers. This connection makes it really obvious what's going on, because guess what? People are buying that $20 armor set, lots of people, even though the game it's from is older than most of the player base, a game that, if we're being totally honest, does not hold up to a modern audience. The controls are floaty and weird, the graphics look incredibly dated, even the glossy remaster is dated now. Halo Combat Evolved may be a definitive landmark game, but a kid today isn't going to make it past the first mission. As a critic, I consider nostalgia to be my arch nemesis. Nostalgia is a haze that prevents you from thinking about things critically. I genuinely wonder if people realise that when they talk about the best games ever made, they're almost always talking about the games that happened to come out when they were kids. When people talk about how a game has this vibe that no other game has ever captured, 95% of the time they're talking about nostalgia. I know that I am not immune to this. What are some of my favourite games? Halo 3 ODST, Borderlands 2, Mass Effect, Assassin's Creed 4, Wizard 101. These are all games that came out when I was between the ages of 9 and 14. I know that these are good games. But I also know that if you handed a modern 12-year-old a copy of Borderlands 2, he'd probably throw it in the trash. I know this because I played Halo 1 as a kid and I thought it was old, boring and crap. I know how this works. But I also know I would still argue with that kid. How dare you? Borderlands 2 is a goddamn masterpiece and set the standard for every looter shooter to come in the last decade. And because of nostalgia, I can never be sure if I'm telling the truth, or I've just been infected with the nostalgia brainworms I caught when I was a child. Maybe this is a real roadblock as a critic, or maybe it's just a devastating reminder that Abe Simpson was right all along and the inevitable march of time makes relics of us all.
I used to be with it, but then they changed what it was. Now what I'm with isn't it, and what's it seems weird and scary to me. It'll happen to you.
There isn't a medium of art that ages worse than games. Old games aren't just harder to look at, they're harder to experience. As technology improves, a lot of stuff gets left behind. A lot of older games just won't even run anymore on modern hardware. They weren't designed for computers that run faster than a calculator. Even if you can play them, we get used to a lot of modern luxuries in games that simply hadn't been created yet when you go back. Like customizable controls, or the expectation that the game will make it clear where you're actually supposed to go, or checkpoints that don't just instantly kill you. I think that almost everyone has a point at which a game is just too old to be enjoyable to play, and for me, Halo 1 is that cut-off point. At a certain point, games stop being something you play and start being something you study. This causes issues for me when trying to put Halo 1 into a broader cultural perspective. If nostalgia has one advantage, it's that I am deeply knowledgeable about the games I played as a kid. I understand all of their influences and innovations, and I've watched in real time as those influences spread into modern games. I don't have that innate knowledge for Halo 1. I can't put myself into the mindset of someone who's never played anything like this before. Because in a very real way, everything I've played is like Halo 1. It's one of the foundational ancestors of the modern landscape of video games, and that's how I've always perceived it, as the beginning. The idea that Halo 1 itself was an innovation based on things that came before, it's hard for me to imagine. Really, a retrospective of Halo should probably start with Marathon, but that's a pathway into darkness that I am not prepared to face. As time marches on, the things that made Halo such an icon start to become lost, and that is sad in some ways. If you care about tracking the evolution of video games anyway, the meaning of the title Combat Evolved loses its importance to the generation who don't actually know what Halo was an evolution of. So, where does that leave me? Well, it means I'm not really a game reviewer at this point when talking about this game. I'm a historian. I can't explain why I think this game is amazing, because that's not the emotion I feel while playing it. I can only explain why other people thought it was amazing and track its influence on the games to come that I do think are amazing. Maybe I don't love this game, maybe I wouldn't choose to play it just for fun, but I do respect it, and I've always thought history was interesting. And the Halo series is a perfect lens to track the evolution of game design over the past 2 decades, from the era when jumping was still an exciting feature, to our modern hellscape of live services and microtransactions. This video is for the people who will never play Halo Combat Evolved, and I'm not even going to suggest that you should. You're not here for a recommendation. You're here to study, because hey, this stuff is your history. Halo is so iconic these days that it feels a little bit silly to even bother with an introduction to the story and the setting. It's like explaining the basics of Star Wars to someone, it feels a little redundant. But true to my word, I'll assume you have no prior knowledge of this game or the series. Halo is set in the far future. Humanity has expanded across the stars and come into contact with a hostile religious faction of aliens called the Covenant. For the last 20 years, we've been fighting a losing war against the Covenant, and our story picks up as one ship, the Pillar of Autumn, has fled a losing battle with a random slip space jump to make sure that they don't accidentally lead the Covenant to Earth. That random jump has taken them somewhere unexpected, a massive floating ring in space. Halo. But there's no time to study as the Covenant followed you here, and it's time to abandon ship. You play as the otherwise unnamed Master Chief, the last survivor of a cyborg super soldier program, and it's your job to take the ship's AI, Cortana, and make sure she isn't captured by the Covenant.
Protocol is clear. Destruction or capture of a shipboard AI is absolutely unacceptable, and that means you're leaving ship. Lock in a selection of emergency landing zones, upload them to my neural lace, and then sort yourself for a heart transfer.
Aye, aye, sir.
Which is where you come in, Chief. Get Cortana off this ship. Keep her safe from the enemy. If they capture her, they'll learn everything. Force deployment, weapons research, Earth.
I understand.
That's our setup. Stranded and outnumbered on a mysterious ancient ring, you have to find a way to survive. It's not even accurate to say that Halo was popular, it's more accurate to say that Halo was inescapable. The Xbox as it exists today would not have happened if not for Halo. You didn't buy an Xbox, you bought a Halo machine. That's not an exaggeration. Reviews at the time often said that the Xbox was worth buying purely so you can play Halo. I can't even imagine a game having that kind of impact today. Even the best of the best console launch exclusives don't get that kind of reception. You don't reach that level of success and fame without some serious innovation. So what was Halo's big evolution? Well, basically every single thing about it. It's really hard to overstate just how important Halo is to the modern landscape. Halo Combat Evolved isn't famous for a good story, it's famous for being one of the first shooters to have a big cinematic story at all. It's not famous for good shooting mechanics, it's famous for completely revolutionising shooting mechanics and proving that console shooters are a viable medium. A lot of the fundamental building blocks of the modern FPS trace their lineage to this game, like the idea of only being able to carry 2 guns, forcing you to make tactical decisions on what guns to bring. This was new. Before this, in games like Doom, you just have access to a big roster of weapons that you switch between. Every FPS that isn't a deliberate throwback now uses that system. It's become so completely synonymous with the genre that you don't even question where it came from anymore. It comes from this game. The idea of a sandbox approach to level design where the player is offered multiple approaches to a situation feels like something so basic that it's literally always existed. But no, Halo Combat Evolved was the pioneer of that kind of design. Before this, games were all about finding the one solution to a problem. The second mission of the game, just called Halo, has 3 squads of Marines that you have to go find and protect, which you can do in any order, and the fact that you can do them in any order is completely revolutionary to anything that had come before. The fact that enemies take cover when you shoot them is completely revolutionary. The fact that you can seamlessly get in and out of vehicles is completely revolutionary. The idea that you can punch someone without switching to your fists is completely revolutionary. That's why it can be so hard for a modern player to appreciate what makes Halo special. All of its innovations have become so standard across the entire medium that it's impossible to imagine a gaming landscape where these things were actually new and unique. Shooters are such a dominant part of the console gaming market these days that it's impossible to imagine that at the time of Halo's release, people didn't think it was possible to make a shooter that actually felt good to play on a controller, and if you've ever played a console shooter from before Halo, then you know why. Halo feels sluggish and floaty compared to a modern shooter, but compared to the other shooters of the time, it feels incredible. At a purely mechanical level, it's understandable why Halo was so popular and so groundbreaking. And mechanics alone would be enough to make Halo a foundational title, but that's not why it's become so iconic. They say that the best art provokes emotion, and Halo sought to provoke one emotion in particular. An emotion that no game had really been able to try and capture before, one that requires an immense level of confidence to even aim for. Aww. They wanted you to look at the digital world they had created and be amazed. There's a combination of incredibly confident design choices that go into provoking that emotion, and absolutely none of them have got anything to do with shooting people. The pacing of the game is one of them. The first mission of the game, fighting off invaders on the Autumn, is a great place to start because it's a network of industrial-looking hallways, which is the praised standard look for shooters at the time, a chance to get familiar with Halo's new mechanics in an old atmosphere. But the second mission is where Halo truly unfolds. Giant open environments like this were pretty much impossible up until this console generation, which is why the game gives you plenty of time without enemies to just admire the world. First there's some on-foot skirmishes around a strange alien structure, then you get a jeep to drive around in, you head underground into a mysterious but massive cave network, and finally you reach this moment, emerging into the light, into Halo. To me, it's the most iconic moment in the entire game, a confident statement of intention. You're impressed by this, and they know it, and they will magnify that feeling tenfold with the music. It's not just that Halo's music is good, which it is, it's amazing. It's that the music is used in an incredibly cinematic way. Halo wasn't scored like a traditional video game, it's scored like a movie. You don't have a combat track and an ambient track and a tension track. Instead, the music is synchronized to punctuate different moments of the game with a specific tone or emotion. It bounces between all sorts of different genres and instruments, but each piece feels tailor-made for the exact moment when it kicks in. It has the confidence to say, here, we're going to have some Gregorian chanting.
I'm going to use your suit's transcom system to monitor their chatter.
This part is crying out for an electric guitar riff. This firefight would be better punctuated by some lounge music. And it has the talent for all of these decisions to be completely spot on. Halo's push towards being more cinematic might seem quaint now when games emulating cinema is the norm, and even kind of tedious at this point, but at the time, this was something brand new. The idea of being able to play through the events of a blockbuster movie was something truly special, and even if the visuals look dated now, the quality of the music alone can still carry a lot of these moments. The story is not deep in a way that you might expect from a game famous for its story. Rather, the story is supposed to feel like a classic sci-fi action movie in the way it unfolds, with its twist betrayals and moments of comedy and emotion and action. There is a black hole of lore to delve into if you're really curious, but knowing all that stuff isn't necessary to following along with Halo 1. And, in fact, knowing more about Halo lore might be pure brain poison, but we'll save that for another video. It's not wholly original. In fact, the game steals entire scenes from popular movies in a way that you could never get away with nowadays. Like this scene that's ripped in its entirety from the beginning of Predator, which itself is within a clear Blair Witch found footage horror moment, with the Blair Witch Project only having come out a few years previous. There's other obvious references too, like Aliens, Star Wars, and especially Starship Troopers. That kind of direct from-the-screen adaptation has had a massive shift in perception over the years. Now it would be seen as incredibly lazy, possibly even scandalous. But at the time it was exciting. After years of just watching movies, now you could be in the movie. But I'm getting ahead of myself, because that's the big twist of Halo's story, and we're not quite ready for that yet. After crashing on the ring and rounding up some survivors, you mount a sniper-armed nighttime rescue for Captain Keyes, having gone down with the ship and been captured by the Covenant. He reveals that Halo is no ordinary space ring, and from listening in on his captors, they seem to hold it in some form of great religious significance. They believe it to be some kind of weapon, so your mission changes. You need to figure out what Halo is, and if possible, how to turn it against the Covenant.
That's true. The Covenant kept saying that whoever controls Halo controls the fate of the universe.
This leads into what many consider to be the iconic mission of Halo 1, and I agree. The Silent Cartographer. The entire level is just one big island, and the only info you get at the start is that somewhere underneath this island is a map that will point you in the direction of Halo's control room. You can find the facility early, but the Covenant lock it down, so you'll have to look around for a way to disable the security in a different facility on the island. Except, if you already know about the security lockdown, you could just come here first and disable it before they have a chance to lock you out. Or, if you're fast enough, you can run in before they get a chance to lock you out. Either of these options is compensated for in the game. It's everything that made Halo so iconic boiled down to one level. That freedom to experiment with different approaches combined with a wide area to explore. And that cinematic quality too. The mission starts by storming the beach with a group of Marines and ends with that electric guitar-driven escape sequence. It's everything that a generation of games over the next decade would strive to emulate in a single level. The next mission is a snowy tank assault on the control room, and when you get there, Cortana plugs herself in and starts exploring the system. She starts explaining that the ring was built by a race called the Forerunners, but she's distracted by something.
Yes, the Forerunner built this place, what they called a fortress world, in order to... Wait. No, that can't be. Oh, those Covenant fools. They must have known. There must have been signs.
Slow down. You're losing me.
The Covenant found something. Buried in this ring, something horrible, and now they're afraid.
Something buried? Where?
The captain. We've got to stop the captain.
Keys?
The weapons cache he's looking for. It's not really... We can't let him get inside.
I don't understand.
There's no time. Get out of here, find Keys, stop him. Before it's too late!
I should point out that full voice acting was still a bit of a novelty in games at the time, and having a cast as solid as this one, especially Jen Taylor as Cortana, is another important key to the game's cinematic quality. The Chief himself is a man of few words and only really talks when necessary, but Cortana is a friendly voice throughout, helpful, expressive, and a little bit snarky when the situation calls for it. Having that friendly, helpful voice in your head is extra important because for the next few missions, it'll be gone as the game takes a massive tonal shift into full-blown horror. A lot of older games can be kind of unintentionally scary. Low draw distances and low resolution models for monsters mean that the imagination can get up to some spooky stuff. But the next level is intentionally scary, and it's damn good at it, which is why for years it was my most hated mission until I got over myself. It starts by establishing a totally different mood to the rest of the game so far. It's a dark swamp. The vastness and openness that you've become used to by now in the game is replaced by a thick, dark fog which barely lets you see in front of you. The Covenant are running away from something inside this facility, but it won't reveal itself to you yet. Instead, you wander around the empty, cramped and bloody halls waiting for something to jump out at you, but it doesn't happen. You find a Marine scared out of his mind, shooting anything that moves, unable to be reasoned with, and shouting something about things in the darkness. And then you find a helmet with no body around that it could have belonged to. Master Chief pulls out a video playback to see what happened, and we follow the Marines on their own expedition into the facility. They make it to the room that you're standing in and are attacked by something. Weird little bug things that crawl up and into you. And then they start swarming the room and the music goes full psycho. This is the Flood, the secret second faction of enemies in the game. The game does an excellent job of escalating the threat that the Flood poses. At first it's just these little things. They can kill you if you get totally swarmed, but they're easy enough to manage. Then the infected forms run in. Humans and aliens alike malformed into these horrific fleshy masses. Creepy, but just zombies, right? Well, then you get back to the elevator you came in on and it explodes, and the Flood starts attacking you with guns. Not just zombies, an intelligent, sentient parasite. The mission is a maze of similar looking rooms and cramped hallways. You truly feel trapped and alone. When you get to another elevator and instead of going up, it takes you even further down, the dread truly comes through, even all these years later. It's a flawlessly executed twist that changes the entire direction of the second half of the game. But it's also when the game loses some people because, unfortunately, it's a second half that's just not as good as the first. Because this mission is followed up with a trip to the library. You're rescued from the swamp by a mysterious little floating robot orb named 343 Guilty Spark, who claims to be the monitor of the ring. With the Flood released, containment procedures must be followed. The ring must be activated to stop the floods. He teleports you back to the library in order to find something called the Index, which will allow you to activate Halo back at the control room. Guilty Spark is a truly fascinating character. He treats the entire situation with a sort of chipper benignness. Like, yeah, we need to hurry, but everything's going to plan, so it'll be fine. He hums as he works, and he talks to you like he assumes you already know who he is, a detail that won't actually make sense until Halo 4, a full decade and a bit later. Of all the ancient AIs I've seen in sci-fi, Guilty Spark is the one that feels the most truly ancient, because he's not big and grandiose. He's a kooky weirdo who's been alone for thousands of years, and even if the situation is dire, he's really happy to have someone to talk to again. Unfortunately, he doesn't make up for the fact that the mission itself is the worst in the whole game, quite possibly the worst in the entire series, though some of the endless bland hallways in Infinite may give it a run for its money. The library has 4 floors. Each of them are completely identical grey hallways, and each of them are absolutely jam-packed with Flood. The introduction of the Flood is great, but the truth is that the Flood are much less interesting to actually fight than the Covenant when you get over the fear factor. They don't react in interesting ways like the Covenant do, and they have less variation than the Covenant. The Covenant remain mostly mysterious throughout this game. Leave it to Halo 2 to properly flesh them out. But through gameplay, a clear hierarchy emerges. You've got the grunts, the little guys who are easy to take out and often run away when you kill the bigger enemies. The jackals, armed with shields that you have to get behind to hit or aim carefully for a small gap where their arm is. The elites, who are the only enemy who have a recharging shield like you do and are clearly in charge since they come in different colours to show their strength and superiority. And then finally there's the massive armoured hunters who can only be killed with heavy explosives or by shooting the weak point in their back. Fighting the Covenant always feels like a full test of your skills, staying mobile and learning which weapons are most effective at dealing with different kinds of enemies. Even 20 years later, without those modern touches, that effect still comes through. The Flood are much less interesting. They mostly just run at you so you can mow them down with a shotgun, except for these hunchback guys who walk up to you and explode, so you have to keep them at a distance. It's a regression from the design that makes Halo so interesting back to an older style of just shooting hordes of dumb monsters in similar looking hallways like Doom would provide. And the library is a long mission. In the anniversary version, there's an achievement for beating this level in under half an hour, which is genuinely a challenge if you're unable to cheese through it with grenade jumps. Honestly, there's a line in this mission that fills me with more dread than the entirety of the last mission.
Please follow closely. This portal is the first of 10.
Because the design of these hallways is all pretty much identical, it's extremely easy to get lost in this level because it's super unclear what turns you're supposed to take and what turn you're only supposed to take when you get to this identical spot on the next floor up. The Master Chief Collection adds arrows on the floor to tell you where you're supposed to go, but the original version of the game you just had to hope and pray that you found the right turn before the endlessly respawning enemies got through all of your ammo. The library also marks the last fully new environment in the game, as the next 3 levels are all a return to the old levels played backwards. First, the icy canyons around the control room, now at night, then a return to the Covenant ship, now overrun with flood, and finally, looping the whole journey, a return to the abandoned and crashed Pillar of Autumn. That last one works. The other 2 I could do without. When you're finally able to grab the index and return to the control room, Cortana reveals the truth of what's really going on. Halo isn't just a weapon that will kill the Flood. It's a doomsday device that will kill everything in the universe. The Flood and its food, as the Forerunners believe that this was the only way to stop the parasite.
You have no idea how this ring works, do you? Why the Forerunners built it? Halo doesn't kill Flood. It kills their food. Humans, Covenant, whatever. We're all equally edible. The only way to stop the Flood is to starve them to death. And that's exactly what Halo is designed to do. Wipe the galaxy clean of all sentient life. You don't believe me? Ask him.
Is it true?
More or less. Technically, this installation's pulse has a maximum effective radius of 25,000 light years. But once the others follow suit, this galaxy will be quite devoid of life. Or at least any life with sufficient biomass to sustain the Flood. But you already knew that. I mean, how couldn't you?
Left out that little detail, did he?
This is a good scene, and Guilty Spark seamlessly flows from ally to enemy in the same chipper tone that he's always had. But the actual mission is mostly just filler, running around the ice canyon to destroy some pylon things which are apparently important to the ring's charging sequence or something. Seeing the true chaos of the Flood, the Covenant, and now Guilty Spark Sentinels all fighting each other is quite fun, and it's the only mission to give you proper access to a Banshee, the Covenant's flying vehicle. But story and level design wise, we're spinning wheels. Cortana comes up with a new plan. They can overload the reactor of the crashed Pillar of Autumn to destroy Halo, ensuring that it can never be fired and the Flood can't escape. But to do that, they need to override codes within Captain Key's neural implants, and he's MIA. In the weirdest coincidence in the game, you find him in the same ship that he was imprisoned on the first time, though this time he's been caught by the Flood, and it's done something to him. Something that looks horrifically awful and painful, but that won't actually become clear until Halo 2. But the point is he's dead, so Chief punches his face in to grab the neural implants.
We can't let the Flood get off this ring. You know what he'd expect. What he'd want us to do. It's done. I have the code. We should go.
Finally, you arrive back at the Autumn for the finale. Walking through the ruined hallways of the Autumn feels different to the reuses of the other environments. It's a time to reflect on the journey. This was your home. It's the only part of the whole game that really feels human. The ring is big and beautiful, but clearly alien and dangerous. The Forerunner structures are old and mysterious, but also clinical and cold. The Covenant ship is entirely alien with its curved walls and love of the colour purple. The Autumn is industrial, sure, but it feels human-made, so seeing it in ruins is much more impactful than anything else. This place used to have a crew in the thousands. Now it's just you and Cortana. The entire ending is less triumphant than it is melancholy, a trend that would continue for the whole series. Your goal is to blow up this ship and the entire ring. Even with the Flood and the fact that it's a doomsday device, it's a marvel of engineering and design. To destroy it feels wrong. Guilty Spark tries to stop you, but after doing it manually, you get to the final section of the game. It's not a boss fight, instead it's an escape sequence. Driving along the Autumn to find an escape vehicle as the ship explodes around you. Of course you make it in the nick of time. Mission accomplished?
Shut them down. We'll need them later. Fancy a look?
This is a tragedy, no matter which way you look at it, and with the music punctuating it, even all these years later it still comes across. You won, but at what cost? Like the first part of most trilogies, Halo is a lot more self-contained than its sequels. Things could have ended here, and though it leaves a lot of open questions, it's a satisfying ending on its own. It would be unfair to claim that games had never done stories like Halo before. Half-Life had come out a few years previous and is probably even more revolutionary than Halo was. But what Halo's true trick is, and the reason it's maintained its legacy longer than most of its peers, is it's as much a matter of the things it doesn't have as the things that it does. Halo doesn't have any gimmicks, it doesn't have any boss fights or platforming or any puzzles, all of which would have been expected within the genre at the time. Even Half-Life is infamous for some of its jumping puzzles. Halo cut all of it to create an immensely streamlined experience. Halo has less weapons overall than other shooters of the time, but every weapon is designed with the two-weapon system in mind, so the game becomes a system of trade-offs. Every gun has utility, and every gun has limitations. Human weapons like the rifle or the pistol do more damage but are bad against shields. Plasma weapons are the opposite, good against shields but not as good against normal enemies. You can take a rocket launcher which will easily kill just about anything, but it's got limited ammo and uses up one of your precious weapon slots. There are shooters today that aren't able to balance their roster of weapons as well as Halo 1 did. Cutting all of the added baggage is what allowed Halo to reach a wider audience than any shooter had previously. It's the story of why console gaming is successful. It's simpler than PC gaming, and it always has been. You don't need to be a computer nerd to play Halo. There's no expectation that you understand weird archaic mechanics like crouch jumping. For better or for worse, I suppose, Halo is the beginning of the bro era of gaming, the time when it was a hobby not just of shy nerds, but of the jocks as well. Multiplayer is an important piece of the puzzle here too, but it doesn't reach its true potential until Halo 2. Halo 1 predates Xbox Live by a good few years, so while there are multiplayer modes, they could only be played in split screen or with System Link, as in, you would actually bring around another Xbox and plug them into each other. Doing this, you could technically get up to 16 players, which all in one place seems like an actual nightmare to me, but it was a fun novelty for the time. An interesting development though is that through the Master Chief Collection, that's not true anymore. Now, over 2 decades later, you can play online matchmaking for Halo 1. The Master Chief Collection is almost its own strange beast to tackle. On the one hand, it's just an insane value for money, 6 games all in a single package, and it is an admirable attempt at game preservation which I wish more companies would commit to. On the other hand, as the years have gone by, the Master Chief Collection has kind of evolved from just being a preservation project into its own thing entirely, with new cosmetics and even multiplayer maps added years after the fact. Some of which, especially in Halo 3's case, look incredibly discordant with the original artistic vision. The footage I've been using for this video is all from the Master Chief Collection because ultimately it's the most convenient way to play the game, and the remaster does something which I wish more games would let you do, which is that there's a button you can press to switch back to the old crappy graphics. Except, there is actually differences between this version of the old game and the original game. I already mentioned the floor arrows, but there are videos you can find here on YouTube that will document all of the changes if you're really curious. It's like I said at the beginning, old games just weren't designed to run on new hardware, and there are some things that end up changed in the process. I'm not quite puritanical enough to get riled up about that, but I certainly understand the feeling that something is being lost to time. For its part, the Master Chief Collection defaults to using the Anniversary Remaster graphics from 2011, and I think Halo Anniversary warrants its own discussion because it's a very strange project all round. The remaster is now older than Halo 1 was when the remaster came out, and despite the massive graphical and textual advancements in the 10 years between its release and the original, I actually think that the remaster has aged much worse than the original has. Part of that is certainly that it's not actually a remake, not like the new Resident Evil games. It's somewhere between remake and remaster. All of the textures, models, and even a lot of the environmental details have been totally remade, but they're sort of layered on top of the old game with all the old mechanics and animations maintained exactly. That's why you can click a button and instantly switch back to the old graphics. 10 years on, this makes it very, very weird to play. It's got the graphics of a 10-year-old game and the mechanics of a 20-year-old game, which is very strange. But the bigger reason it's aged so much worse than the original is the art style. They didn't update and modernise the art of the original game, instead they very awkwardly changed the game to look like Halo Reach, which was the new game at the time. But Halo Reach was a massive departure from the classic Halo look. Everything is a lot more grungy and over-designed. There seems to have been a rule in the creative process that absolutely no wall or surface is allowed to be flat, which leads to this incredibly busy look. All of the enemies use the same models as Halo Reach, but they've been squished into hitboxes and animations of a 10-year-old game, so they just look very weird. The new graphics and lighting also completely changed the atmosphere of the game in a lot of places, especially in the places that are supposed to be dark. There's a big difference in the atmosphere between a dark chasm and a very well-lit box. The biggest loss is the spooky swamp, which is now exceptionally well lit and not overly foggy, a change that totally ruins the atmosphere of the entire level. So yes, on a purely technical level it looks much better, and in the outdoor environments the remaster shines. There are other positive changes, like updating Cortana and Sergeant Johnson to be more consistent with their appearance in the later games, or the addition of secret terminals around each level that fill in some of the backstory and lore and connect more closely with the future titles. But overall, it's just not a very good remaster. It's not a modernization of the old art, rather it's a replacement of it, and that's just not the right way to go about it. If we go back to the start of this video, the Halo Infinite version of this armour is actually a lot more faithful to the original than the Anniversary version is. They found a much better balance with the Halo 2 remaster, but that's a story for another day. It's a strange twist to leave the game on, because the reality is that most players nowadays are probably going to play the game with the Anniversary graphics, which might be the wrong way to do it. The Anniversary remaster has become history just as much as the original game has, only the lesson of this one is negative. It's an example of what not to do. It's a nicer story when these massive successes come from an underdog, but that's not really the case with Halo. Bungie was already a successful company off the back of Marathon and Myth, and they were owned by Microsoft at the time of Halo's release. This is not the story of the little guy shining on top. Rather, it's the story of masters of the craft working on an amazing project during a time of amazing innovation. When you look at the factors involved, Halo's success isn't surprising. It's the natural culmination of where these games were always heading. It wouldn't have worked if it was bad, obviously, but that goes for any revolution. I don't feel those emotions that those original players had back in 2001. My most common feeling playing the game is a low-level frustration when I take another wrong turn down an identical grey hallway. But I do understand why they felt those emotions, and I hope I've been able to convey that understanding to you as well. Nostalgia may be my arch-nemesis, but without it, it can be hard to go back and enjoy these foundational games. Nostalgia helps you ignore problems, helps avoid comparisons to modern games. It just makes it feel better to play. I don't have that for Halo CE, but even still, I am able to understand it, and the truly great moments are still truly great, even all these years later. The Halo series over the years has become more and more insular and more complicated to follow as it delves deep into the deep lore. But every single game in the series always links back to the things started in this game. Both mechanically and story-wise, it's as foundational now as it was 20 years ago. That's not always a good thing, as we'll see, but I get it. When you've already reached the stars, it's pretty tempting to keep reaching back again.
We did what we had to do. For Earth. An entire Covenant armada obliterated, and the Flood. We had no choice. Halo. It's finished.
No. I think we're just getting started.
Halo 2 is a game of halves. What does that mean? Well, it's a catchy title for a critique video for one, but more than that, the game is fractured. It's a game composed of many different pieces, some of them excellent and some of them not so much. The story is split in half, the game itself is split into two halves, and along with it, for one of the first times in game history, the fanbase is split in half. And ultimately, it's only half a game that wouldn't be finished for another 3 years. Do these halves come together to create a greater whole? Sometimes they absolutely do, and sometimes Halo 2 is the most frustrating game in the entire series. But considering the pressure and time constraints put on Bungie having to make a sequel to one of the best-selling games of all time, with the weight of supporting an entire console generation on their back, it's kind of a miracle that Halo 2 even exists at all. With almost 2 decades of separation, the things that make Halo 2 strange and weird are buffered away. The infamous cliffhanger ending will never bother anyone again because Halo 3 exists, and the resolution is just a simple click away. The misleading marketing that hid an entire second aspect of the story is no longer relevant to anyone playing the game nowadays. Halo 2 is arguably even more influential than Halo 1 was, and its massive success distracts from the fact that almost everything that Halo 2 does was a massive risk that anybody would have predicted to be a train wreck, including the people who made it. Halo 2 is one of the most ambitious games ever made, but the reality is that half of that ambition never got to see the light of day, because the developers were way too ambitious for what they could actually achieve, which resulted in one of the most infamous crunch periods in game history. And you know what? You'd never even guess playing the game. My relationship with Halo 2 is complicated. As I said in the last video, I started with Halo 3 and then later went back to Halo 1 with the Anniversary Edition. I never did that for Halo 2, at least not until the Master Chief Collection, so it is by far and away the Halo game that I have played the least. In fact, I had never played the game through in its original graphics until making this video. It's a good game, I can tell you that, even playing it years after the fact. I think it holds up significantly better than Halo 1, in the way that most games towards the end of a console generation do, when they've really figured out the hardware and how to push it to its limits. It's immediately apparent to me why it was so successful. More so than Halo 1, it's Halo 2 that really cemented Halo's place in pop culture. It's also a game that broke people, both physically and mentally. There's been a few exposés over the years about the working conditions at Bungie during the production of Halo 2, but all of them share a common sentiment. It was awful. People worked 60-hour weeks for a year and a half. People slept in the office for a full month. Marriages failed. One designer talks about having to put his dog in a kennel for a month because he wasn't spending enough time at home to care for it. In a Eurogamer retrospective of the production, Chris Butcher, the lead engineer, is quoted as saying, "The crunch on Halo 2 was, oh my god, we're fucked. We're all going to die." So that just sounds like a blast. And what did they get for that effort? Well, one of the best-selling games of all time, often considered one of the best games ever made. All of that blood, sweat and tears completely paid off. I'm not sure that was the best lesson for the games industry to learn, quite frankly. The uncomfortable truth about games industry crunch is that it often does work, at least if you define shipping a good and popular game as success. It would be easier to totally condemn the process if it didn't. It's ridiculous to have people work 60 hours and sleep in the office, it's totally insane. But it does work though, doesn't it? Look at Halo 2. The problem is, we really don't have anything to compare it to. Crunch culture is so thoroughly ingrained in the games industry that it was an expected and accepted element of the course I took to learn game design. Working 12-hour days on a project that I was paying for the privilege of creating. A crunch period is practically built into the development cycle of a game, especially in the AAA spaces, but indie games are absolutely not immune either. We simply don't know another way, and until we start a game dev union, we never will, because the incentives to crunch are too high. Just look at the success of Halo 2. More so than Halo 1, Halo 2 feels like a transitionary title. It feels like the first modern FPS in the good ways and in the bad ways. And one of those bad ways is almost certainly the details of its production, because it's not a unique story. Everything about Halo 2's story you can basically repeat word for Red Dead Redemption 2's production. It was years of crunch, people lost their families, their mental health, and then the game came out and it's incredible. It hit new records for sales figures. It's one of my favourite games. This still happens all the time. I don't know what I'm supposed to do about this. I don't know how to reflect on it years after the fact. Does the fact that it came out amazing make up for the human cost of making it? Certainly some of the creators think that. In that quote about how they're all going to die, Chris Butcher goes on to say that he still thinks the work they did was awesome. The reality is, I have a lot of nice things to say about this game, but I don't want to ignore the human cost that went into making those nice things. I hate being hyperbolic like this, but Halo 2 is genuinely one of the most important games ever made. It defined the trajectory of the modern shooter. It's a game that should be studied, a game that I want to study, but a thorough study should include all of the ugly details as well as the good ones. Halo Halo 2 starts almost immediately following the events of Halo 1. Master Chief and Cortana have returned to Earth and are being rewarded for their mission, but the ceremony is intercut with the trial and disbarment of your rival. You didn't know he was your rival, but he's the elite who was in charge of the Covenant fleet that chased you to Halo. He let the Sacred Ring be destroyed, and the Grand Council of the Covenant has deemed this an act of heresy. This immediately establishes a totally different tone to Halo 1. Halo 2 is driven much more by characters and politics than it is by action and adventure. Not to say it doesn't still have that, it has it in spades, but starting out here, we're in prequel levels of alien politics. Halo 1 was ultimately a game about survival. You're trapped on a ring full of monsters and you need to survive. Halo 2 is about a war, and the best way to understand a war is to show you both sides of it. Halo 2 massively expands the lore and world building of Halo, particularly around the Covenant, by anchoring half of the story to this elite. But at the start of the game, that's not clear. In fact, this entire half of the story was a secret that wasn't even revealed until the game was released. Halo 2's marketing is notable for two things. One is that it was the first game trailer ever to be shown in movie theatres, showcasing the game's commitment to being cinematic and movie-like. They were confident enough to put it up next to trailers for actual movies. The second thing is its 2003 E3 demo showcase. At the time, it was one of the coolest, most hyped showcases around, and it's almost pure lies. Pretty much nothing in this demo actually ended up in the final game, because at the time that they made it, they didn't even have a working game yet. The demo shows dramatic lighting that wasn't in the final game. It shows advanced AI scripting specifically for Marines that wasn't in the final game. It shows a brute, one of the new enemy types, boarding a vehicle and swatting the drivers out, something that's not only not in the game, but there isn't even a moment in the game where the brutes show up on Earth. The entire level shown in the demo was made just for the demo, it's not in the game. That's not exactly uncommon for E3, may God rest its soul, but for Halo 2 it's particularly noteworthy because after this demo they realised that they couldn't make a full game of this demo. So they scrapped everything they'd been working on and started from scratch, hence the 1.5 years of crunch. And I can't really overstate just how little you can tell. Never in a million years would I have guessed that this game was put together in a frenzy over 1.5 years. It feels about 5 times as big as Halo 1, yet it's not even half the size that they had originally planned. For example, Quarantine Zone, which is one of the largest levels in the game, is apparently only 20% of the original map that they had created. That's the level of overambition they were aiming for. Halo was never planned to be a trilogy. The entire story of Halo 3 was supposed to be a part of this game. There wasn't supposed to be a cliffhanger ending, it's just something they had to do if they ever actually wanted to release the game. On the multiplayer side, there was supposed to be a massive new game mod with more players and AI enemies, something that wouldn't even become viable until Halo 5, over 20 years after they initially conceived the idea. That's the thing about cut content. It's cut. You have no way of knowing what's actually missing, and therefore you don't feel like anything is missing. Halo 2's cliffhanger may have been unsatisfying, but it's not as if Halo 2 feels like half a game, it feels absolutely jam-packed. And it's not because they were putting in as much stuff as possible, it's because they put in way too much stuff and were trying to keep as much of it as possible. This isn't actually that uncommon. Game designers and artists are massive overachievers. Despite what Twitter may tell you, there's no such thing as a lazy game developer. But the thing about Halo 2 is that it really is warranted. I think it's fair to say that Halo 2 was one of the most anticipated games ever made. Halo 1 was a smash success that changed the game landscape, so a sequel to it would have to have the same impact. This couldn't just be an ordinary sequel, it had to be something spectacular. So they had huge chunks of the game from the marketing. The original trailers make it look like it's going to be a game about defending Earth from an alien invasion, but that's only the first 3 missions of the game before it goes in all sorts of different directions. There are many changes between Halo 1 and 2, but the one that's most immediately notable is the atmosphere. A lot of the feeling of Halo 1 is that feeling of being trapped and isolated with just you and Cortana for long stretches. Halo 2 wants to tell a more bombastic wartime story, and to accomplish that, it gives you some friends. Alongside Chief this time is Sergeant Johnson, who was also in Halo 1, although at the time he wasn't really an important character. More of a stand-in for your typical army sergeant. He shows up and dies in several missions and keeps coming back again. But fans liked him and Bungie liked him, so in this game he's given a much more significant role, being one of the game's most important characters alongside Miranda Keyes, the daughter of Captain Keyes from the first game, who's a commander in the Navy herself. The Master Chief is kind of a poor representation of humanity, being the faceless warrior that he is, so it's these other human characters that truly connect you to the conflict. They're the reason you're fighting.
You hit Marine?
No, sir.
Then listen up! The Chief is gonna jump in this tank, roll across the bridge, and blow up any inhuman son of a bitch dumb enough to get between him and the Prophet of Regret. Pull yourself together, because you're going with it.
What about that scarab?
We've all run the simulations. They're tough, but they ain't invincible. Stay with the Master Chief. He'll know what to do.
Yes, sir, Sergeant.
Thanks for the tank. He never gets me anything.
Oh, I know what the ladies like.
The Earth invasion is kind of a mystery, since the Covenant didn't come with a fleet nearly big enough to conquer the planet, almost as if they didn't expect humans to be there. And they only land in one place, Mombasa, Kenya, in East Africa. What's more is that the ship apparently had a prophet on board, one of the 3 leaders of the Covenant. It's a mystery that won't be solved until Halo 3. It would have been in Halo 2, but from this point you can just take it for granted that anything in Halo 3 was probably supposed to be in Halo 2. Fighting through the streets of Mombasa has a totally different feeling to anything in Halo 1, and it highlights where Halo 2's greatest improvement really is: level design. Halo 2 has some of the tightest level design in the entire series. The way that the Mombasa sections of the game unfold constantly into different arenas, different scales of fights and combat is truly remarkable. First you start with a small enclosed courtyard fending off waves of enemies, then you fight through tight interwoven back streets, then you emerge out into the waterfront and take a warthog down the beach past different enemy encampments. Then you drive into a massive underground highway and whiz past patrols of Covenant in the tunnels. Then immediately flowing into the next level, you get given a tank for an all-out assault across this massive bridge. And after a quick dip back into those tunnels past a blockade for close quarters combat, you emerge into this nature reserve with a perfect sniper position, which, after you've mopped up, you can jump onto the turret of a friendly Marine's Warthog and have an almost on-rails experience for a bit, blasting everything that gets close, eventually ending up in this massive city centre area. But we're not even done yet, because after clearing those tanks you climb up and jump onto a massive mechanical scarab and take it down from the inside while it's still moving. Like I said, this is technically 2 different levels, but because the second one starts right where the last one ended, it doesn't feel that way. It just feels like one massive adventure broken up by a quick cutscene. The constant mixing and matching of different arenas where different methods of combat are required is what keeps the game so dynamic to play. Another game might pick one of these areas to focus on completely. We're going to focus on tight corridor shooting, or we're going to focus on wide open vehicle combat. But constantly and surprisingly cycling through them gives both of them more impact. And to do all of that while keeping a world that feels cohesive and realistic is incredibly impressive. These arenas don't feel like arenas, they just feel like normal places a city would have. The bridge isn't just a cool set piece, it's a world building detail. This fancy bridge is what connects the new parts of the city to the old parts of the city, and that's reflected in the design. From old rundown brick and concrete on one side to shiny metal and glass on the other side. I think this is why people weren't so mad about the E3 demo being fake. I mean, it's not as if what we actually got was worse than that demo, aside from the fancy lighting, just different. The actual gameplay mechanics have been smoothed out a bunch from Halo 1. Things feel much tighter to control, especially driving, which no longer feels like you're constantly on ice. Why is that? Well, it's because they decided to rebuild the entire engine because they were insane. For the first year of this game's development, they literally couldn't play the game because the framework to play it was being rebuilt from scratch. That's not to say it's all an improvement. Halo 2 isn't balanced quite as tightly as Halo 1. The game has some massive spikes in difficulty. And on Legendary, Halo 2 is the hardest game in the series, to the point of being borderline unplayable in some parts. There's also a lot more redundancy in the weapon balancing. In the first game, every weapon had strengths and weaknesses, but this time around there are weapons that you're basically never going to use, like the pistol, which is pretty much worthless. Dual wielding was a popular addition, the ability to hold certain smaller weapons 2 at a time, but in terms of game balance, what that actually means is that any weapon that you can dual wield is made weaker to incentivize dual wielding. SMGs don't do enough damage unless you're holding 2 of them, and when you do, you burn through ammo at an alarming rate. It looks cool, but tactically speaking, there's never really a good reason to do it. On the other side, the battle rifle and Covenant carbine are so absurdly efficient that you're just being stubborn if you're not always carrying one. They're pinpoint accurate, have long range, have large ammo capacities, and kill most enemies with a single shot to the head. The level design isn't completely consistent either. There's definitely still a few levels that fall back on shooting through corridors. But really, this is the kind of criticism that takes a game from a 10 to a 9.9. It's not that serious in the grand scheme of things. If there's a game out there that's perfect, I've yet to find it. Fighting on Earth signifies one important thing, that one way or another this war is coming to an end. Even if the Covenant didn't bring the full fleet, they know where it is now, and it's only a matter of time until that fleet comes. And of course, that time is Halo 3. For now, the Prophet of Regret flees the scene with Commander Key's ship, confusingly called In Amber Clad, following close behind. But we don't follow them for now. Instead, we switch perspectives. The elite from before, the one being stripped of his rank and branded a heretic, instead of being executed, the Prophets offer him a second chance, give up his old life and become the Arbiter, a sort of holy warrior sent on suicidal missions by the will of the Prophets. This elite is no longer our rival, and the opening wasn't establishing him as a villain. This weird, lanky, split-jawed alien is our second protagonist. In fact, despite being the centerpiece of the Master Chief Collection, Halo 2 is arguably more the Arbiter story than it is the Chief's. For how much of the game is actually focused on the Arbiter, I think it's insanely impressive that they kept it totally hidden from all the marketing. It feels like a very modern sort of twist. In fact, it's basically the same twist The Last of Us 2 pulled. It takes a hell of a lot of confidence to take a character with this design and say, yeah, we're gonna make you emotionally attached to this monster man, and there are so many ways it could have gone wrong. There are some people who can't get there, but for most people it does work, and it's because everything about it just fits together. If the music had been overdone, then it would come across as cheesy. If the character models and animations looked too goofy, then you couldn't take it seriously. If the voice acting was too campy, then it would all fall apart. And that's why they brought in Keith David, who brings what I can only describe as Shakespearean gravitas to the role.
Drawn quite a crowd. If they came to hear me beg, they will be disappointed. Are you sure?
The two halves of Halo 2's story are separated in many ways, by level design, by mechanics, but most importantly they're separated by what sort of story they are. Master Chief's story is that of continual triumph. He is a great hero, a Spartan just like the warriors of old. The Arbiter's story is a tragedy. He's a fallen hero, a man of honour whose system of honour makes him far too susceptible to manipulation. Your first mission as Arbiter is to hunt down a real heretic, someone openly opposing the words of the Prophets, and in doing so the game trickles out what those words actually are. The Covenant reveres the Forerunners, the ancient race who built Halo, as gods. They hold their technology as sacred, and most importantly they believe that activating the rings will usher in the Great Journey, a transcendent pilgrimage to eternal peace and eternal life. We know from the first game that none of this is true. The rings are not a spiritual artifact, they're giant super weapons built for the purpose of destroying Flood. And that dramatic irony is woven throughout the Arbiter's story. The heretic you're hunting down is right about everything, but at this stage in his journey, the Arbiter isn't ready to hear it. The missions to hunt down the heretic are generally considered to be some of the weakest in the game, and while they're not nearly as dramatic as Master Chief's missions on Earth, I think that's exactly the point. RB and the Chief play pretty much identically. The only differences are the colour of your UI, and instead of a useless flashlight, the Arbiter can activate temporary invisibility, which, if you remember you have it, is very useful. The way that the game makes the two perspectives feel different is through level design. Master Chief, like his armour's namesake, is a hammer. He's not subtle. His missions are all about getting in and destroying everything. The Arbiter is a sword. His missions are quieter, less bombastic, stealthy. The game quite cleverly flips this dynamic as the campaign progresses, but right now that's how the game establishes the differences between each character's approach. The game also uses this mission to reintroduce the Flood much earlier in the game than you're expecting, because it turns out that the station that the heretic is hiding on has a bit of a Flood infestation. Mechanically, the Flood still aren't that interesting to fight, though the little ones are made more annoying with the ability to jump into and revive dead Flood farms over and over again unless the body is completely destroyed. The main purpose of these two missions is to build up the two key relationships of the Arbiter's story. One is with Tartarus, the Brute chieftain who serves as something of a rival, stealing your glory and rubbing it in your face. And the other is the half-jawed elite commander who builds up a battlefield camaraderie and respect with the Arbiter over the course of the campaign. These characters do have names, by the way, but they're never used in the game for reasons that I don't really understand. Well, for the Arbiter I get it. Like Master Chief, he's supposed to be a symbol more than a man. But for Halfjaw here, a name would be helpful. Unfortunately, it's Ratas Vadami, which is probably why they don't use it much. It's also strange and a little distracting that the Covenant use the names that humans give them. Elites, brutes, grunts, because these are clearly combat designations and not actual species names. The elites are actually called the Sanghili, the brutes are actually called the Jiralhanai, but they always refer to themselves and each other as their human code names. It's possible they felt using these made-up alien names would be a step too far and come across as too silly or confusing. Or they were just sick of renaming things. Another wrinkle to the many production issues is that a few months before launch, the legal team decided that they had to rename the Arbiter, who was originally called the Dervish because of fears about its associations with Islamic culture. Remember that 2004 is still firmly a post-9/11 world. And that must have been a nightmare to change so close to launch, and yet, once again, I never would have guessed. There's really only one place where the game does feel rushed, and that's in the boss fights. Unlike Halo 1, Halo 2 does include a few boss fights throughout the game, and they're all quite gimmicky and not very fun. I mean, the second one is basically a joke. The first one here against the Heretic leader is just annoying. He summons some holograms of himself to distract you while running away to hide. It's not difficult, just kinda dull. The combat systems of Halo aren't set up for a good boss fight, which is why Halo 1 correctly didn't bother with them. It does reveal one thing though, the source of the Heretic's heresy. 343 Guilty Spark, who's revealed to have survived the explosion of Halo. He's seemingly up to something with these heretics, but it doesn't matter because Tartarus swoops in to steal him before the Arbiter can deliver him to the Prophets.
That is horrible. So it is. Come, you're leading this system.
Each campaign unfolds concurrently, or at least that seems to be the way it's presented. Arbiter's mission to hunt down the Heretic is happening at the same time as Master Chief's crusade through New Mombasa. This kind of multiple perspective storytelling isn't unusual anymore, it's something that Call of Duty would take and run with. But at the time, this kind of dynamic, interwoven storytelling for a game where you shoot aliens was not the standard. It takes the cinematic quality that Halo 1 was aiming for to an entire new dimension, adding in cinematic drama and character arcs and emotionality alongside the action and mystery. It also makes Halo 2 one of the most difficult to summarise in a pithy manner, because its interconnected nature makes almost every event important to the story. Things in Chief's story will affect the Arbiter's story and vice versa. For now, we're jumping back to the Chief. Regret has taken them somewhere that you could probably have predicted. Another Halo ring. A Halo 2, if you will. The surroundings are similar, but the vibe is totally different this time around, because this time you know what to expect, and you're on the offensive. Regret wants to activate this ring and start the Great Journey, so obviously you've got to stop him. Keyes and Johnson go to secure the index, which means thankfully you don't need to do the library again, while Chief goes to take out the Prophet in the previously mentioned joke boss fight where you jump on his floating chair and awkwardly punch him to death. Just before that though, the tides turn against Chief as High Charity, the Covenant's big space mushroom capital city, appears overhead, along with the entirety of the Covenant fleet. You manage to take out Regret, but the fleet bombards the building and the Chief is plunged into the depths, where something grabs him.
This is not your grave. But you are welcome in it.
That's probably fine. No need to worry about that. It's Arby's turn. And he's been dispatched to find the sacred icon that will activate Halo, aka the same index that Keyes and Johnson are after. The game arranges things so that you never have to kill any humans, and it does that by introducing the bigger threat. The Flood are on this ring too. In fact, there's a shield around the library for some reason, so you absentmindedly deactivate it, which unleashes a massive Flood outbreak that decimates humans and Covenant alike. It's the same chaos we got at the end of Halo 1, only this time we're only halfway through the game. Humans, Flood, Sentinels, and Covenant all fighting each other. and the Arbiter has to slip through the chaos to find the index. I lied before, you do still have to do the library again, but only a teeny tiny bit. It's more of an Easter egg at the end of the level than an actual level, thankfully. The Arbiter ends up in a fight with Keyes and Johnson, where he pretty handily deals with them, but once again, Tartarus swoops in to steal the glory, taking the humans captive and taking the index, and throwing you down an endless pit now that your usefulness is at an end.
When the prophets learn of this, they will take your head when they learn. Fool. They ordered me to do it.
So now both of our heroes have been thrown down big holes, and that's the perfect chance to meet up, as something brings them together. A giant, writhing mass of teeth and tendrils. This is the Gravemind, the collective consciousness of the Flood, and it represents a threat much greater than the Covenant ever did. With both heroes in its grasp, it could easily infect them both and add to its army. But it doesn't. It talks to them instead, which somehow makes it so much more threatening. The Gravemind is a truly disgusting design, especially in the Anniversary Remaster, but it talks in a strangely eloquent, albeit cryptic way. It's not just a monster, it has motivations, it has schemes, and right now, it wants to survive.
Kill me or release me, Parasite. But do not waste my time with talk. There is much talk, and I have listened through rock and metal and time. Now I shall talk, and you shall listen.
To do this, it needs to convince the Arbiter out of his delusions, so it brings out two voices, the captured Monitor of the Ring, and the Prophet of Regret, now a horrific flesh tendril. It explains to the Arbiter that the Great Journey is false, that the reality of the ring is just that it will kill them all. Now that the Prophets have the index, it's only a matter of time until they activate it and kill them all, so the Gravemind needs them to find the index and stop it for its own survival. The Arbiter isn't convinced at first, but regardless, it teleports each of them to a likely place for the index to be found.
Fate had us meet as foes, but this ring will make us brothers.
Last time I praised Guilty Spark for feeling authentically ancient by being a kooky little weirdo, but the Gravemind feels ancient in an entirely different way. It's completely inhuman. The Covenant are aliens, sure, but they bicker and squabble and get involved in messy politics just the same as humans do. War with them is just war. The Gravemind is an ancient, godlike entity. The parallels to Lovecraft are obviously intentional. It wants to consume everything, but it can't do that if everything dies, so it's using you to its own ends. And that level of thought and intelligence makes it so much more menacing than if it just tried to kill you. This is not an enemy that you can ever kill in a big boss fight. The fact that your goals are aligned with an ancient all-consuming entity is not necessarily a good thing, but for now you don't really have a choice. Chief is sent right to the centre of High Charity and the Arbiter is sent to the Ring's control room, both of which are very well thought out choices by the Gravemind. It's not necessarily rooting for either of them to succeed. Sending Chief to High Charity is a suicide mission. It's an entire city of nothing but Covenant, and he's going in without a gun. The fact that the Chief survives anyway is part miracle and part due to the political situation. The Brits didn't just turn on the Arbiter, they turned on all of the elites, following the Arbiter's trial and the death of Regret. The head prophet, the Prophet of Truth, has decided that the Brits are a better fit to lead the Covenant armies. I'm sure the fact that they're much easier to manipulate has nothing to do with it. A civil war breaks out between the Covenant forces while the Chief is there, which just adds even more factions of enemies to the tangled web we already had. The Arbiter realises this at the same time, though obviously he's a little more personally invested in that civil war than the Chief is. He fights alongside some other elites to try and save as many as possible. It's not until these last few missions that the Brits are actually introduced as an enemy, and they are very annoying. They don't have shields, but they do have a ton of health, and sometimes they'll drop the gun and aggressively charge you, which is actually when they're at their most dangerous, since they can close the distance fast and deal a lot of damage, or just fling you off the edge of a cliff. The start of Chief's mission on High Charity is infamous because on high difficulties you will die within seconds of spawning if you don't move, and you have to take out the highest level of brute enemies with only the scraps of weapons you can gather. The mechanical differences are good at showing the differences between the elites and brutes. The elites are noble warriors, while the brutes are barbarians. But the brutes are also a little odd with how they don't really match the aesthetic of the rest of the Covenant. They're missing all the bright colours that make the Covenant so distinct. These two contrasting approaches to the Covenant Civil War are also where the game makes one of its biggest story issues clear, and why the game feels more like the Arbiter's story than the Chief. The Arbiter has a deep personal connection to this war, and the Chief doesn't, because Master Chief just isn't a very dynamic character. This is another one of those halves. The split between the game's two protagonists isn't just a split in perspectives, it's a split in time. The Master Chief comes from an old breed of game protagonists, in that he's more of an avatar for the player than he is a character, in the same vein as Doom Guy or BJ Blazkowicz. He talks, which makes him more distinct than those characters, but he doesn't say much of substance. He only talks when a question needs to be asked or a one-liner needs to be dropped. He doesn't have a character arc or even a face, because his primary reason for existing is to make the player feel like a badass. You're supposed to imagine that you yourself are the Master Chief. The things the Chief does in this game are completely insane. At the end of the first mission, he pulls off one of the most cartoonishly impractical things in the entire series when he takes a bomb from a space station, flies it into space, and deploys the bomb in an enemy ship. And yeah, it's badass, sure, but really that's all it is, and that's all Master Chief is. He's all flash and no substance, because he's not supposed to be anything more than that. Anything more than that would get in the way of your power fantasy. The Arbiter is different. He comes from a new breed of game protagonist where depth and story arcs take precedence over the power fantasy. You're not supposed to see yourself in the Arbiter. He's a weird lanky alien after all. Instead, you're along for the journey with the Arbiter, playing to see his story unfold rather than just because you want to shoot the aliens. His story is where the emotional centre of the game is, as his downfall leads to the downfall of his people. But also his own redemption and seeing through the Prophet's lies and falsehoods, becoming a champion of his people once more, but this time for the right reason. It ebbs and flows and has a rival and a friend. It's a much more modern approach to video game storytelling that's become pretty standard nowadays, in large part because of Halo 2's influence. The contrast between the two approaches comes to a head when the two characters meet up. It's the Arbiter that you care more about, and it's the Arbiter that the Gravemind is talking to, because the Arbiter is the character that actually needs to learn something. It lays it out like this.
This one is machine and nerve, and has its mind concluded. This one is but flesh and faith, and is the more deluded.
When you're playing as Master Chief, you're just rooting for him to win. It's simple storytelling. The good guy beats the bad guy. And that's not bad, it's just simple. When you're playing as the Arbiter, you're rooting for him to learn, to see through the manipulation, to see that he's fighting for the wrong side. You're rooting for him to regain his honour. It's much more dynamic storytelling, and, to me at least, much more engaging to play. Even beyond the Arbiter himself, the political machinations and betrayals within the Covenant are much more compelling than Chief's kill all the aliens story. Watching as the Prophet of Truth takes more and more power, letting the other prophets die and replacing the elites with brutes makes him a compelling villain. He's not a tactical genius, just an opportunistic power monger. Tartarus is your rival and likes to rub his success in your face, but the truth becomes clearer and clearer that he's just as much a pawn as the Arbiter is. And by the end, the Arbiter can see that, but Tartarus refuses to. The final climactic mission of the game is the Arbiter's, not the Chief's, stopping Tartarus from activating the ring. For some reason, only a human can activate the ring, so Tartarus brings along Johnson and Keyes, and you reluctantly work together to stop him. It's as big and bombastic as Chief's early missions. The Arbiter is done hiding in the shadows. It's time to take a stand for his people. And that's represented mechanically with this shift in design. The Scarab that Chief destroyed at the start of the game, now you have to defend it as it carves a path of destruction to the control room. Chief's final mission before that, though, is the opposite. While running around High Charity, an Amberclad shows up. It won't answer any hail, and then Flood starts pouring out of it. The Gravemind used you. It sent the Arbiter to do the real work of stopping the ring from firing. The Chief was just a grenade thrown in as a distraction for its real plan. It claimed an Amberclad and used it to move into high charity. This mission might be the creepiest in the whole series as the Gravemind starts to latch itself to the city. Pus and scabs start to form on the walls and floors as the city itself and all of its inhabitants start to become the Gravemind. Truth starts broadcasting motivational propaganda to the people of the city, but as it gets more established, the Gravemind starts responding to him, taunting him. It's a worst-case scenario situation. This creature in control of a space-capable city of billions, and all Master Chief can do is run, chasing Truth to the Forerunner ship at the centre of the city. Cortana gets left behind just in case the worst comes to pass. She can detonate an Amberclad's engines the same way they destroyed the first Halo, but that also leaves her at the mercy of the Gravemind.
Run through with truth.
He'll make a girl a promise.
If you know you can't keep it.
This is the beginning of attempting to add some more depth to Master Chief's story by adding some drama to the relationship between him and Cortana being separated, but that won't actually come to fruition until Halo 3. It makes me wonder if they had intended to give the Chief more depth this time around, but like so many other things in this game's production, they just didn't have time to change it. They were already massively out of time as they were. On the other side, after stopping Tartarus from activating the ring, Guilty Spark reveals to the Arbiter and his new human friends that since the ring misfired, all of the rings have been put in a fail-safe mode to be activated from somewhere called the Ark. But we won't learn where that is or what that is for now, because it's time for the words that haunt a generation.
Isolate that signal. Master Chief, you mind telling me what you're doing on that ship?
Sir, finishing this fight.
I am incapable of feeling the rage and annoyance that this ending caused at the time, because I played Halo 3 before I ever played Halo 2, so I already knew what happens. To me, this is less of a cliffhanger and more of a chapter break. But I get it. As much as killing Tartarus and stopping the ring from firing is a climax, Halo 2 establishes so much momentum and so much tension in its last few missions that to just end here feels wrong. It feels unfinished, which, as we know, it was. This wasn't the intended ending, and the fact that it comes out of nowhere definitely still shines through. It's not that the story has reached a natural conclusion, they've just run out of space on the disc to show it to you. Looking back though, I think it was for the best. There was more than enough story left for an entire second game, and Halo 3 is better for the time it can take to fully wrap up the story. I don't know if that makes Halo 2 better or worse in retrospect, but I do know that it doesn't change all of the things that the game does right. The story is so much more complex and in-depth than anything that Halo 1 was trying, but that story doesn't come at the cost of gameplay. It's still one of the most tightly designed FPS games ever made, and the story is only half the story anyway.
Slayer.
It's arguable that Halo 2's more important legacy than its campaign is online multiplayer. Halo 2 wasn't the first game to have online multiplayer, but it was certainly the most popular, maintaining the top spot on Xbox Live for its entire run until the 360 was released. In fact, Halo 2 was the first game to have built-in matchmaking, a standard feature across the board of all games nowadays. Before this, you would have to either host the game yourself or choose from a big list of servers. It required coordination from the people who wanted to play, but Halo 2's matchmaking system streamlined the whole process and made online multiplayer much more accessible than it ever had been before. And thanks to that innovation, you can get screamed at by random 12-year-olds to this very day. Halo 2 is why shooters are more known as multiplayer titles than for their single-player campaigns. It was one of the first times that people would go out and buy a game just to play online, with many players who never even touched the campaign, something which nowadays is almost expected. Less than half of players ever touch the campaign of a modern Call of Duty title. The servers were shut down in 2010 when the original Xbox Live services were closed, but the game's original multiplayer is available again as part of the Master Chief Collection, and playing it now is strange compared to a modern multiplayer shooter. So much of a modern shooter exists outside of the actual shooting, with customization and battle passes and levels and so many other incentives to keep you playing the game. But those kinds of incentives hadn't been invented yet at the time of Halo 2. You played Halo 2 online just to have fun, which seems silly to say, but the methods for deriving that fun from a shooter have become so much more complicated in the years since. The idea of playing a game without some sort of reward structure feels very strange. Things have certainly taken a turn for the exploitative in recent years, but those incentive structures are not inherently bad. There is fun to be had in seeing numbers go up and unlocking new weapon skins and all this. They're not inherently evil, and I personally have gotten so used to them now that Halo 2 feels almost empty without them. MCC does introduce some of that structure, or at least it does now. It didn't have all that stuff at launch, but even then its unlocks are all focused on the newer games like 3, 4 and Reach. The original Halo 2 has been left mostly untouched. The Master Chief Collection was launched to coincide with the 10th anniversary of Halo 2 and included, like they did for the first game, a full recreation of all the game's graphics, textures, music and effects. However, unlike the first game, this time the anniversary graphics actually look fantastic. Instead of trying to match the modern style, they adapted the game's original style and translated it to modern hardware. And the result is one of the nicest looking games in the entire series. Arguably, in fact, it looks better than Halo Infinite does. Because they didn't shoot for realism and leaned into the cartoonish elements of the design. Everything is bold and colourful, and everything still looks big and chunky, but in a way that's pleasing to look at. It doesn't capture the same tone as the original, it's much brighter and more colourful, but it captures the spirit of the original in a way that Halo 1 Anniversary didn't. The levels that are supposed to be creepy are still actually creepy this time around. They nicely included an example of how bad it could have looked as they also remade some of the multiplayer but outsourced it to a separate studio. And it looks just awful. Everything is way too over-designed, there's lens flares everywhere. And it's made to match the style of Halo 4, the ugliest game in the entire franchise. It's aged badly in a way that the campaign hasn't. A strange little artifact of history is that at launch Halo 2 had extra intro and outro cutscenes that meant to tease Halo 5, but since these scenes are no longer relevant they've been cut from the game. But you can still find them buried in the menus, and they're worth watching purely to see Keith David absolutely destroy Mike Coulter and prove definitively why you hire voice actors to do voice acting.
My friend's trust is not the issue today, Spartan Locke. It is my trust you must earn. Arbiter. You are a hunter, yes. A seeker of things.
That's not the official job title, but it's close enough.
God, it's painful. At least they've learned their lesson now, right? The cutscenes are actually the standout feature of the remaster done by another outside studio, Blur, who might just be the best CGI artists in the entire business, since their cutscenes look about a decade ahead of pretty much anything else in the movies or games industry. It leads to some strangeness since the cutscenes are no longer rendered in-engine, meaning that things look a bit different when you fade into gameplay. But on their own, these cutscenes are true art that elevate every scene in the game to the absolute peak. Playing the remaster is a different experience to playing the original, but unlike Halo 1, I do think it's a better experience. If you're playing for history, sure, play the original. Just like Halo 1, you can do that with the press of a button. But for the story and artistry and impact, Halo 2 Anniversary is a faithful modernisation. I think Halo 2 is a symbol of everything right and wrong with the games industry. It can create marvels, pieces of art that are amazing and revolutionary and inspiring. And it does so by routinely crushing people's souls. Famously, the game's lead designer and Bungie co-founder Jason Jones left game design for years following Halo 2, not taking on a significant project again until Destiny. The game broke him, and he wasn't the only one. I love Halo 2, genuinely, I think it's a fantastic game. But I wish the industry had learned a better lesson from it. Halo 2's production should have been a cautionary tale. Instead it became a guide. There's so much about Halo 2 to love, so much creativity and ambition and passion, and much more stuff that's hidden away as they have to trim away their ambitions to what they could actually fit in the game. And if the people who worked on it don't regret the process that went to making it, then it seems a little weird to argue with them. But, you know, I'm me, so I'm gonna feel iffy about it anyway. They say that every revolution requires blood and sacrifice, but I don't think that's true, and I hope the industry gets a chance to prove that someday.
Silence fills the empty grave now that I have gone. But my mind is not at rest, for questions linger on. I will ask, and you will answer.
All right. Shoot.
There was never meant to be a Halo 3. The game's existence is basically an accident as a result of overambition and poor planning on the part of Bungie during the development of Halo 2. Everything that is in Halo 3 was originally planned to be a part of Halo 2. That might sound like a condemnation, that Halo 3 is just the dregs that didn't make the cut, but that's not the case at all. Instead, Halo 3 has the distinct feeling of creative freedom. With all of that painful stuff figured out by Halo 2, Halo 3 is free to do different, more interesting things. It's not a bigger, more grandiose game than Halo 2. In fact, arguably it's a little bit quieter. But it's a fuller game, full of stuff that an extra game gave the developers a chance to explore. Stuff that would itself become a staple of the series. It's also a game designed from the ground up to be an ending, a project that all of the creators felt would be their last project under the Halo banner before they could move on to new things. It didn't exactly work out that way, but that finality is woven into the game in a way that makes it a perfect ending. And that's great for Halo 3, not so much for the games that had to try and make a sequel afterwards. So, in the first part of this series, I talked about my personal hatred of nostalgia, and unfortunately, we've reached that point, because for this game, I am well and truly infected by the nostalgia brainworms. Halo 3 was one of the first FPS games I ever played, my introduction to the entire genre and the Halo series in general. It's one of the most formative games of my childhood, and it's associated with countless happy memories. So my natural instinct is to say that this game is a flawless masterpiece that hasn't aged a day. Logically, I know that's not true. If I really focus, I can see the ways this game might fail to capture a modern audience. I mean, the game's 16 years old. It must be a little bit dated, right? It must be. I'm trying to convince myself here more than you. My glasses are well and truly rose-tinted when it comes to this game, but I will try my best to do a thorough examination regardless and not just fall into the trap of talking about how great everything is. Halo 3 holds a very interesting place in game history. It's not just the end of the Halo trilogy, but it feels like the last bastion of an entire era of games. There's a switch that happens after Halo 3, a new era of shooter driven not by the path that Halo carved out, but by an alternate path. Some might say, a darker path. Just a month after Halo 3 was released, an even more important game would drop and completely change the trajectory of the FPS. And that game was Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. You might have heard of it. Modern Warfare outsold Halo 3. Halo had officially lost the FPS crown, and to this day, it's never gotten it back again. You kids might not remember this, but back in the day, Halo v COD was absolutely a thing. You picked one or the other, and anyone who played the one you didn't play was just a stupid fanboy. Everyone remembers the console wars, but there was a lot more stupid fanboy debates back in the day, trust me. That's not to say it's not a debate worth having, especially between Halo 3 and Modern Warfare. It feels like a kind of sliding doors moment in game history. What could have been if Halo 3 had won? What would the game landscape look like if it was chasing the trends of Halo 3 instead of Modern Warfare? Modern Warfare ushered in the age of grunge, where realism became a critically important thing to strive for. The age of the super soldier was out, and the age of the special forces was in. It's not that Halo 3's design is dated, it's that Halo 3 represents a step up a branch that the rest of the games industry never followed. And I can't deny that a small part of me still kinda wishes that they did.
They let me pick. Did I ever tell you that? Choose whichever Spartan I wanted.
I might be overselling this just a bit. I don't mean to imply that Halo 3 was unpopular. It still sold very well, and if it wasn't stuck on the Xbox 360, it might have outsold Modern Warfare. But that's the fate of the console exclusive. Halo 3 is still a very well regarded game. Modern Warfare didn't dramatically destroy Halo 3 or anything, it just simply claimed the FPS crown. That's what makes it such an interesting moment. I really do feel like under different circumstances, things could have gone a different way. Both Halo 3 and Modern Warfare are incredibly confident games with diametric design principles. Modern Warfare takes us down a path of realism, weapon skins and prestige ranks, reaction-based shooting, and of course, grime. Halo 3 takes us down a path of arena shooting, operatic storytelling, and of course, colour. Colour really is what separates Halo 3 from all of its contemporaries, even the previous Halo games. In an era that's predominantly remembered for how brown and grey it was, Halo 3 is defiantly colourful. Halo 3 was built for the 360 and it uses the new generation of hardware to its full advantage with lusher and bigger environments than the first two Halo games could accomplish. The character models are certainly starting to show their age, but the environments of Halo 3 have aged much better than some of its contemporaries because of this level of detail and colour. That new console generation also comes with the understanding that there's going to be a bunch of people playing Halo 3 with absolutely no knowledge of the previous games, which is a problem that many game sequels encounter since it's expected that a game sequel will outperform the original, and the unspoken expectation that a game's story matters less to the marketing than the gameplay of shooting aliens does. Halo 3 doesn't fall into that trap though. Halo 3 subscribes to the idea that if you tell a good enough story, then you don't actually need to provide that context at all, and it picks up right where Halo 2 left off, with the Chief aboard the Prophet of Truth ship heading back to Earth. 3 words defined the marketing of Halo 3, the same 3 words that ended Halo 2. Finish the fight. Whatever happens, however this goes, this is the end. But the game doesn't use that finality to get bigger, instead it gets a little smaller and more personal. End-of-the-world stories are generally quite hard to write well because the universe will be destroyed has such gargantuan stakes that it can be hard to really comprehend them. It's hard to make them feel like real stakes because we're all far too media savvy. We know that a story in this genre is unlikely to end with all life in the universe being wiped out. Halo 3 understands that the thing that makes an end-of-the-universe story compelling isn't actually the end of the universe. It's how characters react and respond to the threat of the end of the universe. Yes, the galaxy is at stake, but the things you really care about are the people right next to you. And the first step of this is adding a little more humanity to our faceless hero. The Master Chief is notably different from the previous 2 games. The game takes steps to make him a more introspective figure than just a one-liner spouting badass. And this is for one specific reason. The game needs you to believe that underneath all that armour there is a man capable of caring and having friends. That key Cortana-Chief dynamic of the past 2 games is gone, with Cortana trapped on the other side of the galaxy, and the game uses the drama inherent in that to force Chief out of his shell a little bit.
Radio for VTOL. Heavy lift gear. We're not leaving them here.
Yeah, you're not.
Oh, crazy fool. Why do you always jump? One of these days, you're gonna land on something as stubborn as you are. And I don't do bits and pieces. Where is she, Chief? Where's Cortana?
Don't make a girl a promise if you know you can't keep it.
She stayed behind.
Chief is back in the protagonist spot for the entire game, but the lesson was clearly learned. The Arbiter's story was generally more interesting because of that deeper connection, and so Chief is given the same treatment here as well. And even though Chief is back in full control, the Arbiter hasn't been left behind, since there's another old friend here on this rescue mission.
Chief, wait! The Arbiter's with us!
Come on now. We've got enough to worry about without you two trying to kill each other.
Were it so easy.
While Master Chief is in the Player 1 spot, the game is still a sequel to both the Chief and the Arbiter. They have about equal screen time and an equal share of important character moments. The difference now is that instead of being on 2 separate paths, their stories have converged and they walk the same path together. Both of the previous games have full co-op campaign options, but in those cases, Player 2 would just play a duplicate of Master Chief or the Arbiter. In Halo 3's case, the campaign is actually designed with co-op in mind. Player 1 is the Chief and Player 2 is the Arbiter, dual protagonists with equal importance. Technically, you can go up to 4 players, with players 3 and 4 taking on the roles of a couple extra elites along for the ride, but they're a little less important and don't show up in any of the cutscenes. The game still works perfectly fine in single player. The Arbiter is still included in all of the key moments, but undeniably the game feels more right with another player in control. The dynamic between Chief and the Arbiter across the game is a growing camaraderie born from Battlefield reliance, and that dynamic comes across a little better with a real person behind the controls. Like most games, Halo 3 is easier in co-op, although the truth is that Halo 3 is already the easiest game in the series. Even on the highest difficulties, it doesn't compare to Halo 2. The game has been balanced in a bunch of ways to make sure that the player is the strongest thing on the battlefield. And that's not necessarily a bad thing in terms of mechanical differences. It's the biggest separator between the Halo style and the Call of Duty style. In Call of Duty, you're supposed to feel fragile. It only takes a couple of shots to take you down. In Halo, you're supposed to feel powerful. You can take a lot of hits before you go down. In terms of changes from the previous game, your melee damage has been massively increased to where it will kill most smaller enemies in a single hit. The Brutes, who now take on a much more significant role since they've completely replaced elites as the main enemy, are also massively nerfed from their appearance in Halo 2, no longer taking an entire magazine to put down. There are other additions too, like being able to rip mounted weapons off their placements and carry them around, or the addition of deployable equipment like drop shields and healing generators, things that are all meant to enhance that super soldier experience. The easier difficulty is part of that. You're meant to feel powerful. It's in character that this should all be easy for the Chief and the Arbiter. They are both intensely capable warriors, and the game's talent is in making you feel that mechanically as well as in the story. Halo 2's combat was often challenging, but in a way that felt distinctly unfair and not overly enjoyable. Halo 3's best moments are where things stay fun and not too challenging. Challenge in Halo 3 is a choice, not so much a necessity. Things work a little differently on the multiplayer side, which, in terms of what actually sells games and the future that the FPS would go down, is the more important detail. Modern Warfare's most important feature, in my opinion, is the addition of a loadout. That's the key distinction that makes Call of Duty multiplayer different from Halo and most other games at the time. Halo uses what we call arena combat. Every player starts a match on even footing and finds weapons and power-ups around the map to use to gain an advantage. In Call of Duty, the player chooses their weapons before the match even begins, picking from a wider selection of similar weapons and finding the one that they feel the most resonant with, be it an assault rifle or a shotgun or a sniper rifle. Not just weapons, but what kind of grenades you'll be carrying, and attachments in those weapons, and a variety of perks to choose from to further personalise the experience. You can pick up an enemy's weapon in Call of Duty, but there's very rarely a reason to do so. The weapon you start with is the one that you picked. It's the one you're going to be using for the majority of the match. I'm not saying that one of these approaches is better than the other. That's not the reason that Call of Duty sold better. But the Modern Warfare loadout approach would increasingly become the standard approach to shooters because of its increased personalisation it gives to players. It's much harder to balance than the arena approach, something which the Call of Duty franchise has been fighting with for the last decade. But it's also much easier to monetize, which Modern Warfare didn't necessarily capitalise on, but certainly the rest of the franchise would as it went on. Although in saying that, I did pick up the remaster for this video and oh boy have things changed around here. $20 for a map pack of maps that came boxed with the original game. I didn't even think map packs existed anymore. Halo fans are certainly winning when it comes to revamping older games, jeez oh. While both Modern Warfare and Halo 3 have campaign modes, critically and historically important campaign modes at that, we've officially reached the age where shooters are more defined by their multiplayer than by the campaigns, where instead of being the draw of the game, a campaign simply determines the flavour of the multiplayer, what the guns look like and the places that you're fighting through. This is the age where Master Chief is on the box, but that doesn't mean he's the main character anymore. Your custom-designed multiplayer Spartan is the real main character for the majority of Halo 3 players. That becomes literally true for the next mainline game, but right now it's only figuratively true. Why this shift happened is easy enough to understand. It doesn't matter how replayable a campaign is, it's a set experience. Eventually you will have seen it all. Whereas multiplayer is an infinite experience. A match of Halo 3 multiplayer is as fresh today as it was 16 years ago. Every single one is different. Every match a tiny little story with its own highs and lows. That singular story focus is something that I really appreciate in video games, but I am outnumbered in that opinion and have been since I was a kid. All of the most popular games today are multiplayer focused games, some of them with no single player mode at all. It's true that every multiplayer match is a unique experience, but when we get right down to it, I don't exactly remember much of those experiences. They all blur together in a haze. A strong single player will stick with me far longer than 100 matches of multiplayer. I know that by a large margin the majority of my hours logged in Halo 3 have been in multiplayer, but when I think about my memories of the game, it all comes back to the campaign. Part of what gives Halo 3 such a memorable campaign is how well the campaign is structured. While there's no official markings as such, the game follows a very clear 3-act structure, with the first 5 missions covering Act 1, the next 2 missions covering Act 2, and the final 2 missions covering Act 3. Each act can be viewed as its own miniature campaign within the larger narrative. Each has their own rising and falling action and their own climaxes that lead into the next act. Act 1 covers Earth, and despite having double the missions of the next few acts, it doesn't actually feel that way because Act 2 missions are some of the longest in the series, and Act 1 is also the least bombastic of the 3 as the game escalates in action with each mission. The first mission is more stealth-focused, escaping through the jungle, and the second mission sees you trapped in an underground bunker under siege. But then the game pulls the same trick as Halo 1, grabbing a warthog and emerging into the light of a giant open environment. The story content of these first few missions is relatively light, instead they're about establishing relationships and dynamics between the cast. Everyone gets their moment in the spotlight and their small moments of heroism. The objective of these first missions is less to advance the plot and more to make sure that you're invested in it, so that it'll sting more when these characters start dying. These missions are also interrupted by an occasional cryptic and glitchy flash of Cortana. What these moments are actually supposed to be was never entirely clear to me. They could be literal communication attempts by Cortana or some kind of stress-induced hallucination, but what they literally are is less important than what they're supposed to establish in the story. The Chief misses Cortana and feels some level of guilt over leaving her at the mercy of the Gravemind, something which the Gravemind will start exploiting late in the campaign.
Could you sacrifice me to complete the mission? Could you watch me die?
I have mixed opinions on these moments. On the one hand, I appreciate how they connect you more to Master Chief and help to humanise him, which he desperately needed in my opinion. On the other hand, these moments are really annoying, especially on a replay because they slow everything down to a crawl and are unskippable. They also draw attention to something which I haven't really needed to point out so far, and that's that Cortana is a naked woman. Back to the days of Mario, the damsel in distress is a staple of video game stories, and it's not an inherently bad trope on the surface of it. OSP Red has a great video from a few years ago talking about the positive aspects of the trope and how it can be used to tell interesting stories by avoiding some of the bad cliches. Knowing how and where that applies to Halo 3 is an interesting line to walk. The Halo series, like all military shooters, is a fundamentally masculine franchise. It plays on a lot of masculine tropes for an intended male audience. Stories about big buff guys saving the day with courage and honour and a healthy sprinkling of revenge and all that. I'm not saying these traits are inherently masculine, but they are certainly traditionally masculine. Gender is really not something that these original games ever explore outside of that masculine perspective. Even when characters are women, like Cortana or Miranda, they're generally just treated as one of the guys. There's no attempt to use that femininity in any kind of storytelling way, positive or negative. That's true of the unnamed Marines too. Starting in Halo 2, the Marines are as diverse in gender as they are in race. It's just not something that Halo is interested in exploring. And that's fine for the record. Not every story has to include these elements, and it's an approach that, in general, ages a lot better than some of Halo's contemporaries. However, this aspect of Halo 3's story is the first time that we really have to ask, hey, why is Cortana a naked woman? I mean, it's always been true, but the more abstract graphics of Halo 1 and 2 kind of obscure it. In Halo 3, it's a lot more apparent that Cortana is supposed to be kinda hot. Cortana is an AI. She can theoretically look like anything. Her appearance is just a holographic representation of ones and zeros. The in-universe explanation is that she chose this appearance herself, which I guess is supposed to deflect any awkward questions that come from a bunch of guys making one of their main characters a sexy naked woman. Because when we get to Halo 3, where throughout the game you're getting flashed by this naked woman writhing around and being tortured by a big tentacle monster, and, well, I just can't help but feel that someone behind the scenes was into this. And listen, I'm not a prude, there's a certain amount of know your audience going on here. I'm not inherently against some hornier themes in a game, especially one so obviously targeted at men. Whether the game should be targeted so exclusively at men is a different story, but this game is still firmly in the age where designers assumed that men were the only audience for video games. By putting Cortana, an attractive naked woman, in this compromised position, the game is playing on some very old tropes about strong men's need to protect fragile women, and it does it in a very uncritical way. The problem with this sort of writing is how it normalises these tropes and misheld beliefs about women needing to be protected and rescued by strong men, that even Cortana, one of the most strong, willful and powerful characters in the series, still needs you to rescue her. On the other hand, Halo 3 doesn't fall completely victim to all of the problems with the damsel in distress, which is to say that Cortana doesn't lose her agency after being captured. She continues to fight against it and even manages to slip out a message to the heroes that she has a way to stop her captors, even if it's implied that the Gravemind let her do that on purpose. There's nothing inherently wrong with needing to be rescued. Sergeant Johnson also needs to be rescued during the first mission of the game after he gets captured himself, and then he gets captured later in the game, except that time when Miranda mounts a rescue, it doesn't go so well for her and Chief needs to step in to get the job done properly. I'm not trying to say that Halo 3 is irredeemably sexist. I think I made it pretty clear up top how much I love this game. I'm just saying that a trilogy with two female characters where one of them needs to be rescued and one of them dies in a way where her franchise legacy is people talking about how dumb she is, has some issues with its representation of women. Whether that's better or worse than the Modern Warfare approach of simply having no women in the game at all, I'll leave for you to debate. For me, it doesn't do much to dampen my enjoyment of the game. But then, it wouldn't, would it? I've got those rose-tinted glasses and I'm the game's target audience. As much as I love this era of games, it was a time when women's stories mattered less than men's, especially in video games. And as much as weapon loadouts and enemy design have had a lasting impact on the industry, that lingering sexism has had its impact too. A generation of stories about men saving powerless women has convinced a subset of that generation that those old stories are actually true, and show that influence in public matchmaking lobbies to this day. At the very least, Halo 3 doesn't rely on the trope as a sole source of motivation for the player, it's just one of many. The more pressing concern is still the whole saving the universe business. What makes Halo 3 such a fun Save the Galaxy story is that the galaxy is being threatened in two different opposing ways. On the one hand, you have the Covenant and their great journey, which will activate all of the Halo rings and wipe out all life in the galaxy. On the other hand, you have the Flood, who will continue to grow and expand until they consume the entire galaxy. Either apocalypse results in the same end, everyone's dead, so you have to try and find a solution that causes neither while solving the problem. Halo 2 established that the rings can be activated by something called the Ark, and that's exactly what the Covenant are looking for on Earth. Despite it being the human homeworld, the Covenant are less interested in destroying the planet than they are in digging, uncovering an ancient Forerunner structure deep beneath the Earth in Central Africa. But, as it turns out, this isn't the Ark itself, simply a portal that takes you there. Just when it seems like you're gaining the upper hand, the Covenant manage to activate the portal and all fly through it, completely abandoning their assault on Earth in the process. That doesn't mean it's safe though, since someone else comes knocking on Earth's door.
What is it? More brutes?
Worse.
What do you mean, what is it, the Arbiter? You know exactly what it is. You were there for the events of Halo 2. I know that for a fact. I saw it with your own eyes. The Flood has arrived on Earth, and the game shows you just how massive of a problem that is by playing through the level you just played in reverse. The warehouses and dry shipyards take on a much more sinister tone with the Flood starting to spread. The inside of the crashed Covenant cruiser is more flesh than it is metal at this point, completely overtaken by the Flood. This increase in the Flood's influence and power is also represented by a new enemy type. Pure forms, these strange shape-shifting abominations that can morph into different forms depending on the situation. This could well be the end of humanity if not for the timely arrival of the elites, now led by the Arbiter's old half-jawed friend. who are able to contain the situation with big space lasers. And with the band all together, everyone follows the Covenant through the portal to unknown reaches. Thus begins Act 2, The Ark. The Ark is an incredible setting, a massive planet-sized artificial creation outside of the galaxy. And the arrival there is also met with the shipmaster dropping one of the most badass lines in the entire series.
Brute ships, staggered line. Shipmaster, they outnumber us 3-1.
Then it is an even fight.
That's a level of self-confidence we can all aspire to, but it's also a mechanical truth that the game wants you to feel. It doesn't matter what the odds you face are, you can always overcome them. Thus begins the longest level in the game, simply called The Ark, the true masterpiece of Halo 3. The Ark takes the player through every single method of engagement you can imagine, all in one seamless journey. Fittingly, it's in a desert, as this is the level that showcases Halo 3's greatest strength. The sandbox, where all of its disparate systems come together in a beautiful display. The mission starts slow with some sniping along a desert cliff top, then you open up into a wide area where the game gives you some sandskiff looking vehicles for a long drive across the desert to find a landing area for Miranda's ship. Once you've cleared it, you get given a tank for some tank mayhem across the desert, then for a little bit you get separated from your tank and are offered a warthog. But you don't have to take it if you don't want to. You can jump down the hill and grab your tank back for an all-out assault down the hill culminating in a scarab. What was once in Halo 2 just a cool action set piece has become a fully interactive part of the environment, both enemy and level. You fight several of them throughout the game, and they are endlessly satisfying to take down because of how versatile they are. You can take out the legs and jump on board from the bottom, or you can jump on board from the top with the right vantage point, or with enough firepower you can take out the protective armour around the core and destroy it without ever stepping on board. This approach is another thing that separates the Halo style from the Call of Duty style. A level in Call of Duty only has a single path that it wants you to go through. Every player has a roughly equivalent experience. Whereas a typical firefight in Halo 3 can go so many different ways depending on how the player is feeling about it or their own personal preference for dealing with a problem. Into the modern day, that open sandbox design doesn't show up much in linear shooters as it's been thoroughly replaced by the open world game. Even Halo Infinite tries to go in that open world direction, but there are distinct advantages to the wide linear approach, giving a player plenty of space to explore without it ever getting too overwhelming, a more curated sandbox than a pure open world could really offer. Destroying the Scarab isn't even the end of the mission, as you then delve underground into Forerunner hallways reminiscent of Halo 1, which is intentional as you're here for the same reason, to find the Ark's map room. Securing a connection to the original sandbox mission of Halo 1, this mission is the culmination of the ideas that began with Silent Cartographer. It is, in my opinion, just the absolute apex of what this kind of design can achieve. The mission is so self-indulgently long because the length is what makes it feel like a true adventure. It makes the whole thing feel like an action movie where you are the action director. Because it doesn't matter how you do it, any way you do it will be awesome, but the player still feels like they made the decision to do it in that way. That creative freedom is also extended to multiplayer with the addition of Forge, an entire system for building your own maps and game modes. Some of my best memories of Halo 3 aren't from multiplayer or the campaign, but from these custom games within Halo 3 where weirdness and creativity truly flourished. The linear design of Call of Duty has its own advantages. It can create some interesting scripted moments that can't really be accomplished in the wider style of Halo. But to me, that feeling of freedom, of allowing for some level of player creativity within the level is exactly what I want from a shooter. And shockingly, the mission after this one is just as big, weaving in more sandbox elements like an airborne section or fighting two scarabs at once with a massive variety of tools at your disposal. During that mission, the Gravemind also shows up on the Ark, here for the same reason you are, to stop the Prophet of Truth from activating the rings. Since only a human can start the rings, so too can only a human stop them. Truth starts it with a captured Johnson, and so to stop it, the Gravemind needs the Chief. Once again, Arby and the Chief work with the Gravemind and you fight alongside the Flood for a short segment as you overwhelm the very last of the Covenant guards and deactivate the rings before they can fire. Chief is able to stop it and the Arbiter gets his revenge on Truth. It's an interesting moment as Truth is already infected by the Flood and the Arbiter demands that he have a chance to kill the real Prophet who betrayed him and his people, not a parasite.
I am Truth, the voice of the Covenant!
So, you must be silenced.
quite as compelling a villain as he was in Halo 2. They weren't able to get the same voice actor back, and so in this game he comes across as a more generic preaching maniac rather than the cold and cunning opportunist he was in Halo 2. It's okay because the Gravemind was always the more compelling villain anyway, and with the threat of the rings over, it immediately turns hostile against the duo once again.
Now the gate has been unlatched, headstones pushed aside, corpses shift and offer room. A fate you must abide. We trade one villain for another.
How to solve this problem then? Well, Guilty Spark, rescued from the Covenant and now working as an ally, shows the solution. A new Halo ring. A Halo 3, if you will. One being automatically rebuilt to replace the one you destroyed back in the first game. Out here at the edge of the galaxy, activating this ring won't destroy all life in the universe, but it should do enough damage to destroy the Gravemind and all of the Flood on the Ark. It's just that to activate it, you need the index, and one hasn't been made yet for this new ring. Fortunately, Cortana still has the index from the first game. Unfortunately, that means you need to rescue her from the worst mission in the game. Halo 3's big exception to the sandbox rule is the level Cortana, which takes place in the now fully taken over High Charity. From a visual design perspective, the level is excellent. Instead of a boss fight, the entire level is the boss as you walk through fleshy hallways jam-packed with Flood. It's especially interesting if you've played Halo 2 and can start to recognise some of the architecture and scenery now completely overwhelmed by the Flood's influence. It's gross and disgusting and extremely creepy, obviously, that's the entire point, and it's very good at it too. But that design is also the problem. Everywhere in this level looks pretty much exactly the same. It's very easy to get lost and end up walking in circles as the way forward usually isn't obvious. And the entire time you're being surrounded by enemies who can spawn from all directions. It's not as bad as the library in Halo 1, even if the level is a very deliberate echo to the library with you being surrounded by Flood and searching for the index. Because at the very least the repetitive design is interesting and weird and not just a bunch of grey hallways, but it is an undeniably frustrating mission and an otherwise great batch of levels. Despite what I said about the Cortana situation, I think the actual scene when you get to Cortana is quite good. It's probably the time in the whole trilogy when the Chief is at his most human, offering a friendly shoulder to Cortana in a time when she's doubting herself after what she's been through. This is one of the advantages of damseling. It can lead to interesting and emotional moments. It's not a wholly harmful trope or automatically bad writing. It just needs to be done with a deft hand, and Halo 3 does show that hand a lot of the time, just not all the time.
You found me. But so much of me is wrong. Out of place. You might be too late.
You know me. When I make a promise.
You keep it.
Leave it to Halo 4 to explore the romantic undertones of Chief and Cortana's relationship. Halo 3 leaves it solidly in the emotionally supportive friends area, and I think that works just fine. Together, the Arbiter, Chief, and Cortana fly to the new Halo ring, with Sergeant Johnson meeting them there. Not technically where all this started, but thematically where all this started, since the control room is a remake of the one from Halo 1. This is where all of these characters started their journey. For the Arbiter especially, letting Halo be destroyed was a mark of shame. Now it's an act that will bring him pride. 343 Guilty Spark doesn't take too kindly to the idea that you're going to blow up his home a second time, and this time he attacks, mortally wounding Johnson before turning his attention to you.
You are the child of my makers, inheritor of all they left behind. You are Forerunner. But this ring is mine.
I haven't much talked about this yet, but Halo is primarily built around one of my, generally speaking, least favourite tropes in sci-fi. That being an ancient alien race who disappeared mysteriously, leaving all their advanced technology behind. This stuff happens all the time, and unless it's done in a really interesting way, the trope generally just doesn't do it for me. The Forerunners of Halo are somewhat interesting, but their story usually falls to the wayside. Halo 3 is the first time that the series actually tries to tell any sort of story with the Forerunners beyond cryptic teasers. But unfortunately, the story it tells about them is inconsistent and representative of two different ideas of what the Forerunners actually are. See, Guilty Spark's line, "You are Forerunner," was intended to be a big reveal, one that's pretty clearly hinted at throughout the series, that the Forerunners weren't aliens. The Forerunners were an ancient race of humans. That's why Guilty Spark thought you would know who he is in Halo 1. That's why only humans can activate Forerunner technology. That's why there was an ark in Central Africa, generally agreed to be the birthplace of humanity. Humanity survived the flood on the Ark and were reborn as a pre-industrial civilization. Even their name is a hint at this, like elites or brutes. It's not a real name, it's a classification. The people that came before you did. The idea that the ancient aliens are actually ancient humans is also not an uncommon twist on the trope, but at least in Halo it's a tidy answer, and it has a nice little ironic twist to it, in that the Covenant's gods and the race that they've been trying to annihilate are in fact the same people. The problem is, if you've played Halo 4, then you know that's not actually true. The Forerunners are in fact a separate species of flat-nosed alien people, but that's not actually Halo 4 retconning anything. Halo 3 is the first game to introduce terminals, secret panels hidden in Forerunner structures that fill in some more detail about the Forerunners. Terminals have been backfilled into Halo 1 and 2 with the anniversary editions, but those are full cutscenes. Here in Halo 3 things are a little bit more cryptic, and they also change depending on what difficulty you're playing on. The legendary terminals tell the story of a rampant AI corrupted by the Flood and an echo of what could happen to Cortana. But the normal difficulty terminals are a series of messages between two Forerunner lovers, one called the Didact and one called the Librarian. And while it may seem strange to dwell on the text of some secret computer screens, these terminals are pretty much the entire basis for Halo 4's campaign. The terminals cover the final days of the Forerunners' war against the Flood, how the Didact initially refused to fire the rings because it was a genocidal act, and held onto some sort of Forerunner belief in the mantle of responsibility, some kind of divine purpose to protect the galaxy. Importantly, the Librarian's job is indexing the species of the galaxy and securing them on the Ark to be repopulated once the rings are fired, including humanity, who she takes a special interest in. And the terminals imply that this is why humans can activate Forerunner technology, not because they themselves are Forerunner, but because this ancient lady really liked them. I personally find this revelation less interesting than the reveal that humans are Forerunners. It overcomplicates everything and introduces the second species. And when we get into Halo 4 and beyond, overcomplication is the name of the game when it comes to the deep lore. It's not so much a problem for Halo 3, where the contradiction is pretty easily missed if you don't take the time to read through all these hidden cryptic terminals, but it's a sign of fracture within Bungie that would eventually burst. The final section of Halo 3 is also a callback to the end of Halo 1, bringing the whole trilogy to a kind of mechanical full circle. After destroying Guilty Spark and activating the unfinished ring, it's a Warthog escape across the exploding ring. Much better this time because the vehicles actually respond to your input. I like these segments specifically because of the value they place on living to fight another day. The Halo trilogy in general is quite lacking in noble sacrifices. Characters die, sure, but not exactly in noble ways. Miranda and Johnson are both killed in a surprise attack, and it's presented as a tragedy rather than some kind of noble act. It would be easy to end the trilogy with our three heroes going out in a blaze of glory, but it's more interesting for them to still try and escape. The escape isn't some kind of cowardice, it's just part of the hero's duty, living to fight another day. Of course, it doesn't all go exactly as planned. Only half of the ship makes it back through the portal. The Arbiter gets to go home, and Chief and Cortana end up stranded. For the Arbiter, this is a true ending to his story. He saved his people, reclaimed his honour, and now it's time to go home, and become the leader his people need in a time of peace.
Things look different without the Prophet's lies clouding my vision. I would like to see our own world, to know that it is safe.
Fear not, for we have made it so.
By your word, Arbiter.
Take us home.
The Chief's ending is a little different, more of a loose thread left deliberately open so that if and when a Halo 4 does come around, they can pick it back up again. Chiefs ends the trilogy where he began, frozen and waiting to be woken up for the next mission.
miss you.
Wake me when you need me.
Despite that one open end, the end of Halo 3 is impressively final. The war is over, the Covenant are defeated, the Flood are defeated. The time after Halo 3 is a time of peace and rebuilding. There's no place for a soldier like Master Chief, like John, as the trilogy finally gives him a name in an era like that. He's not a leader like the Arbiter, he's a soldier. So he just rests, and waits until he's needed again. Arguably, the Halo series might have been a little stronger if they'd let John die at the end of the trilogy, but I've never subscribed to the idea that death makes a character stronger or a story tighter. Looking back at Halo 3 so long and so many Halo games after the fact makes it so obvious that a lot of the problems of the future games really find their start here. Not because Halo 3 is bad, but because an ending so final is a terrible foundation to build a story on. Halo 3 was supposed to be the last Halo game, and as we go forward in the series from here, each game represents less and less creative ambition and more monetary ambition. After all, that's the real reason we'll always have Halo. And that's not to imply that nobody working on the Halo games after this cares anymore. You can't make a video game without caring, at least on some level. But there is a different feeling as we leave the Bungie era and enter the 343 era, and the games become a bigger part of the Microsoft money-making machine. Halo was, and still sort of is, the face of Xbox. If Halo dies, the Xbox may well go with it. So while it was a great creative choice to make Halo 3 such a definitive ending, from a business perspective it was probably a terrible idea. On the campaign side anyway, as previously mentioned, the main appeal of these games was and always will be the multiplayer, which doesn't have to have any sort of neat conclusion, it just has to be fun. Bungie would go on to make 2 more Halo games, and both of them are prequels to avoid dealing with the aftermath of Halo 3. And while both ODST and Reach are some of my favourite games in the series, ODST specifically is my favourite game in the series, they feel different from the trilogy. There's a feeling of being trapped in this universe, of wanting to move away from it and start something fresh. Halo 3 is the end of an era of shooters, the last bud of a branch that never really blossomed again, even if ODST technically uses the same gameplay. But it's also the end of an era of Halo, the original pioneer era when everything was fresh and new. And I always love it, especially in our era of perpetual franchises, when something is bold enough to end.
I remember how this war started, what your kind did to mine. I can't forgive them. But you have my thanks for standing by him to the end. Hard to believe he's dead.
Were it so easy.
RTS games don't work on consoles. This is a well-established rule. While the majority of genres these days are designed with the console market in mind, the RTS, or real-time strategy game, has never quite made that jump. Despite being an incredibly popular genre, because of the very foundations of the genre, RTS games call for a lot of micromanaging and a lot of menus, a lot of panning across battlefields and a lot of reading. Generally speaking, they are much easier and much more fun to control with a mouse and keyboard, a setup which gives you significantly more control for fine details. A controller is an intensely limited way to interact with a game when you compare it to a classic PC setup. It's just that for most games, like a shooter or a racer, that more limited setup is fine, in fact preferable to a lot of people. But the RTS is a genre built for complexity, and complexity is best controlled with a mouse. Being such a PC-centric genre, there is a certain amount of crossover between the hardcore RTS fans and the PC master race crowd. The types who see console gaming as a dumbed-down version of gaming for the casuals, and as much as that smug superiority gets on my nerves, they're not always wrong about that. Halo Wars is absolutely a dumbed-down version of an RTS, but a game being simpler isn't always a bad thing, and the fact is, making something simple is a hell of a lot harder than you think it is. Halo Wars is the product of pure corporate greed. Sort of. Halo Wars is the first game in the series not to be developed by Bungie, but instead developed by Ensemble Studios. They made their name with a series of historical RTS games called Age of Empires and were acquired by Microsoft in 2001. They wanted to make an RTS game specifically to be played on console, a market that had been largely untapped, and the games that had tried were mostly not very good. About 2 years into that project, Microsoft came up to them and said, "Hey, why don't you make this a Halo game?" Bungie were reportedly not very happy about this. According to Ensemble Studios founder Tony Goodman, the feeling from Bungie at the time was that Microsoft was whoring out the franchise, so safe to say they weren't exactly thrilled about the idea. It's not completely inaccurate, although I'd maybe use more pleasant language. We've got these guys working on a console RTS game, and our biggest game just happens to be a console exclusive. Why not merge these two ideas and make a lot more money? Microsoft owns Halo and they owned Bungie at the time, so there wasn't really anything they could do about it. Halo Wars is also Ensemble Studios' last ever game. The company was dissolved by Microsoft shortly before the game actually came out. Different developers have talked about different reasons why. Ensemble had an unhealthy crunch culture. They went massively over time and budget on basically every single project they worked on. But I think most importantly, they were working on RTS games during a time in the games industry when RTS games were on decline, specifically because of their failure to adapt to consoles. Halo Wars was supposed to save them by bridging the gap and bringing the RTS to consoles, and the company was dissolved before the game even came out. The bitter irony, of course, being that Halo Wars was massively successful and is still one of the best-selling RTS games on console ever made. It's kind of a miracle that with all that, Halo Wars is a genuinely good game and not just a mess. Not just a good RTS game for consoles, but a good RTS game in general, and a good Halo game too. Despite not being what they originally intended, they adapted Halo perfectly to the RTS genre, and it all comes together in a really interesting package. It didn't spark a console RTS revolution or anything like that. The genre still struggles to get a foothold on that market, but it did prove that it can be done, and it can be done well. Wars is a prequel set 20 years before the events of Halo 1, and it follows the crew of one human ship, the UNSC Spirit of Fire, and their battles across the galaxy. In Halo 1, the war with the Covenant is not going well. Humanity is on their last legs down from a galaxy-spanning civilization to their last homeworld. 20 years before that, humanity is still on the back foot, though not quite as badly as all that. This is an era where victory without a miracle still seemed possible. The story begins on Harvest, a human colony world that has been the site of a 5-year-long campaign to try and retake the planet from Covenant control, as relayed by one of the game's 4 main characters, Captain Cutter.
Captain's report, February 4th, 2531. 5 years. 5 long years. That's how long it took us to get Harvest back.
The first thing anyone will notice about the Halo Wars campaign is the cutscenes, all done by CGI studio Blur. For the time, and a good 10 years afterwards, they were completely cutting edge. They're certainly starting to look dated now, especially the character models, but even now the graphical fidelity of these scenes is still insane for the time. Comparing it to basically any other game from the time, even other Halo games, nothing else competes. They lend the game that cinematic Halo quality that the more abstract graphics of an RTS game can't really capture on their own. And they also help gloss over a lot of the much less impressive writing of Halo Wars compared to the trilogy. Halo Wars doesn't have a bad story, but it's certainly not compelling in the way Halo 2 or 3 are. The characters fall into very typical archetypes, and the storytelling isn't nearly as tight as the trilogy, leaving a lot of obvious plot holes and very strange pacing. While Halo 2 and 3 felt like the levels bending to the whims of the story, Halo Wars feels a lot more traditional in its campaign construction, with the story bending to the whims of the levels. That's not all bad, especially in an RTS game where the game's story pacing is much slower than average. A typical level of Halo Wars takes twice as long than any mission in one of the FPS games just by the very nature of the genre. It's a slower paced game. All of the important story beats of the game are in cutscenes because it's pretty much impossible to deliver them in-game with your connection to the world being so detached and impersonal. Instead, each mission is about delivering a unique gameplay experience. You would only really replay a mission of Halo Wars for the gameplay itself. If you want the full story, you can just look up the cutscenes on YouTube. The vast majority of in-game dialogue boils down to, we need to destroy that base, we need to clear that LZ, and other generic gameplay-driven callouts.
Our primary mission here is to reach that structure. Destroying that base is a secondary objective.
Spirit of Fire, Red Team. The Covenant are gaining control of the city fast. Suggest setting up new ground operations. We only have a little time to prep the base for the Covenant attacks. Let's get to it.
The gameplay is the real draw of Halo Wars anyway. I wasn't kidding when I said Halo Wars is a dumbed down RTS. It's one of the simplest RTS games out there, and it lacks a lot of the features that other military RTS games have as standard. Rather than viewing that simplicity as a mistake, which a lot of RTS fans do, I view it as Halo Wars' greatest strength, because that streamlined focus also makes it much easier to understand and actually play than the vast majority of RTS games. Halo Wars was designed from a controls-first perspective, the idea being that if you're going to make an RTS game work on console, you can't just port the same ideas from a PC RTS. You need to design the game from the ground up within the limitations of an Xbox controller. In many ways, it was aiming to do the same thing that Halo 1 did for console FPS games, streamlining and simplifying the genre in order to reach a wider audience. This is why Halo Wars is built around radial menus. Base building, constructing units, upgrading units, using leader abilities, it's all controlled via these simplified radial menus. A menu system that specifically does not work on a PC, it only makes sense with a joystick, and that also means it's easier to navigate on a controller. Radial menus are much more limited than a traditional boxy menu, so there comes the next simplification. Every unit, building, and upgrade for those units and buildings has to fit on a 6-space radial menu, and that is an intense limitation to impose on an RTS game. 3 unit buildings, 3 support buildings, 3 types of each kind of unit, 3 upgrades for each unit, a pattern of 3s that echoes across pretty much everything because 3 is a nice simple number. Halo Wars doesn't allow the free placement of buildings, instead each building radiates off a main base structure that can only be constructed in predefined areas. Halo Wars also has a comparatively minuscule unit cap, which is to say the maximum amount of guys and tanks that you're allowed to have out in the field at once, with a maximum of 40 unit slots for the UNSC and 50 for the Covenant, and the caveat that it's not a 1-to-1 ratio. More powerful units will cost more unit slots. Halo Wars maps are significantly smaller than other RTS maps of the time, and even just in overall concept, Halo Wars lacks many systems that other RTS games would use to add complexity, like needing to power your bases, or setting up supply lines, or any number of additional things that you can add. The only part of war that Halo Wars really cares about is the part where people shoot at each other. It's a bare bones RTS experience, and that's the genius of it. Most RTS games are kind of overwhelming to new players. I have tried many times now to get into Civilization 6, and on hour 4 of a single game, I quite simply start losing the will to live, being completely drowned in different systems and currencies and tech trees, and Civ 6 itself is considered too easy and dumbed down by hardcore RTS fans. Halo Wars boils down the RTS to its most basic concept, and in doing so it makes one of the most accessible games in the genre, an easy recommendation for someone's first RTS game. Being simpler doesn't remove the need for strategic gameplay, it just makes those strategies easier to understand. You still need to think about what units you'll need for an assault, you still need to think about unit placement, you still need to think about which targets are more important in a fight. Halo Wars doesn't abandon the strategy part of real-time strategy by dumbing everything down, it just makes the strategy much easier to understand for a casual player. The limitations that strangle a hardcore RTS player are the exact thing that makes the game so much more appealing to a casual player like me. The fact is, I am a console gamer. I don't play hardcore RTS games because, quite frankly, they scare me. If a game requires several YouTube tutorials to even understand the basics of what you're supposed to be doing, then I'm just not interested in playing. Halo Wars is a game that you can jump into quickly and easily. It's approachable in a way that the majority of RTS games aren't. Halo Wars wasn't trying to aim for an RTS-loving audience, it was aiming to be a gateway RTS and attract new people to the genre. I'm not sure if it really succeeded in that, but I don't think that goal is a bad one, and with the Halo license I'm sure it brought in a lot of shooter fans who would never play an RTS game otherwise. Considering that Halo is something that Microsoft pushed on them, Ensemble did an expert job in capturing the Halo aesthetic and vibe. It looks right, it sounds right, and it feels right, while still managing to carve out its own style distinct from the mainline games. It carries over Halo's cinematic qualities expertly, and while the music has a very different flavour, it feels right for the franchise.
Heresy! Remove this filth! Take cover!
These guys just don't know when to quit.
Being a prequel, it does a lot to expand the universe of the Halo trilogy. For the first time we see Spartans other than Master Chief in an earlier, more bulky looking version of the armour, and see human settlements outside of Earth. Main Arbiter, previously the one in the trilogy, and they all feel authentic and within the pre-established setting. Ensemble was clearly trying very hard to make as authentic a Halo game as they possibly could. The downfall is the story itself. Halo Wars' plot and main characters just aren't up to par with the trilogy. There are 4 main characters which the plot follows, and each of them fall into pretty clear archetypes and never deviate from their predefined characterization. There's Captain Cutter, the mustachioed, stoic and logical leader, Professor Anders, the science advisor who follows the absent-minded professor archetype, caring more about scientific discoveries than her own safety and requiring rescue because of it. There's Serena, the sassy shipboard AI, who's generally there to make a snarky comment at the end of each cutscene and handle all the boring admin. And finally, there's Sergeant John Forge, the most 2000s video game man you've ever seen in your entire life. He's cocky, he's got scars and a shaved head, and he's voiced by Nolan North. He is the platonic ideal of a 2000s soldier man, and there isn't even a shred of irony about it. And honestly, I kinda love him for that.
Hey, how about one for the scrapbook, Professor?
If you don't mind, Sergeant, I'm trying to document this area for study.
That's not to say the cast is boring or unlikable. They're fine, they get the job done, but they don't leave quite the same impression as the supporting cast of the trilogy do because of that archetypal nature. And the main plot doesn't do loads to enthrall you either, being more of a meander than a well-structured plot. Despite it being the focus of the opening cutscene, Harvest actually occupies very little of the story. Only the first 3 missions are on Harvest, and 2 of those primarily exist as tutorials. The first a tutorial on basic unit control and commands, and the second on base building. What plot there is revolves around the Covenant's discovery of a Forerunner structure, which leads to a map of the galaxy, which leads them and the Spirit of Fire to Arcadia, another human colony, where you help evacuate some civilians, destroy a big dome around the Covenant dig site, and then Anders is kidnapped by the Arbiter and the Spirit of Fire has to chase after and rescue her. Why the structure in Harvest pointed them to Arcadia is never actually explained. It's there so that the Covenant knows that Anders knows a bit about Forerunner stuff, but what that original map was actually pointing to is never elaborated on and does not matter at all. That's the kind of writing woven throughout Halo Wars. The mission to Arcadia is really only there so you can fight through some new locations and interesting gameplay challenges, like protecting some civilian evacuation vehicles or taking down a big stationary scarab. The plot required to get you to Arcadia is pretty inconsequential compared to these set pieces. The archetypal writing is extended to the villains as well. While this Arbiter has a fantastic menacing look, he is also a very generic big evil monster man who just wants to wipe out all the humans. The Prophet of Regret is a little more interesting, being the schemer that he is, but overall he serves the same function.
Why don't we put the lady down and talk about this man to freak?
As you wish.
Anders, get out of here!
I'll come quietly if you let him live.
I have to restate that the story isn't bad, at least not by video game standards. It's just very clear that a compelling narrative wasn't the primary objective of the game, not in the way it is for the FPS games. This kind of whatever approach to stories in game is pretty typical of the era. Halo is an exception, not the rule. The reason that the game still feels so Halo-like despite not matching the storytelling standards is because of how thorough an adaptation it is of the mechanical lineage of the FPS games. Beyond just visually, there is a mechanical through-line between the FPS games and Halo Wars. A Warthog in Halo 3 and a Warthog in Halo Wars look the same, sound the same, and serve the same mechanical function. Fast, good against small groups of enemies, but a shot or two from a tank at its toast. There's more than one Spartan around, but they're still limited. With one exception in the campaign, you only ever get 3 at a time. But they're also the most versatile unit you have, with heavy weapons and the ability to board both allied and enemy vehicles to make them more efficient. On the Covenant side, things work the same way. All of the enemy types you fought countless times in the FPS games are here serving the same functions. Wraiths don't have the damage of a Scorpion tank, but they can shoot in an arc, over terrain and other enemies. Jackals are anti-infantry and can make quick work of Marines. The Arbiter himself is a one-man war machine of death. And of course, for a massive unit investment, you can call in a Scarab to dominate the battlefields. Everything is visually exaggerated to make it easier to identify from a distance, but mechanically, a battle of Halo Wars feels the same as any battle in any Halo game. You're just controlling all of the battle instead of just one soldier. Halo Wars adds several new vehicles and units to the overall roster, like an anti-air Wolverine or the little mini Scarab-looking things called Locusts, but they feel perfectly within the Halo universe, like something you could have easily seen in the FPS games, but they were just at another part of the battlefields. Halo Wars' low unit population limit likely has more to do with hardware limitations than true design choices, but it does have a side effect of evoking the same kind of tactical thinking as the two-weapon system did for Halo 1. Limitations mean you have to make tactical decisions about what units you need for each conflict. The UNSC and the Covenant are balanced in an asymmetric way, which is the best, most fun way to balance anything. The general rule is that the UNSC hits harder and takes more damage, but they cost more and take up more unit slots, where Covenant units are weaker and cheaper, but you can make more of them, and sometimes they can have a rechargeable shield. This perfectly recaptures the same feeling as the FPS games, where you're outnumbered and outgunned, but you can hit harder than they can. One of your units counts for at least 5 of theirs. The Covenant are playable in multiplayer, but unlike most RTS games with a faction system like this, there's no separate campaign for the Covenant, which leaves them in an odd place for multiplayer. It's often said that single-player campaigns are just glossy tutorials for multiplayer, and while I usually think that critique is a little harsh, RTS games are a genre where an extended tutorial is appreciated. And Halo Wars campaign does a pretty good job in teaching you exactly how the UNSC work down to the minutiae so that you're well equipped for multiplayer. Whereas playing as the Covenant, you're being thrown straight into the deep end. According to one developer on Twitter at least, Ensemble did have some rough plans to add a Covenant campaign as DLC, which would star the unnamed Brute Chieftain who serves as one of the multiplayer leaders to choose from despite not appearing in the campaign at all, which would have been nice, but I imagine it's hard to work on that stuff when your studio doesn't exist anymore. That being said, I totally get why there wasn't a Covenant campaign in the base game. Halo 2 and 3 took time to add depth and nuance to the Covenant and show that they're not a pure evil organisation, but Halo Wars doesn't have the time or interest in that kind of depth, and so a whole campaign where you play as mustache twirling bad guys on a genocidal mission against humanity probably wouldn't have been overly fun. Although in saying that, a potential Covenant campaign wouldn't have to be against humans, as just like Halo 1, Halo Wars introduces the Flood as a surprise second faction halfway through the campaign. The Arbiter takes Anders to a Forerunner's Shield world, a Dyson Sphere type hollow planet. There's a fleet of ancient Forerunner dreadnoughts there, and the Prophet of Regret wants to activate them and use them against humanity, so you've got to stop him. Also, the Flood is on this world, for gameplay reasons and pretty much nothing else. There's no Gravemind or overarching threat, they're just sort of hanging about. Mechanically, just like Halo 1, the Flood are not as interesting to fight as the Covenant. They're not quite a full faction, as made clear by the fact that you can't play the Flood in multiplayer. They have a much more limited roster of enemies, with their only real special ability that they can infect and take over your infantry. But from the disconnected view of an RTS, that's not nearly as creepy as it is in first person. It's quite strange. The Flood almost feel as though they're in the game out of obligation rather than as an actual story element. The Flood being around doesn't raise the stakes like it does in Halo 1. They're treated more like the local annoying wildlife while you continue to fight the actual threat, which is the Covenant. After 4 missions of fighting pretty much exclusively Flood, they go to just being a sort of pest on the edges of the map as the Covenant take over again as the primary enemy. This is after the Spirit of Fire is pulled inside the world in a very cool cutscene though, so it's not all bad.
Hard starboard.
Hard starboard, aye.
The Spirit of Fire isn't an amazing looking ship or anything, but my god do they know how to make it look good. I know it's a bit weird to praise a game's cutscenes so much because, well, at that point I'm basically just talking about a movie, not a game, but the cutscenes of Halo Wars are really something special. The story may be bare bones, but at least it looks incredible. And they do manage to subvert at least one trope when damsel in distress Anders manages to escape capture herself rather than being rescued, even if she is then immediately rescued from the local Flood wildlife. In the end, the climax is pretty much the same as Halo 1 as well, in that they use the Spirit of Fire's reactor core as a bomb to blow up the shield world and stop the Covenant from using the Forerunner ships. Sergeant Forge channels his pure 2000 soldier man energy and kills the Arbiter on his own while the Spartans fight off a bunch of randos.
And for the record, I would have kicked your ass the first time if the lady hadn't stopped me.
But as is genre convention, someone has to stay and arm the bomb manually, so of course, being the hero man, Forge volunteers and sacrifices himself while the Spirit of Fire escapes. But without a drive core, they're not getting anywhere anytime soon, so they get into cryo chambers and prepare for the long trek home, as to be conveniently absent for the events of the original trilogy, but technically not dead, so they can bring them back later if they want. The final run of missions are a lot more fun mechanically than they are thematically anyway. Massive battles with all of the tools at your disposal and both Covenant and Flood to deal with, who do also fight each other, although not very much. First you have to carry the core up a series of ramps, which is a memorable encounter, and then the final mission is opening the massive doors so that the Spirit of Fire can fly away. Not quite a Warthog run, but thematically similar.
You might want to hold on to something. Closing your eyes might help too.
Despite a lot of its lackluster writing, there's a part of me that wants to praise Halo Wars' story, maybe more than it deserves. As a purely mechanical campaign, it is well done, with lots of variation and challenges. Missions where you need to play offensively, and missions where you need to play defensively, and some missions that require both at once. There's a lot about Halo Wars' story that has become better in retrospect. For example, Spartan Red Team. Your 3 Spartans throughout the campaign are barely actual characters. They have names, but never use them, and only one of them ever actually talks outside of in-game callouts. But Halo Wars 2, when it eventually rolls around 8 years later, does a lot to flesh out Red Team and the rest of the cast, which makes them feel like stronger characters in this game in retrospect. Potentially one of the most interesting story elements of Halo Wars is the inclusion of a timeline which shares glimpses into some of the significant historical events in the Halo universe, along with some personal details about the characters of the game. These entries are unlocked by doing various different things in the game, like completing missions, winning multiplayer games, and some collectibles within the campaign. And they are worth reading despite being short, like one about Professor Anders sending coded messages to her dad by hiding it in the Odyssey. Or Forge getting into a fist fight with one of the Spartans and coming to a draw because he's just that good, I guess. One even shares an important revelation about the trilogy, which you could potentially infer, but the Halo Wars here in this little text box confirms. The Prophets know about the connection between humans and Forerunners, and the war started to stop that secret from getting out and undermining the entire basis for their religion and society. Being one of the few RTS games that actually breached the console market, Halo Wars had an active multiplayer scene right up until the release of the sequel, which thoroughly replaced and outclassed it. I'm sure there's still some purists out there, but personally, I'm not one of them. And yet, maybe because of that lingering resentment over having their baby sent to another studio, Halo Wars remained kind of stuck in its own little corner of the Halo universe until recently. There was some sequel plans where it would be revealed that Forge had survived the explosion, instead being teleported away somewhere mysterious and rejoining the crew later on, but obviously with the closure of the studio, that didn't happen. There was a good while there where it seemed like Halo Wars was fated to be an obscure memory, a branch that the franchise would never follow again. But thankfully, we did eventually get a Halo Wars 2 helmed by new studio Creative Assembly. And Halo Wars has gotten its dues with its Spartan armor and a whole host of Halo Wars themed cosmetics coming to Halo Infinite here in 2024. I think that Halo Wars 2 is a superior game in almost every way imaginable, but a lot of its foundational ideas come from this game, so it gets to share in the credit too. Halo Wars aimed to be as revolutionary for the RTS genre as the original Halo was for the FPS genre. It wasn't, but that doesn't mean it was a failure. Well, yes, it sucks that a studio died while making this game. At least their final game was a good one, with a lasting legacy. There's one other thing that Halo Wars symbolises, and that's the shift from Halo from a series of games, a trilogy, to a franchise with various spin-offs of all different genres. The beginning of the middle era of Halo, a time when we chronologically don't move forward from Halo 3, but instead move backwards and sideways in all different directions of the Halo universe. Halo Wars might not be the best story entry into that mythos, but hey, good enough is better than nothing, right?
Captain, I would much rather stay awake to monitor this area.
Professor, there's been no sign of the Covenant for almost 2 weeks. There's nothing to do.
But Captain...
But nothing, Professor. You got us all out of there alive. Get some rest.
Not all of us, Captain. Not all of us.
Halo 3 ODST is a game of contradictions. It's a Halo game that ditches 90% of the things that the Halo franchise had for the last decade become known for. Wide open environments on a strange alien world. Gone. The Master Chief and his rechargeable shield. Gone. Galactic stakes and operatic drama. Gone. Big orchestral music. Gone. ODST is a deviation from everything that anyone would tell you are the things that make Halo great. And what was the result? The best game in the entire series. ODST was made towards the end of Bungie's tenure as the creators of Halo, and while Reach was to be their big send-off, ODST is something entirely different and experimental, using the relative obscurity and creative freedom that a spin-off provides to take the franchise in a direction contrary to what a proper sequel needs to. A sequel needs to capture the same spirit as what came before, a spin-off just has to be roughly connected to the original. ODST is still a branch that would be followed, but not by Halo. Instead, in ODST we can see the beginning of Bungie's path after Halo. The beginnings of Destiny and the strange limited open world design that has defined Bungie for this last decade. ODST is the grandfather of Destiny, much more than any other Halo game. In case it wasn't clear yet, ODST is my favourite Halo game, and, point of fact, one of my favourite games of all time. It just has this vibe that, no, I refuse. Once again, I am truly nostalgia brainwormed when it comes to this game, to the point where I find it way too easy to gloss over this game's flaws, which I know it does have. But we're at the point now where this game isn't just an important part of my childhood, but an important part of my identity as a kid. I love this game so much that this isn't even the first time I'm making this video. This is a remake of an old video I did to fit better within this whole retrospective series that I'm doing. But I will try. I can only promise to try and stay rational here. Halo 3 ODST is part of a very specific subgenre of games. the shared engine spin-off. ODST uses the same engine and a lot of the same assets as Halo 3. Same guns, same vehicles, same enemies, almost identical gameplay. It's closer to an extra big DLC expansion than it is to a full new game, and you can put as much or as little venom on that statement as you want. For me, I've always wished that more games were made this way because they always result in really interesting and creative games, like Far Cry Primal, or Fallout New Vegas, or Borderlands the prequel. Games that don't have to reinvent the wheel and can therefore take the core mechanics of the original game and take them in weirder, more experimental directions. These games all share the same critique, that because they're so similar to the original games, they're cheaper to make and shouldn't be sold at full price. This is a critique that views these games as products and not as art, an argument that becomes less and less relevant as we get further away from the original launch day and the price becomes less and less relevant. For what it's worth, the developers would agree that the game was overpriced. They had originally intended to sell it at half the price of a normal game, but then Microsoft pushed them to sell it as a full-price game, much to their annoyance. But 14 years later, when you can get the entire game for $5 as DLC for another game, I think that marketing lens is much less valid. I think the concept is a creatively compelling one. Let's take the same core gameplay as Halo 3 and the same roster of enemies and put them in an entirely new context. To some people, just doing that isn't enough to constitute a full new game, but just because ODST looks like Halo 3 graphically doesn't mean it's not doing anything new. ODST takes massive experimental shifts in design from the trilogy that a full sequel just wouldn't allow for. Because of time constraints, budget constraints, and the marketing constraints that say a sequel has to be at least similar to the games that came before. So sure, from a strictly consumerist perspective, ODST isn't a full game, whatever you define that as. It's got Halo 3 in the title, it's not trying to disguise the fact that it's a spin-off. But once you look beyond that, you find a game that is so much more creatively interesting than Halo 3 is on its own.
The Navy put up a good fight.
Of course they did. It's Earth.
Better late than never.
How about you show some respect, Romeo?
Just saying, Dutch. They missed one.
No. They left it for us.
You know the music. Time to dance.
Despite being called Halo 3 ODST, the game actually takes place during the events of Halo 2, during the Covenant's invasion of Mombasa. While the Chief is tearing up the streets, a team of Orbital Dropshot Troopers, or ODSTs, are planning an infiltration mission on the carrier hovering over the city. ODSTs are a kind of special forces in Halo, first introduced in Halo 2. They're tougher than your average Marine and enter into the fight by deploying in these drop pods that launch them immediately into the fight. But they're not super soldiers, which is one of the biggest mechanical and tonal differences between ODST and the rest of the series. The ODSTs are very, very human in comparison to Master Chief, and that is something the game highlights immediately. Especially since, for some reason, this game is a secret reunion of beloved sci-fi western Firefly with 3 of the main cast as part of the squad, and their banter is so natural. The squad are built on the archetypes you'd expect, the typical 5-man band approach, which is a trope, but also generally the best way to structure a team of heroes. We've got the leader, Edward Buck, as portrayed by Nathan Fillion, doing his usual Nathan Fillion thing.
Did I do something wrong? Because the only thing I regret about you and me, not knowing you were a spook when we first met, I would have been a lot less charming.
Our big guy is Dutch, as played by Adam Baldwin, and he forms a comedy double act with the smart guy, Mickey, as played by Alan Tudyk, rounding out our Firefly reunion.
My vote, hold up, wait for backup. Thank God! Does one of you know how to use explosives?
Your vote just got overruled.
Oh.
Then we have our Lancer, Romeo, the back-talking sniper, as voiced by, oh hey look, it's Nolan North again. But this time, he's doing a black guy impression.
What the hell am I supposed to do with this inside a Covenant ship?
I have nothing else to say about that. It's just a bit weird, isn't it? And finally, there's the Rookie, your player character, a silent, nameless protagonist in a way that not even Master Chief is. But it's a little more complicated than just being a faceless avatar, which we'll get into later.
Wake up, Buttercup.
Relax, rookie. He don't mean nothing. Besides, now's one of those times. Pays to be the strong, silent type.
For this mission, the squad are to be put under the command of Veronica Dare, an operative for the Office of Naval Intelligence, or ONI. Basically the space CIA, who also happens to be a former romantic partner of Buck.
I'll pass on that dance, but you can show me where to sit.
Already, this is about 10 times as much character stuff and interconnected dynamics than the trilogy ever tried. This is part of the game's more human framework. These guys aren't the Greek hero that is Master Chief. They're just soldiers. They bicker, they joke, and they look out for each other in a dangerous place. This also transitions into one of the most iconic openings in the series, dropping your pod in real time, first passing by the wreckage of the Navy, then through the cloud layer to the ship and the city below. During the drop, Dare changes the trajectory of your squad, way off course of the target, but she has a mission of her own. However, just at that moment, the cruiser makes the jump to slip space, sending out an EMP blast that scatters the squad across the city and knocks the rookie out cold for most of the day. The rest of the game plays out with Rookie exploring the war-torn streets hunting for clues as to what happened to the squad. As he finds these clues, we switch to one of the squad members and play through the events of the day from their perspective. It's a really interesting framing device, and I've never seen another shooter attempt something quite like it. The story is Rookie's, you're tied to his perspective, but with these missions you uncover parts of the mystery at the same time he does. And there is a genuinely interesting mystery to uncover, another rarity for an FPS, and not something Halo has ever attempted before. Following along with the franchise, the setup is also a massive break in the formula. The game is essentially a limited open world game with linear missions within it. The framework of both the original game and especially the port to the Master Chief Collection kind of disguises that by classing Mombasa streets as a mission alongside the rest of the missions. But in reality, the stormy streets of Mombasa are more of a hub world than an actual mission. There is a linear order to things and the game points you that way, but you can actually collect the clues and play the missions in any order if you really want to. This is pretty much exactly the same as the patrol areas that Destiny is built around, wide open spaces that you can access linear missions within, along with some secrets to find. And of course, the thing that has become Bungie's crown jewel, absolutely incredible art direction and environmental storytelling.
Ready yourselves, we're in for a tough fight. Over there, take cover. Keep the pack together.
14 years on, this game is starting to show its age, no doubt, but what makes this game timeless is the excellent sense of place it provides. The dimly lit streets of New Mombasa, rain washing away the blood of the battles that had been fought during the day, the raging fires in the distance illuminating the stormy sky in an unnatural orange glow. Enemies are sparse, mostly search parties on the hunt for survivors, like you. The place feels dead in a way that the crumbling streets of Halo 2 or 3 never did. And that's because the New Mombasa of ODST feels so real, it feels lived in. There's so much intricate detail put into the streets of New Mombasa, it feels like a genuine city and not just a level in a video game. The whole place feels desperately cramped. You can feel in every corner that millions of people used to live here. There's broken down cars everywhere, graffiti on the walls touting the end of time. You explore people's homes, offices, the quiet parks locked away between buildings that would have once served as an escape from the hustle and bustle of the city. The Covenant's constructions of purple and blue feel more alien than they ever have, contrasted against the futuristic and yet entirely human cityscape. The Covenant themselves feel more dangerous than ever before. The brutes tower over the human architecture, they tower over you. The grunts, tiny cannon fodder since the first game, seem a lot scarier when they're the same size as you. The primary driver of all this is simple. The game wants you to feel alone, in a very genuine, darkly beautiful way. All of the Halo games are beautiful, but ODST is beautiful in a very different way. It's not pretty visuals of completely alien terrains, it's the melancholy emptiness of the mundane and familiar. A space-age police car is still just a police car. Someone, some random average person, worked these streets, and now they're nowhere to be seen. The streets of New Mombasa are soul-crushingly human in a way Halo has never been before. Halo is ultimately a very silly sci-fi setting with a whole lot of weird sci-fi nonsense, but ODST makes it feel so much more real. Yes, this is a crazy universe with ancient aliens and super soldiers and big rings that can destroy all life in the universe and a crazy alien cult that wants to do that because they're crazy, but it's got real people in it too. Real people who get held up in traffic on their way to work, real people who take romantic strolls around these hidden nooks of nature, real people who pile their rubbish up in the alley behind the office, real people who are already gone by the time you arrive, but that you can feel the ghosts of everywhere you look. This is all perfectly enhanced by the game's score. It's got a completely different sound from every other game in the series, with a soft, jazzy rhythm that plays as you explore the city. It's the perfect vibe. It evokes the feeling of a jazz bar at closing time. You were waiting for a girl there, but she never came, probably never had any intention of showing up in the first place. You should have left hours ago, but the rain is pouring outside and the beer's on tap. The performer did his set for the day, now he's just kind of freestyling it in the corner as the last customers trickle out for the night. It's the kind of vibe that should be completely out of place in a big action FPS game, but it works flawlessly. It perfectly enhances the game world and the overarching feeling of loneliness and melancholy. I think this is why I'm okay with the silent protagonist in this game. In almost every game with a silent protagonist, the fact that the main character never speaks is never addressed and is really jarring. People talk at you, they don't talk to you, and your player character, even if they're named, never feels like an actual character, they're just the avatar that you're controlling to see the story. Stories with a silent protagonist tend to be about larger, more grandiose topics, focusing less on the individual and more on the big picture storytelling. I still think most of these stories would benefit from a talking protagonist, but that's by the by. ODST is not a grandiose story. In many ways, it's not the sort of story that should have a silent protagonist. And yet, the silent protagonist works perfectly, because the choice to keep the rookie silent feels like a genuine creative decision and not a cop-out to writing a main character, like it does in a lot of silent protagonist games. For starters, when you jump into the other squad mates' shoes, they talk constantly, way more than any Halo game previously. Even Master Chief and the Arbiter only talk during cutscenes. But the key there is that the squad mates have someone to talk to, be it the local military resistance or each other. Rookie has no one to talk to, and so there's no reason for him to talk. Having Rookie monologue would ruin the lonely atmosphere of the game world. He's alone with just his thoughts, as are you. The fact that he doesn't talk even when people are around feels like a creative choice built on the fact that after hours of silence it would be really strange to hear him speak. But the writers haven't treated him like a player insert avatar. He may be a silent, faceless suit of armor, but you feel like there's a character in there somewhere. Someone who's inquisitive, someone who's brave, someone who likes naps. Very relatable. He's a silent protagonist, not a characterless one. When he does show up in cutscenes, generally the fact that he never talks becomes part of the joke, like the scene where Buck and Dare are arguing while Rookie tries to get their attention in the background, but, he can't talk. I think the fact that he doesn't speak works on a symbolic level too. The Rookie isn't Master Chief, he isn't a big hero, he isn't trying to be one. His only goal is to find his squad. He doesn't need a voice because he could be anyone. He isn't individually important in the grand scheme of things. And there's our theme of loneliness again. The Rookie isn't completely alone in the night though. It seems as though one of the ghosts is helping him along. In a final touch of atmospheric brilliance, the city itself isn't quite dead after all. In fact, it seems to be trying to help you. There are 3 intertwined mysteries that you're trying to solve in this game. What happened to your squad? Where are they now? What was Dare's actual mission? Why did she divert course from the cruiser? Who is helping you? And what are they trying to tell you? The first one is quite simple and is explained through the missions where you place them throughout the day. They were split up, they helped some of the local military forces, before regrouping and escaping the city in a stolen Phantom, assuming that the Rookie and Dare were dead. The missions where you figure out what happened to the squad are the more traditional Halo FPS parts of the game. Since the rest of the squad was around during the day, their missions take place during the peak of the action and the fighting. A lot of these levels take place in the same places that Rookie then walks through later, finding the remnants of the battles that took place there. But the contrast between the smoky daylight and rainy darkness means that running through the same area feels completely different. And in fact, knowing that just a few hours ago this place was the scene of an epic battle and now it's all completely abandoned, only enhances that feeling of loneliness. Dare's actual mission and the mysterious person helping you are one and the same. New Mombasa is partly run by an artificial intelligence called the Superintendent that runs the day-to-day things like traffic lights, security cameras, making sure the street lights turn on and off at the right time, reporting incidents, that sort of thing. Dare was sent to extract information that the Superintendent had supposedly discovered about the Covenant's motivations in occupying New Mombasa. You may then assume that it's the Superintendent helping Rookie later in the night, but that's actually not quite the case. For one thing, the Superintendent isn't a full AI, it's not self-aware, it's more like a highly advanced algorithm. Plus, as revealed during some of the missions, the Superintendent was damaged early in the Covenant's attack, which has been a massive pain for the local military. You don't actually have to solve this if you don't care, but there are some things that will seem a bit random if you don't. This mystery is tied to the game's collectibles, which are probably my favourite collectibles in any video game for how they're integrated into the main game's story. As you explore the city, you'll hear ringing phones, cash machines spewing money, med stations beeping, car alarms going off, and signs directing you off the beaten path. And if you investigate them, you'll slowly uncover the game's second secret story with an entirely new cast. It's the story of Sadie Encheda and her day in New Mombasa when the Covenant arrived. At first, these are another mystery. Obviously, your mysterious helper wants you to hear this story, but it's not really clear why. However, as you listen, you begin to understand. Sadie is the daughter of the man who built the Superintendent, and within it he designed a subroutine specifically to watch over his daughter, which he named Virgil. Virgil actually does appear to be a full AI and has access to all of the Superintendent's systems, which are used to help Sadie throughout the story, which in present day it's using to help the Rookie. Bizarrely, Sadie's story is a rough retelling of Dante's Inferno, with Sadie as Dante being guided through the 9 circles of hell by Virgil, each arc of the story representing a different circle of hell. In the original story, each circle is a place where a specific sin or crime is punished, and as Sadie moves deeper into the city, she meets people and situations that reflect each circle. For example, in Circle 3, she meets an incredibly overweight man giving away food to refugees because he knows he won't be able to escape the city. This is a parallel to the 3rd circle of hell, which is a place where those who indulged in the sin of gluttony are punished.
For the last time, move your fat ass! Hey! Get off my car!
My friend, I am an 800-pound man with a large cleaver who kills animals every day and chops them into pieces. Do you really want us to be enemies? Or would you rather have a nice kebab?
This parallel actually extends to Rookie's story as well. ODSTs are sometimes referred to as hell jumpers, and many times throughout the game, hell is used to refer to the situation in New Mombasa. And of course, Rookie is also being guided through the city by Virgil. So, why? I mean, I'm all for literary allegories, but why the Inferno? The Divine Comedy, of which the Inferno is just the first third, is, as far as I can tell, I'm not much for 14th century Italian poetry myself, an allegory for the soul's journey towards God. The Inferno, specifically, is all about the rejection of sin and the various examples of punishment within hell. Is Halo 3 ODST an allegory for rejecting sin and embracing the light of heaven? I don't think so. What exactly is God in this analogy? The punishment for sins is also not consistent across Sadie's story. Some of them, like Circle 4, Greed, where an old crone starts robbing a bank, are punished by being murdered by the Covenant. But others, like the overweight butcher, aren't punished. In fact, he's one of the most sympathetic characters in the whole story. The strangest one is Circle 8, the circle reserved for those who commit fraud. Sadie and her friend Meg meet a man who's broadcasting war propaganda across the city, talking about how the local militia is fighting back and winning against the Covenant, telling total lies about how the invasion is actually going. Mike is super pissed about this, but when the guy explains his reasons, it paints him in a more sympathetic light. He knows that everyone listening to his broadcasts at this point is going to die. People who are old, sick, or trapped with no hope of escape. And he's just trying to give them hope in their last moments. It's dark and it's depressing, but the guy's not evil for doing it, and ultimately, he isn't punished for it either. If all of the sins were punished as they are in the original story, then it would be a cleaner allegory. Likewise, if all of the sins were subversions of the original story that point out a nuance that Dante's heavy-handed Christian philosophy doesn't allow for, then that too would be clear. The problem is that it's neither. Some of sins have nuance, some don't. So what's the allegory trying to say? I'm not sure. But when looking into how this allegory happened, I found a quote by Joe Staten, the lead writer, who basically gave his reasons as, "I just thought it'd be kinda neat." And yeah, that tracks. It is kinda neat, right? to say that this shooter is a loose adaptation of Dante's Inferno, but beyond being a sweet literary reference, I struggle to find any deeper meaning in it. Maybe if I was a Christian, I would find something there that resonated with me, but I'm not, and I don't. Anyway, regardless of allegory, Sadie's story is really great, totally different from any kind of story that Halo has told before. A story of complete powerlessness, following a regular person as they attempt to escape a city under siege, using only their wit and a little luck. Since it's another story taking place during the same day, there's some loose ties to the main story. Like how it's revealed that the idiot who woke up the Hive during the mission in the Oni base was actually the villain of Sadie's story, the corrupt police commissioner Kinsler. References to Sadie's story can be found all around the city. You can find set pieces referred to in it, just as you can find the same battlegrounds your squad mates were in. It's just really cool. It's what makes this game stand out even among similar story-heavy FPS games. Everything feels so interconnected, like a tangled web you can map if you're looking hard enough, just like the city itself. Another part of the story is that when Virgil and the Superintendent were damaged in the attack, a group of Covenant aliens seemingly tried to repair it. These new aliens are called Engineers, or Huragok. The Engineers are basically living computers, and unlike the other Covenant species, they're non-hostile towards the player. They're support, they provide shields for the Covenant. It's explained that they're basically a slave race of the Covenant, exploited for their intelligence by having explosives strapped around them. Apparently they were originally planned to be in Halo 1, but were cut because they couldn't get them to work properly. Their design is great, more alien than any of the humanoid Covenant, more like an animal than a person, but weirdly cute almost when you see them up close. During the attack, 7 engineers defected from the Covenant and tried to fix the Superintendent, knowing that it held information that could help them defeat the Covenant. They were discovered, and so 6 of them sacrificed themselves, removing the explosives from one so that it could hide while the rest died. During the repair process, this final engineer accidentally merged with the AI Virgil, and began helping Sadie in the same way that Virgil had been, and later, helping you. You don't need to know all of this for the game's story, but it adds so much if you take the time to investigate. Especially since if you do, and a little touch that I love, some scenes change if you know more information. When you've solved the mystery of your squad, you hear Dare over the radio, not dead after all, asking anybody alive to descend below ground and help her on her mission. Along the way, you meet a random police officer. It's the first NPC you meet during your time as rookie, so it's natural that you'll feel quite attached. If you haven't heard Sadie's story, then meeting this random guy down here is super strange and seemingly pointless, as he's eventually taken away by the drones as you descend further down. But if you've heard the tale, he lives, eventually making it to Sub-Level 9, the site where the police commissioner murdered Sadie's dad by overloading the environment system and freezing him to death. As it so happens, the 9th Circle of Hell is a frozen wasteland reserved for those who have committed treachery, which doesn't bode well for friendly policemen, now does it? Friendly Policeman was sent down here to confirm Sadie's father's death and also kill the engineer. After explaining this to you, he attacks you, making him one of the only hostile humans in the franchise. It's a great little reward for following Sadie's story, a direct tie to the rookie's own journey. Especially since the computer keeps trying to warn you that this guy is no good. And you even meet him arguing with the computer who's locked him out of going forward until you arrive.
What's wrong with you, Virgil? You trying to get me killed?
Warning, hitchhikers may be escaped convicts.
Glad you were here. We needed the help.
The scene of finally meeting Virgil in person changes too. Instead of the skeptical and confused Rookie whistles to Virgil and greets him like a friend. After all, he knows what you now know, that Virgil was helping him this whole time. The last mission takes place in the early hours of a new day. It's quiet at first, but as the mission goes on, the action intensifies. The full force of the Covenant is arriving, and it's time to get out with your new friend. After a long vehicle segment along the highway and a hold down at the end of the road, the most intense action in the game, you escape the city on the stolen Phantom as the city burns underneath.
What can I say? It was a hell of a night.
But there's one final reveal, one that isn't too hard to guess, but it's a nice connection. The secret that Virgil found, the thing that the Covenant are after, is of course the portal to the Ark buried beneath the city. And good old Sergeant Johnson comes in to have a chat about it.
Don't worry. I know what the alien's like.
Is he gonna fuck that alien? The Halo trilogy ultimately seeks to be a power fantasy. The war against the Covenant is looking bleak, but Master Chief can and will single-handedly save the day with his badassity. You are still an unstoppable killing machine in ODST, no doubt, but the game makes you work a lot harder for it. Because ODST's goal is to give you a fresh perspective on this entire conflict. The game's creative vision is to make you feel powerless and alone, but not in a depressing way, in a way that recontextualizes the series. Those generic Marines that die by the hundreds across the trilogy, this is their story. To achieve this, the game strips you of a lot of the power you've come to expect in a Halo game. Regenerating health and shields are gone. The loss of shields is easily the biggest change to how you play ODST. Being reckless and running in head first can and will get you killed in this game. You can take a couple of hits before you start taking damage, but sustained attacks will chip away at your health bar quickly. And with no regenerating health, you can end up in a downward spiral if you can't find a health pack. If you're coming straight from Halo 3, there's actually a bit of an adjustment period required to realise how frail you are compared to that game, and how much more carefully you have to play. Every bullet you take matters in ODST in a way it just doesn't in any other Halo game. Your default weapons, the silenced SMG and Magnum, feel so small compared to the weapons Master Chief uses. Technically, they're actually really powerful, but they feel quiet and small. Power weapons and heavy vehicles are much rarer until the last mission, and so they feel extra beefy, even if the balance of enemies hasn't changed at all from Halo 3. These changes to the game's balance make the ODSTs feel so much more human than Master Chief in a purely mechanical sense. It's not perfect, you're still way stronger than a regular human has any right to be, capable of punching tanks to death and carrying around heavy turrets, things which I strongly think should have been limited for this game, but overall, the feeling still comes through. I think it's best summarised in a cutscene actually. At the end of one of the flashbacks, the squad is attacked by a brute chieftain. Now, these guys are a dime a dozen across Halo 3. You kill about 2 of them per mission minimum. But here, it takes all 4 of them, one of them being seriously injured in the process, to take it down. When you take away the invincible badassness of a Spartan, the scale and brutality of the Covenant becomes so much more impactful. There's one gameplay element which I both love and hate, and that's the visor. The visor is your replacement for the flashlight, a sort of faux night vision. It's extraordinarily useful, it highlights enemies, even invisible enemies, as well as the collectibles. During Rickie's parts of the game, there's basically no reason to ever turn it off, except for the fact that it covers all of the amazing art in a neon green filter. So you can turn it off, but at that point you're just making the game harder for yourself just to see prettier colours. These game rebalances aren't really what makes this game so bold compared to the rest of the franchise. What makes it bold is the change in scope and design priorities. The game's intense focus on the city of New Mombasa in all aspects. Halo had become known for its exotic locales, wide open ice canyons, ancient alien megastructures, massive multi-leveled outdoor environments. ODST is so tight by comparison, even the levels which give you a tank are really compact. You're supposed to feel trapped in the city, the massive towers and labyrinthine streets boxing you in like a rat in a maze. In fact, the most open level in the game, Uplift Reserve, is literally a zoo, boxed in on all sides with you looking for an exit. The game's level design has more in common with Arkham City than it does with other Halo games, but the condensed streets and smaller environments allow for the details to take centre stage in a way they never have in previous Halo games. Every time I play this game I notice new tiny details. These bodies of elites you find playing as Buck, when you come back later as Rookie they've been moved and piled up in the corner, barricaded away. There's actually several dead elites you can find around the map. Not a single living elite, but just ominous foreshadowing for the events of Halo 2. In one of the hidden away courtyards you can find an empty drop pod and on your own piece together that based on the location it's probably Mickey's. When playing through the squad missions, sometimes screens will glitch and flash a bunch of cryptic stuff. But if you finish the story, you can clearly see that it's Virgil trying to tell the squad what their real mission is. Sometimes when the visor is active, you can see strange glowing symbols on the walls, often next to dead elites, which the wiki tells me is engineer writing. These are never explained as far as I can tell, but I love the implication that it was the engineers who piled up those bodies, leaving notes of mourning that only they can see. In that same engineer writing, you can often see the symbol for the superintendent among the other alien symbols. These engineers are being forced to fight against you, but between themselves, they know that the superintendent is one of their own and they're trying to help you in whatever limited way they can. Like the caches of weapons that unlock as you find the audio logs that are also full of this engineer writing. The implication being that they've been sneaking off to gather some equipment for you. Due to the events of Sadie's story, Virgil doesn't trust cops, wall lat, shown when he's blocking the traitor cop in the tunnels towards the end of the game, but also during the Oni base mission when he won't allow the police officer to activate the detonator.
Come on, Super, unlock the keypad!
Keep it clean, respect public property.
The interconnected storytelling is so compelling, even on multiple replays, as you catch more and more connections between the various threads of the plot. The legacy of ODST is an interesting one. It's certainly remembered fondly, especially the soundtrack, but Halo has never really tried anything like it again. The characters have gone on. Buck appears again in Halo 5, now as a Spartan, and the rest of the squad are dealt with in a book, where they kill off my precious boy in a book! How dare, quite frankly. Reach definitely tries to recapture the squad vibe, but it's debatable if it succeeds in that or not. And Halo Infinite is another open world game, but it's drawing from a very different creative pool than ODST. The vibe and the idea of that compact cityscape. Halo's never tried anything like it again, and maybe that's for the best. I don't know that you could recapture the magic that makes this game what it is. ODST is so specifically tied to this point and this place in the Halo universe. It's what gives it that specific noir tone. You couldn't just take these characters and place them in a new environment and call it ODST 2. As much as I love these characters, they're not what makes this game what it is. It's that strange, genius choice to combine futuristic FPS with a noir mystery that makes this game what it is. The kind of strange combination that only makes sense in a spin-off game, and I love it for that. ODST is full of soul. According to Joe Staten, ODST was the most fun they ever had making a Halo game. The game was put together in just 14 months, much shorter than any other Halo game and with a much smaller team. But that's the strength of this kind of game. With the foundations already in place, creativity reigns supreme. So I don't necessarily want ODST 2, but I do want more games that are made like it. The AAA industry is in a bit of a crisis right now, and I think games like ODST could be the answer. Halo 3 is a fantastic game and a perfect end to that trilogy, but Halo 3 ODST is a masterpiece all on its own, and there's nothing else quite like it. Halo Reach was a contractual obligation. Nobody really wants to hear that, probably. You want to think that the games you love were made with passion and creative drive. But the truth is, Bungie was done with Halo after Halo 3. They wanted to move on. But Microsoft wanted more Halo games. So, in a series of long and arduous negotiations, they bought their freedom with 1.5 more Halo games. ODST and Halo Reach. ODST as a side project gave them a lot of creative freedom to get weird and experimental, but Reach was the next mainline game, and just like the rest it would have to be bigger, better, and outsell everything that came before. The result is interesting. Top of the field artists and developers working on a project that none of them are really all that passionate about. Halo Reach is a good game, but for the first time in the Halo series, it's a game that's chasing the trends rather than setting them. The shadow of Call of Duty looms larger than ever over Halo Reach. Halo Reach is probably the Halo game I've played the most, and maybe potentially one of the games I've played the most in my entire life. Halo 3 was my first Halo game, but Halo Reach was my game. It hit me at just the right time. I was 12 years old, all of my friends had gotten their own Xboxes by then, so for about 2 to 3 years, we would just play it every day. Come home from school, play Halo Reach. This isn't a joke. I met my first girlfriend playing Halo Reach. We didn't start dating until years after that, but still, it's how we met. I even own this. Remember when collector's editions actually came with the game? Imagine that. Not exactly in the best of condition, but still probably the most utility I've ever gotten out of any Christmas present I've ever owned, if we're being totally honest. It's a very strange feeling then that when I turned my game critic brain on, this game that occupied so much of my childhood is easily the worst of the Bungie-era Halo games by a good margin. It's not a bad game, but it is a very messy game, and I think it's really interesting that Halo 4 ended up with the Call of Duty Halo label, when thematically and tonally, Halo Reach is borrowing from that well way more than Halo 4 ever did. Reach leans into the military of military sci-fi way more than any other Halo game, and it's really, really clear what they're doing. They're trying to make the game as much like Modern Warfare as they can get away with. But the merger of these two styles is awkward, at least on the campaign side. As we've discussed before in this series, the campaign largely doesn't matter to the larger success of these games. Tone and story pacing don't matter at all to a multiplayer match. Halo is about super soldiers with the heavy armour and rechargeable shields. The power fantasy of Halo comes from being strong. Call of Duty is about regular soldiers. You only take a few hits to die, and the power fantasy comes from prevailing despite that inherent weakness. These two ideas are kind of at odds, and that leads to some strange issues with Halo Reach. On top of all of that, it's still trying to be Bungie's Halo swan song. It's full of references and Easter eggs and lore critical moments for superfans to chew on, despite also trying to court a new audience. It feels like playing through a game studio's crisis in confidence, like nobody was really sure what they wanted this game to be. These winding directions are the reason the game is so divisive. Some people love it and consider it to be the peak of Halo. Some people hate it and consider it to be a compromised disappointment. I've put far too much of myself into the game to ever consider it bad, but even then, I think I land somewhere in the middle. And hey, as a critic, there's nothing more interesting to unpack than a mess. Predestination is the driving force of Halo Reach's story. From the beginning, you know how it ends. Reach is the planet that the Autumn was fleeing at the start of Halo 1. Master Chief is the last Spartan. This is a game set on Reach, starring a team of Spartans. Everyone knows going into this game that it's not going to have a happy ending. Knowing how things are going to end is a common prequel problem which Reach sidesteps by embracing wholeheartedly. You know from the first shot of the game that you're going to lose eventually, that the helmet you just put on will end up in a smouldering field of glass. This inherent bleakness is the thing that triggers the chain reaction of a whole bunch of changes that makes this game feel totally different from any of the previous Halo games. The trilogy has its dark moments, but they ultimately come down on the side of hope. There is no hope in Halo Reach, at least not until the very end. To accommodate that bleakness and feeling of loss, Reach needs some characters who can die. So, we get Noble Team. That seems a bit blunt, but honestly in replaying the game that's exactly how it feels. Noble Team is a very 2010 team. Their characters feel engineered to tap into a different idea of what badass means to a 13-year-old in 2010, to ensure that each player feels attached to at least one of them so that it'll sting more when each of them dies. Noble One, the leader, is Carter, who looks and acts like your typical Call of Duty protagonist with his short crew-cut hair and scars. He's the one that's meant to be cool if you're into that classic stoic soldier man archetype. Noble 2 is Kat, the femme fatale tech wizard with the robot arm. She's the one who's meant to be cool if you're a girl or into the badass ladies. Noble 3 is June, the sassy sniper with the face tattoo. He's supposed to be cool if you think stealth is the coolest thing soldiers can do. Noble 4 is Emil, the most 2010s of the bunch, the guy with a skull carved into his helmet. He's pretty much a one-for-one adaptation of Modern Warfare 2's Ghost. He's a bit of a dick, he has a giant knife on his shoulder, and he loves murder. He's the one who's supposed to be cool if you've got doodles of Shadow the Hedgehog on your school notebook. Noble 5 is George, the big guy in heavy armour with a chain gun. He's the one that's supposed to be cool if you think being big and bulky and strong is the coolest thing you can be. And finally, there's Noble 6, your player character. Noble 6 is a little different, being that their appearance and even gender are player determined. Since they use the appearance and gender of your multiplayer Spartan customization, they do talk, but only rarely and for generic yes sir type dialogue. Overall, the feeling of Noble Team is extremely generic. They're a pack of characters that you could reasonably expect to find in any military shooter from the time, just wearing more colourful armour. ODST's squad also relied on these same archetypes, but ODST got around that with bold casting, allowing for the strong personalities of Firefly to shine through. Reach's squad are hampered by the very deliberate way the game is written. Any characterization is filtered through the lens of military professionalism in a modern warfare kind of way. There's a particular character to the writing of the Halo trilogy. It can be big and operatic at times, but for the most part it's written in a very human way. An often praised element of the trilogy is the ambient dialogue of the NPC Marines. It's often weird and funny and very memorable.
Tank beats everything! Oh, man! I can do this all day!
It seems I've crossed the circuit.
Well, let me have a look.
Oracle!
Little bastard stung me.
Call of Duty dialogue isn't written like this. Characters may crack jokes, but the jokes aren't really there to be funny or make you laugh. They're there to establish that the character is a bit of a jokester to make them seem more badass. That's the way Halo Reach is written, and it's a very different vibe.
Commander, we just lost our signal with HQ.
Backup channels.
Searching. Nada. Can't say what's jamming us.
You heard her. Dead zone confirmed. Command will not be keeping us company this trip.
I'm lonely already.
So that's one issue Noble Team is facing. The other is that as far as the script is concerned, they're all expendable. In fact, they're very deliberately written to die in various dramatic ways. That's why the game leans so heavily on these archetypes. It's not even halfway through the campaign when they start dying off, so you need to have a strong idea of who they are immediately if a player is expected to care about those deaths. I can't speak to my personal engagement with these characters when I first played the game. I was 12, I probably thought it was amazing, but in playing through all the games again, Noble Team just doesn't hold a candle to the personality of Johnson or Cortana or even minor characters like Miranda and Lord Hood. They're not characters designed to have arcs, they're stagnant, they're designed to have just enough badass or memorable moments that you feel sad when they die. I know this is all sounding horribly negative, and while I do think this is a less interesting approach to storytelling, it's not an invalid one. Like Modern Warfare, Halo Reach is just less about the characters and more about the overarching narrative. Noble Team is your window into the greater story of the fall of Reach. It's not about Noble Team in the way that the trilogy is about Master Chief and the Arbiter. More than even the Rookie and ODST, Noble Six is a vessel for the player, not a character with depth and nuance. Halo Reach isn't about the characters. Halo Reach is about the vibes, man. There is a delicate balance to be struck when you're telling a story where the player loses in a game like this. The mechanical truth is that you can't lose. Even if you do die, you'll just respawn. Any fight that you're participating in, you have to win. What Reach does is continually undermine those victories within the wider narrative. Did you just single-handedly enter a Covenant spire, kill everyone aboard, and drop the shield so the cruiser could take it down? Cool, that cruiser just got blown up by a ship 10 times the size that was waiting for this exact opportunity. Did you just come up with a great plan to destroy that massive ship with a converted warp drive in a sneaky infiltration mission that went off almost perfectly? Cool, 50 more of them just showed up. You may be winning the battles, but you're clearly losing the war. One of the biggest victories you score in the whole game is distracting a Covenant ship so that refugees can escape. Which, sure, it's great that you got those refugees out, but evacuating refugees is a pretty clear sign that things are not going super well on the front. This could easily come across as very annoying, winning the gameplay, losing the cutscene scenario that can make your efforts feel pointless. Your efforts are never nullified per se. When you set out to do something, you do accomplish it. It's just that the scale of the battle increases each time and renders those accomplishments insignificant in the larger scale. It's a series of escalating Pyrrhic victories. You win, but it's very hard to feel good about it. Halo Reach is a pretty massive downer compared to the previous games, and I don't say that in a negative way. That's exactly what it's out to be, and it does it very well. The game's use of music is impeccable for establishing this tone of loss and failure. An important creative choice that Reach makes in this regard is resetting the Covenant as a villain. Since Halo 2, the Covenant have spoken English. This is used both to humanise them and their motivations on the Arbiter side of things, and for comedy during the firefights, as grunts especially will often make lots of silly remarks. In Reach, the Covenant are back to speaking in their incomprehensible alien languages, and pretty much any characterization or motivation is dropped. They're not a threat that's meant to be understood, they're just an unrelenting, overwhelming force. No negotiation, no surrender. All of the Covenant's designs have been altered to make them look more aggressive and more dangerous, even the grunts. This isn't war against the Covenant, it's slaughter. There's no surprise second faction in Reach, it's Covenant for the whole time, and as such it's probably the best out of any of the games at demonstrating why the Covenant are such an imposing threat. Just maybe don't think about how canonically our good friend the Arbiter is in charge of this attack, because it might dampen your opinion of him somewhat. The art style shift, though, isn't just limited to the Covenant. The entire game's look is quite a drastic departure from the trilogy, and if I'm being totally honest, I'm not a fan. Everything is way more drab and muted, the environments are painted in greys and browns, and I don't think the sky is blue at any point in the game. Coming from Halo 3, the difference is obvious and stark. The designs of the Spartans and all the equipment is way more angular, with lots of tiny, intricate details. While this grittier design is definitely appropriate for the story, it's hard not to see it as the Call of Duty influence seeping through again. This grungy realism as the 2010 look sparked almost entirely from Modern Warfare. It could just be a coincidence, but the thing that really clinches it for me are the pre-mission briefings with the tactical map. They're almost identical to the mission introductions from Modern Warfare.
Roger on location. Repeating, map grid 527619er. Over.
Bravo 6 copies. Over.
Bravo 6, we have an Abrams dead in the water. Call sign, Warpig. Lieutenant Vasquez, your unit is shotgun. Over.
Large Covenant deployments have occurred undetected, and we are now under attack across the Vieri territory, including orbital defenses. As per the winter contingency, we are countering on every front.
Yeah, I think that's a slam dunk. Even some of the mission structures and scripted segments feel very reminiscent of Modern Warfare, like these turreted on-rails helicopter moments, which are pretty much one for one with similar segments in Modern Warfare. What I don't know is how cynical this shift in art and tone was. It's not like a developer's ever going to admit to changing their art style in a cynical attempt to make people think your game is more like another, more popular game, and it does fit the story of the game well enough. It's a bit of a chicken or egg situation. Did the tone of the game dictate the change in art style, or did the change in art style dictate the change in tone? The Halo art team by this point are a well-oiled machine. They know how to push this kind of art direction to the best it can be. I think that Halo Reach looks better than Modern Warfare 2, at least in environmental design. Ultimately, I guess it doesn't matter which came first. The game is what it is, and despite doing well by the style, it's pretty clear to me that Bungie wasn't super happy with it. Since for their next game they went back to a much more colourful direction, as does Halo 4, but, well, that's a whole different ballgame. I think the vibes are enough for most people to cover the very prevalent flaws in the writing of this campaign. It's not that the campaign is full of plot holes, but a lot of it is extremely messy or contrived. The first mission, before Noble Team has discovered the Covenant, spends some time hinting at the relationship between the UNSC and the regular people of the galaxy, with the suggestion that comms have been cut by rebels, and the few civilians that you do meet in the level being harshly distrustful of the UNSC. In the lore, Spartans were created before first contact with the Covenant. They were designed to crush insurgents, because the UNSC before the war was kind of a corrupt military state. This has always been true since before Halo 1 even came out. That lore was established in the prequel book, The Fall of Reach, which tells the story of what Master Chief was doing around this time. But the trilogy never even once hints at that story element. The UNSC and Master Chief are pretty unambiguous heroes. And after the Covenant are fully established on Reach, it's dropped entirely from this game too, and we're back to seeing Spartans and the UNSC as unquestioned heroes. I think it's an interesting story beat to try and tackle, that the UNSC are basically bad guys given the moral high ground due to a coincidental alien invasion, but you have to actually do something with that idea for me to give you credit for it. In the game as it stands, it feels more like a reference than any kind of actual story element. Another big one like that is Dr. Halsey, one of the most important people in the entire Halo universe, because she's the person who created both the Spartan program and Cortana. And she's also Miranda Key's mother and the mentor of Halo Wars, Professor Anders. She shows up for a couple of missions in this game, and it really does feel that way. She just shows up. It's very much a moment for the superfans when she does does show up because the game kind of expects you to know how important she is. And I do, so I guess that's fine. But there's still a very odd dynamic between Halsey and Noble Team. The Spartan program that made Master Chief was pretty messed up. They kidnapped children, brainwashed them, injected them with a bunch of chemicals and cybernetics, and put them through extremely harsh training to become super soldiers, pretty much against their will. She's a bad person who did immoral experiments that led to the deaths of most of the candidates, but in the end her actions helped save humanity, so she's a hero. Knowing that, you'd think there'd be a lot more complex emotions by a team of Spartans towards Halsey, but through an extremely tangential bit of side lore, Noble Team, with the exception of George, are not Halsey's Spartans. She made the Spartan 2 program. The Spartan 3 program is where the rest of Noble Team were made from, which is basically like a cheap knockoff of the Spartan 2 program. That's why they're smaller and a little less bulky. Spartan 3s never show up in any game before or after this. We're supposed to assume that absolutely all of them died here on Reach. And by the way, absolutely none of this is explained within the game itself. This is all external lore. The game tries to explore that dynamic a bit with the difference in the way Halsey talks to George compared to the rest of the team, but it's only really a brief moment that hints at a much deeper story.
What I do require is a detailed account of your previous engagement. George, it's been too long.
Mom.
What have you done with my armor?
Just some additions I've made.
Indeed.
If you want to learn more about what's going on in this interaction, then here's some homework you can do. In case it wasn't clear by now, I've never read any of the Halo novels. I'm more of a fan wiki browser myself. My collector's edition of Reach actually came with Dr. Halsey's journal, and despite many attempts to read it over the years, I've never been able to read the entire thing, because, frankly, the notebook of a fictional scientist who's canonically an egotistical jerk who tortured children is just not that engaging. All of this stuff is explored in much more detail when we get to Halo 4. Here in Reach, it feels like another road not taken. Halsey's actual place in the story is mostly to be cryptic and mysterious about a discovery on Reach, which of course turns out to be a Forerunner structure, the thing the Covenant are really after. That's also tied to what I feel must be a dropped plotline of some variety, although I have no idea how. Everything involving this girl that Noble Team find on the first mission. We linger on this random girl for a while. She's the daughter of the scientist who was killed there working for Halsey. George has a moment with her, and then she never shows up for the rest of the game. Maybe I'm alone in feeling like this was supposed to be the introduction of an important character in the game, but the fact that we spent so long on this one teenager makes me think she was supposed to play a bigger role in the game that ended up being cut. It certainly wouldn't be the first time major cuts were made to a Halo game.
It was just after we found your scientist's daughter, Mom. She was hiding in the...
Irrelevant.
So with all these writing issues and tonal shifts, specifically all these Call of Duty influences that we're not supposed to talk about because Halo is so much better than those stinky, smelly COD games, why is it that Halo Reach is considered by so many to be one of, if not the best game in the series? Well, it's because at the end of the day, no matter what skin you put on it, Reach is still a Halo game. We've still got the rechargeable shields, the focus on wider open arenas with vehicle combat and objective-based matches, the same mechanics we've always had. We're fighting to the best they can be for this era with a couple new mechanics to enhance them. Halo Reach, from a game design perspective, might be the most tightly designed game in the whole series. Mechanically, Reach borrows nothing from Call of Duty, which is how it escaped the COD Halo label despite all the aesthetic similarities. For example, an FPS feature that became pretty much mandatory after Call of Duty popularised it is aim-down sights. It's so basic it seems strange to even need to point it out, but it's the thing where you can zoom in while shooting. In older games, this is a thing you can only do with particular weapons, like a sniper rifle. And that's a tradition that Halo keeps up. The assault rifle doesn't have a scope, so you can't zoom in. In Call of Duty, you can zoom in and fire with any weapon, even if it makes no real tactical sense, like with a shotgun. It's just a core part of the controls. And generally, that's what players are used to now. Whatever gun you're holding can zoom in. That's not just standard now, that was the standard when Halo Reach came out. But in a boldly retro move, Reach rejects that baseline mechanic, continuing to make zooming in a tactical feature of particular weapons, and continuing to refine the arena-based multiplayer instead of the loadout-based one. What reason is there not to let people zoom in with an assault rifle? Well, it fundamentally changes the feel and functionality of the weapon. You can't use the assault rifle at long range, it's a mid to short range weapon and that's where it works best. Since it's usually the starting weapon, the entire match is going to be a lot more up close and personal, and having a ranged weapon becomes a much more distinct tactical advantage. With the addition of assassinations, flashy one-hit kills if you hit someone from behind, there's a lot of incentive to play close range, and the DMR's slow rate of fire means that up close, the guy with the assault rifle still has the advantage if you can't aim properly. You can actually see the difference such a minor gameplay mechanic makes by comparing the assault rifle in Halo Reach to the one in Halo Infinite. By the time of Infinite, we've caved to the modern demand of aim-down sights, and it completely changes the utility of the assault rifle. It's way more powerful than it used to be, just by the simple fact that you can hit people with it from further away, and that in turn makes the entire match more of a range game. Reach does add a loadout system, but not one that can be customised by the player. At the start of the match you can pick from a list, and for the vast majority of matches, all that this will determine is your armour ability. A new mechanic for the game that will give you an extra tool in your arsenal, like a jetpack or the ability to sprint. Which again, in almost every other game from the time would have just been part of your standard controls, but here it's a tactical decision. The ability to run. These mechanical differences make it night and day switching between Call of Duty and Halo. Their baseline for the standard mechanics in an FPS are just fundamentally different. On the campaign side of things, Halo Reach is actually balanced to be much harder than the previous games, not quite to the levels of abject torture that Halo 2 can achieve, but it is a significant step up from Halo 3. The game returns the need for health packs to restore your health in another kind of retro move, but for the weaker Spartan 3s it's a change that makes sense. You feel a lot more fragile than you ever did in Halo 3, although still tougher than ODST because you've still got your regenerating shields. The enemies are much tougher. High-level elites especially can soak up so much damage and close the distance quickly if you're not careful. They feel more imposing, not just in their design, but mechanically as well. The gameplay is thematically appropriate, but a lot of the missions themselves feel more like riffs on previous Halo game ideas than plot-critical events. Like the third mission, Nightfall, which is clearly a remake of sorts of the nighttime sniper mission from Halo 1. Some sections of the level even feel like a remake of areas in the original game. It's a fine idea to return to, it's pretty much the only mission in the game where June gets to display some personality. But plot-wise, it's doing very little. It reveals that there's a large invasion force amassing on the planet, something you can infer by all the aliens you kill throughout the mission. My favourite mission in the game is New Alexandria, which is clearly a riff on the idea started in ODST. Buck even shows up for a cameo to cement that lineage, and this nightclub actually uses the exact same architecture as an area in ODST. The entire level is like a mini open world with many different objectives to fly around to, and that's a super cool idea. It's just that the objectives themselves are extremely generic, just going around and shutting down some jammers.
Covenant have deployed comm jammers in high-rises across the city. When I find them, you hit them. Hard.
It's hard to feel like it's a very important thing to be doing with the cruisers glassing the city in the background, which is maybe the thematic contention. Your actions being inconsequential is a through line of the entire game, but in this case when the war is already pretty much lost, shutting down some jammers really feels like the least of your worries. The vibes of the mission are fantastic, but if you actually pay attention to what you're doing, then it's just busy work.
This is the last jammer, 6. You're almost there.
I think part of this messiness is the pressure of being the last Halo game and trying to up themselves in spectacle from what Halo 3 did. But there's only so high you can go. Reach has some fantastic action cutscenes, but when you actually enter the gameplay segments, nothing feels nearly as grandiose or dramatic as the massive arenas of Halo 3. Something that you can't really help but notice playing through the campaign is that every mission has at least 1 or 2 points where you go, hey, this is a multiplayer map. Usually not even integrated all that well because multiplayer maps are by their nature kind of designed differently to a single player level. They're designed to be sort of symmetrical with different paths and vantage points across the map for multiple players to use. I don't personally have a problem with this kind of reuse. Some people would call it lazy, but I call it efficient. The issue is that because I've played so much Reach multiplayer, I find it very distracting. It's not like the entire level is reused assets, just 1 or 2 areas, which makes the reuse feel almost superfluous. Because I can tell playing through them that they were designed to be multiplayer maps first. Some of them are even literally multiplayer maps from previous games. The most impressive Reach gets, and it is genuinely impressive, don't get me wrong, is Long Night of Solace, the mission that becomes a flight sim halfway through. It's an entire set of controls and mechanics that only exists for this one mission, and it looks and feels excellent. It's not a realistic looking space field, it's full of colour and spirally nebulas, but that's what makes it stand out so much in my mind. Having a space sim is cool, I understand why they wanted us to get here. It's everything surrounding it that starts to become extremely convenient. A part of that is kind of intentional when Kat is outlining the plan about how they just happen to be next to a secret spaceship prototype facility that Noble Six just happened to be a part of. It's supposed to be one of those memorable character moments for Kat, showing how smart she is and how she doesn't really care for military secrecy. But it's still exceptionally convenient, even if you lampshade how convenient it is. The bigger one is that this is the mission where Noble Team starts to die off, starting with George. The plan is to use a warp drive as a bomb to blow up the ship, but the bomb is attacked and damaged, so conveniently someone will have to stay and fire it manually. There are Marines in this mission who you can keep alive, but they will cease to exist when this cutscene starts to allow for George's dramatic sacrifice. It's a bit contrived, but it's a good scene which disguises that fact some. Noble Team's deaths only get more contrived from here. Kat's death is easily the worst. The team are running to an underground bunker because the Covenant are glassing the area. There's a line about all the Covenant forces pulling out, but for some reason there's a Phantom just hanging out and a sniper takes out Kat in a single shot despite her being a Spartan in power armor with regenerating shields. It happens for the vibes. The vibes say you need a death here to underline the tragedy of what's happening, and so it contrives an extremely unlikely scenario to make that happen. Carter's death is also pretty dumb, seeing as he gets a fatal injury in the Fade to Black between missions. June manages to make it out alive since he's given babysitting duties to get Halsey off the planet, and Emil dies because Noble Six has to man the big gun because Noble Six wasn't in Halo 1. If you're engaged with Reach on a vibes-based level, then the contrivances of these deaths probably don't bother you. If you're media critic brain poisoned like me, then it's all you can think about. The only death in the game that I think truly works as a creative story moment and a thematic one is Noble Six's. It happens after the credits. Your final mission in the game is a throwback to Halo 1 again, a much more direct one. Your final mission is to take Cortana to the Pillar of Autumn so she can escape Reach. You meet a much more HD Captain Keyes and cover the ship on a big gun as it prepares for takeoff. Then, as the final cutscene of the game, we get a recreation of the opening of Halo 1, bringing the Bungie era of Halo into a nice full circle. That's not the real ending of Reach. After the credits, or at least where the credits would have been in the game's original release, we come back to Noble Six, still alive, still fighting on the surface of Reach, potentially the last person alive on the planet. The feeling is post-apocalyptic, just desert, ruins, and an endless swarm of Covenant. It's a playable mission. You can hold off the Covenant for as long as you can manage, more and more powerful variants coming after you. But you can't win. Eventually, you'll get a crack in your visor, then another one, and eventually, you'll be overwhelmed. It's one final gut punch that drives home the point that the game has been making the whole time. This is a fight you can't win. You already know how it ends, but you continue to fight anyway, right to the bitter end. Flips the script on you. Yes, you knew how this would end, but you also know that eventually the war does end. Humanity survives. So we cut decades into the future, long past the end of even Halo Infinite, and we see that green has returned. People have returned to rebuild. And would you look at that? The sky is blue. Noble Six really isn't much of a much when it comes to characterization. They're probably the least memorable protagonist in the entire series. But here, that lack of personality doesn't really matter because it's clear that they serve a symbolic purpose rather than a personal one. They are the last grasp of a dying world, still fighting to the bitter end for a better tomorrow. Noble Six is a vibes-based hero. There's something kind of poignant about Reach, the last Halo game made by Bungie, a game literally made so they could buy their freedom, being such a bitter downer. Even at the time, everyone working on the game knew that it wouldn't be the last Halo game. Microsoft was already in the process of setting up 343 Industries, aka the studio, to make Halo games. Halo 3 would have been a nice, clean, perfect end to the franchise. Halo Reach, despite being a good game, feels more like a bitter divorce. You want another Halo game? Fine, well it's going to be grimy and dark and bitter because we hate you, Microsoft, and we're sick of making Halo games. There's a balance that every professional artist needs to find between making the art that they want to make and making the art that they need to make. And that balance is going to be different for everyone. And despite all of my issues with the game, I think Halo Reach finds that balance. It's a darker, grimier game for a darker, grimier time in video games. If nothing else, it proved the strength of the Halo format, that you can change so much of the visuals and tone and setting of the game without losing the fundamental Halo-ness of it. Much like the game itself, the end of the Bungie era is bitter, the end of the good old days, and the start of what I would call the modern era of Halo, a truly mixed bag of games if ever there was one. Bungie would go on to make another decade-spanning franchise, which is, essentially retrospective proof because of the evolving content model. I'll leave a dissection of Destiny to braver critics than me. But I think it's fair to say that the Bungie that exists now is a very different company to the crew that made Halo Reach. The entire industry is very different from when Halo Reach was around, and I know that's not just nostalgia talking, even though I have massive piles of nostalgia for this game. I guess all that's left to be said is, hey, do you remember Reach?
Our victory, your victory, was so close. I wish you could have lived to see it. But you belong to Reach. Your body, your armor, all burned and turned to glass. Everything. Except your courage. That you gave to us. And with it, we can rebuild.
Well, let's not bury the lead on this one, shall we? I don't like Halo 4. I've never liked Halo 4. That's not an overly controversial opinion. Every game in the 343 era of Halo is divisive in its own way. I go back and forth on whether it's right to call Halo 4 a bad game. I don't think that's true, but I do think it's a game that doesn't know what it wants to be. The game is both a soft remake of Halo 1 while trying to blend the gameplay and trends of modern FPS games. It's both extremely loyal to the established lore of the series and obviously contradictory to it. I think that Halo 4's issues are pretty understandable. It wasn't just 343's first Halo game, it was the first game that any of them had made together as a team, and a sequel to one of the most famous trilogies in game history is a hell of a first project. I understand perfectly why Halo 4 came out the way it did, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. Okay, so here's the situation. Halo 3 was supposed to be the end of Halo. Well, really, Halo 2 was supposed to be the end of Halo, but let's not get into that right now. Bungie had intended to just make the trilogy and leave it at that. Unfortunately, Bungie don't own Halo. Microsoft own Halo, and Microsoft wanted more Halo games. So, for the next few years, we got a series of prequels as Bungie bought their freedom from Microsoft. But Microsoft still wanted more Halo games. So, Microsoft put together a new studio, 343 Industries, with the sole purpose of making more Halo games. Only a single member of the core Bungie staff actually joined this new team. The rest were entirely new to the franchise and to each other. That is a challenge I would not wish upon anybody. An entirely new team taking on the mantle from one of the most beloved game companies in the industry on one of the most beloved franchises in the industry. I mean, what the hell were they supposed to do? Halo 4 is caught in this identity crisis where it wants to be a clear and faithful sequel to the Halo games that came before, while establishing 343's own identity as a studio. The problem is, it's their first game, and they hadn't quite figured out what that identity was yet. Arguably they still haven't, but that's a topic of discussion for future videos. Given this situation, my impulse is to forgive a lot of the stuff I don't like about Halo 4. But just because I understand why it happened doesn't mean I don't still think it's bad. And frankly, sometimes tearing stuff down is more fun. And hey, this is YouTube after all.
Tell me about the children.
When I say that Halo 3 left no branches for a sequel to grasp at, I do mean that literally. Let's look at where things stand at the end of Halo 3. The Covenant is defeated, the elites are now allies of humanity, the Flood have been defeated. All avenues of conflict have essentially been solved by the end of Halo 3. The galaxy is at peace. The legendary ending of Halo 3 does show Master Chief and Cortana drifting towards a big ominous orb, so that's something, but the most basic fundamental questions of the game, like what are you doing and who are you shooting, all had to be rebuilt completely from the ground up. To solve both of these questions, Halo 4 turns to the deep lore, pulling its main villain from the terminals of Halo 3 and its main character conflict from an established rule in the novels. Being the start of a new trilogy, it would have been more than fair for Halo 4 to start a new protagonist and a new cast of characters. Halo Reach already proved that you can sell a Halo game without the Chief, but instead 343 clearly decided that it's a Halo game and the people are going to want Master Chief. It seems weird to say, given that he's the protagonist of the first 3 games, but the Chief is given a much larger role in this game than any of the trilogy games. I don't know this for sure, but I feel fairly confident that he has more voice lines in this game than in Halo 1, 2 and 3 combined. This is because he talks now, not just during cutscenes, but all the time. More than the rest of the series, even the games after this one, Halo 4 is about the Master Chief, who he is as a person, his relationships and his humanity, and that is certainly a choice for the big green man who shoots the aliens, but we'll get into it later.
Wake up, Chief. I need you.
Four years after the events of Halo 3, the Forward Unto Dawn, or the half of it that Chief and Cortana were stranded on at the end of Halo 3, has somehow found its way into the orbit of a Forerunner shield world, a giant hollow planet called Requiem. This establishes one of the first and most glaring issues with the story, the fact that it's only been 4 years. The further we get into the story, the idea that this is all taking place a mere 4 years after Halo 3 will start to become completely absurd, both for the changes that have happened in such a short amount of time and the character dynamics suggested by the game. But the reason this happened is because of Halo 4's commitment not to break established lore. The big concept driving the plot of Halo 4 is a concept from the lore called AI rampancy. Basically, after 7 years of service, AI start to deteriorate and go insane and have to be shut down. Why 7 years? Well, it's complicated. This hard 7-year limit is why we're only jumping ahead 4 years, where Cortana has begun this rampancy phase but has not yet completely deteriorated. I think a commitment to obeying rules like that is a noble concept. Movies and shows often contradict things established in books and other mediums because I suppose they consider those mediums to be less important and less likely to have been read. Video games usually do a better job of keeping everything together, in large part because the stories of games are considered to matter less. And that means developers are generally more okay with letting things go unexplained in-game because there is a book somewhere that explains it. I think sticking to this particular rule, though, was a little silly, considering how the passage of time is presented in the story. Master Chief is supposed to feel like a Captain America, man-out-of-time figure, an old soldier who doesn't understand this modern world. But the fact that it's only been 4 years since the end of Halo 3 makes that concept completely comical. And besides, if you're watching the video, you can clearly see that they were willing to make a much bigger, much more obvious contradiction in that Master Chief looks completely different from the last time we saw him. In fairness, everything looks completely different from the last time we saw it. The Forward Unto Dawn appears to be an entirely different, much bigger ship. Cortana looks completely different. All of the guns and enemies look completely different. It's not just increased fidelity from Halo 3. 343 decided to completely change the art style and look of the entire game, and I don't like it. I'll go as far as to say that Halo 4 is the worst looking game in the entire series because its visual design is such an absolute mess. Everything looks incredibly over-designed with shapes and bumps and ridges everywhere. Chief's armour has gone from a sleek futuristic look to this weird, bulky mess of a design. I find it hard to pin down what they were even going for. I wouldn't call it more realistic than the previous games. If anything, the game looks less realistic than Halo 3. And it's not going for the grungy, Modern Warfare-esque graphics of Halo Reach either. It's just making big swings. And I realise how subjective this is, but I just do not care for it. And in terms of Spartans, the multiplayer customization feels this even worse than the campaign. Halo 4 was developed at the tail end of the 360 generation, and being so deep into that generation, they have figured out how to push graphical fidelity to its maximum for that hardware. But the Halo 4 version of doing that is just to absolutely drown the game in post-processing effects. There's even more lens flares in this game than every J.J. Abrams movie combined. It gives the game this very strange, glossy look that I just do not find appealing, especially since the game combines all of these post-processing effects with a much more muted colour palette, leading to a lot of areas, especially in the dark, that just look like soup. The game leans heavily into immersive UI elements, which means for the entire game you have these black parts on your screen where your view is supposed to be being blocked by the Chief's helmet, which is nice in theory, but in practice I just find it and all of these pointless holographic lines and stuff incredibly distracting. If I was a real soldier and I had all this crap in my eyes, I think I'd just start fighting without my helmet on, quite frankly. The music has a very different feeling to the trilogy, and the loss of Marty O'Donnell is felt across the game. I won't go as far as to say it's bad, and there are a few memorable moments, but the music never carries a scene like it does in previous Halo games. The biggest visual loss to me is the Forerunners. Since pretty much the entire game is set on a Forerunner planet, you spend a lot of time in Forerunner structures. But the design of these areas is completely different to previous games, way less sleek, with a lot of weird, pointless angles, rim lights everywhere, and every single edge is filleted like they were trying to child-proof the area. It's honestly distractingly over-designed to walk through. I think this drastic redesign was a part of 343 trying to establish their own identity over the franchise, and the redesign wouldn't even bug me that much if it wasn't so obviously inferior to the previous games. A few years after this, they did the visuals for Halo 2 Anniversary, so they can make a game that looks good and in keeping with the more traditional Halo art style. This was a choice, and it's a choice that I think was misguided. It's especially weird since, experientially, Halo 4 is a soft remake of Halo Combat Evolved. It's the Chief and Cortana stranded on a strange alien world trying to stop the bad guys from activating a superweapon. The mix of being so weirdly faithful to the Halo of old while at the same time looking like an entirely different game is very, very weird. If you follow the basic mission structure of the game, there is a lot of overlap with Halo 1. The first mission is defending the ship from Covenant invaders after being awoken from cryosleep, lots of cramped hallways and the like. The second mission, involving you crashing onto a strange alien world, opens up into a grassy, hilly area that you explore with a warthog. The third mission is set in a darker nighttime, infiltrating the heart of enemy territory. This also serves as our 343 guilty spark, introducing a surprise second faction of enemies into the game. The fourth mission is a bit of a stretch, I'll grant you, but both missions involve looking for something, the cartographer in Halo 1 and survivors in Halo 4. But then the fifth mission is a vehicle-focused assault on a wide fortified area. We skip the library, thank God, and jump straight into two betrayals, flying around in a wide open area to shut down some things. We have the thematic low point, either returning to the Covenant ship to find the now infected keys, or in this game, failing to save Dr. Telson and the crew of the station. And finally, we have an assault on a spaceship involving a long canyon section and detonating a nuclear explosion. This isn't, like, an accident. The game is doing a Force Awakens 3 years before that movie actually came out. It's just instead of inheriting the same story structure, the game is instead borrowing the same level design structure. What I can't tell you is why. Tonally and story-wise, Halo 4 is aiming for a completely different vibe to Halo 1. It's a much more introspective and personal story. I don't know if this creative repetition is intended to be a reference or as a sign of uncreativity, or if it's like poetry and that it rhymes. To be perfectly honest, I can't even tell if it was intentional or they just thought that this is the structure that makes a good Halo game, but the specific mechanical and visual similarities between some of these missions makes me think that on some level it had to be intentional. Halo Combat Evolved isn't really about anything, and I don't mean that as a negative. Halo 1 is about shooting aliens in a strange, fantastical environment, but there aren't really any deeper themes you can dissect from the story. Halo 4 does have themes, a big one in particular, one that almost every story element in the game feeds back into: the difference between man and machine.
Before this is all over, promise me you'll figure out which one of us is the machine.
Master Chief is a human who acts like a machine. Cortana is a machine that acts more like a human. Prometheans, the game's new enemy faction, are quite literally a fusion of machine and man. The villain's main plot is to turn all of humanity into his digital robot soldiers. The game opens with Dr. Halsey being interrogated by a guy who asks if Master Chief's success was down to his lack of humanity, and Halsey talking about how Spartans aren't just military hardware but the next step in our evolution as a species. The fusion of man and machine in harmony in contrast to the discordant abominations of the Prometheans. Early in the game, it's revealed that Requiem is a prison. At its core is an ancient forerunner named the Didact, who Chief and Cortana are tricked into releasing because they don't identify that this big ominous orb defying the laws of physics might be a bad thing. I would simply not activate the big evil looking orb, but maybe I'm just built different. Anyway, the Didact is a strange villain. He speaks almost entirely in villainous monologues, and as I just mentioned, he wants to turn everyone into robot zombies. He's intended to be a dark reflection of Master Chief, where the Didact views machines as a tool and something to be dominated. Chief views his machine as a partner, romantic undertones absolutely intended. All of this stuff is threaded throughout the game, and I can pick up on it clearly. But I don't really know what I'm supposed to do with it. What am I supposed to draw from it, or if it even really works as a concept at all? The idea of Master Chief being more machine than man is only sort of true. If he was more like the Chief scene in the trilogy, I might believe it more. But the Chief scene in this game is very much human. He cares deeply for the people around him, especially Cortana. He's not like RoboCop, he's just a man who's a little bit emotionally stunted. Steve Downes, who voices Master Chief in all the games, is not a professional voice actor by trade, but I think he delivers his best performance in this game. I feel the emotions lingering behind that big helmeted face, but that's kind of to the detriment of the idea that Master Chief is a machine. I don't feel like that's true.
8 years.
AIs deteriorate after 7, Chief.
Halsey.
Chief.
We need to find Halsey.
Chief, please.
She made you. She can fix you.
I won't recover from rampancy, Chief.
If we can just get back to Earth and find Halsey, she can fix this.
He's also, Space Jesus, which is an entire separate layer which we can unpack later. And as well as all that, Man Out of Time, Captain America, Greatest Generation analogy, which feels really out of place on top of all of this. About halfway through the game, Chief and Cortana meet the new UNSC, a ship that gets dragged into Requiem like they did. The UNSC Infinity, an absolutely gargantuan ship around 10 times the size of any human ship previously seen in the series. This is meant to establish the post-war feeling of humanity, that we're no longer the underdogs but a dominant power in the galaxy with the size to prove it. The Infinity is also host to a new generation of Spartans, the Spartan 4s, not kidnapped children like the Master Chief, but enlisted soldiers who volunteered to undergo procedures to become Spartans. This is where the 4-year timeskip starts to feel completely ridiculous. For humanity to have gone from about to be completely wiped out to having a massive, highly advanced starship and a new generation of Spartans in a mere 4 years feels completely implausible. It feels like there's a generational gap between Chief and the Spartan 4s. The one Spartan 4 you meet in the main campaign, Sarah Palmer, is clearly meant to represent a very different kind of soldier to the Chief, personable and a bit cocky.
I thought you'd be taller.
Coincidentally, she's the best character in the game because she's basically just Commander Shepard but a Spartan.
Ladies and other Spartans, listen up.
For the amount of changes that have happened, it really feels like at least 10 years have passed since the end of Halo 3. As to why the Covenant are back as an enemy, the game hilariously addresses this with a single line.
I thought we had a truce with the Covenant.
A lot can happen in 4 years.
That's seriously the only explanation that the game gives for why you're fighting the Covenant again, even though the Covenant was functionally destroyed by the end of Halo 3. The game's secret second campaign addresses this better, but the main campaign doesn't even bother and just hopes you'll accept that this is a Halo game and we need aliens for you to shoot at. There's even more too that makes the 4-year timeskip feel completely implausible, like Dr. Halsey, who looks about 30 years older than she did in Halo Reach, which was supposed to be only like 5 years ago, and just the attitudes that the crew of the Infinity have towards Master Chief. Like his deeds and his heroism have been lost to history and he's just some forgotten relic. Except it was only 4 years ago and all of the people in this room would have been grown adults when it happened, especially the guy saying it. Which brings us to probably the worst element of the whole game, Captain Del Rio. Del Rio is the captain of the Infinity, and his primary character trait is that he's a prick.
Captain, what's Force Recon's assessment of the terrain?
I know you've been off the field for a while, Master Chief, but this is a blow-through op. Sending in a recon would just slow us down.
Yeah, what kind of idiot would send recon to scout a mission first? That's so outdated, you man who's probably younger than I am. Del Rio is, I think, supposed to represent that the new UNSC has grown arrogant in their power. He commands this massive ship full of Spartans and he feels like the chief is outdated. The problem is that he's written to be comically angry, bitter, spiteful, and wrong. He's literally wrong in every single argument he takes part in. There's a particular moment where the Chief explains to him the severity of the crisis, and his response is to suggest that Master Chief hallucinated the whole thing. Which, if this game was set 10 years after Halo 3, I might believe. But at 4 years, Del Rio was absolutely a captain during the time of Halo 3 and knows that this guy saved the galaxy and you should probably trust the things he says. It feels like an incredibly forced conflict to have the captain of the Infinity be such a dick to you. We need a reason that Master Chief is on his own for the final battle, and the best they could do was making the captain of the flagship an asshole and an idiot who just refuses to help because he's a dick. It reaches a head when Cortana has a brief spark of anger because of her rampancy, and Del Rio orders her immediate termination right there on the spot, and then throws what I can only describe as a hissy fit when no one is willing to do it.
I am ordering you to surrender that AI!
No, sir.
Lieutenant! Arrest that man!
Captain!
Arrest him!
There's nothing wrong with a character being a bit of a jackass, but with Del Rio it gets to the point where I'm not sure how he functions in society without bursting a blood vessel every day because he seems to hate everyone around him so much. He's deliberately contrasted against his second in command, Lasky, who feels like he just walked out of a Star Trek show with how nice and cordial and friendly he is. It's immediately apparent that everything would be going so much smoother if Lasky was in charge, which is exactly what happens by the end of the game, and Del Rio is never seen or heard from again, although to be honest that's a bit of a through line for the 343 Halo era. I could forgive all of it if we just set the game further away from the originals. Del Rio's attitude makes so much more sense if you simply choose to believe that it's been longer. But then would contradict the 7 years rampancy rule, and I guess that was more important? AI rampancy is kind of a weird concept to base the central conflict of this game around in the first place. It is a big point of difference between the AIs in the Halo universe and AIs in most forms of media. In most sci-fi stories, AI are essentially immortal unless they get shut down for whatever reason. It's actually a concept imported into the Halo universe from Marathon, but Marathon goes in directions with its rampant AIs. In this game, it's pretty much just presented as Cortana losing her marbles. There's something about this whole situation that I find kind of perversely manipulative. The game does a lot to make sure that the player feels sympathy for Cortana's situation, and it's easy enough to do that. Jen Taylor can sell the ranges of emotion that this character is going through as she loses her grip on reality. But there's just something uncomfortably gendered about the whole thing. I can't not point out Cortana's redesign. They lean even harder into making her look like a naked woman. Yes, part of that is the graphical fidelity, but she's clearly just a realistic looking naked woman now, with natural curves and boobs that sag in a realistic way as if she's actually naked. And she's not really see-through anymore, and the markings on her body have basically become lingerie. They're pretty much one step away from an R rating. You can even see by comparing her to Roland, the game's other AI, that she looks way more real and less see-through than he does. There is a clear design choice here to make Cortana look as real as possible. It's not really that she's supposed to look sexy. The game doesn't really sexualize her in a traditional look how hot she is bro kind of way. She's specifically supposed to look naked. It's a design choice intended to make Cortana look more vulnerable and small, with the intention, I guess, that a mostly male audience will feel more protective of her. It's playing on some very old tropes about strong men protecting vulnerable women, usually illustrated naked. At my most generous, it's a choice built on the man versus machine idea. Master Chief, the human, looks like a robot with his emotionless lack of face and big bulky armour. And Cortana, the robot, looks like the complete opposite, a naked human woman. In an Adam and Eve sort of way, you don't get any more human than nudity, right? Humanity in its purest form. If it was just that visual idea, then fine. But the game is primarily about how Cortana is dying and losing her capacity for rational thought, and we as Chief are supposed to feel sorry for her. I think that is the bigger and more interesting story hook here, and I certainly don't need her to be the most on-the-nose symbology for vulnerability in order to feel that way about it. And of course there's still a sexual component to it. Maybe in an ideal perfect world the image of a naked woman wouldn't be inherently sexual, but we don't live in a perfect world, especially not in 2012. Cortana is the love interest of the game. She is in love with John, and John is supposed to be you. Can we really pretend that having a naked woman love and care for and constantly compliment the male player's self-insert doesn't have kinky undertones? It's not a neutral exchange. If you flipped the gender roles and it was a bulked up armoured lady and a sexy naked man in her palm that was going dangerously insane, suddenly I think a lot of players would be really uncomfortable with that arrangement, even though the story is functionally identical. The connotations of a crazy naked man running rampant are a little bit different from a crazy naked lady. I talked about Cortana through this lens in Halo 3 as well, but where that game did a better job of balancing the problematic undertones of these kinds of gender dynamics. Halo 4 is so much heavier on the ways it leverages Cortana's gender to induce feelings of pity in the player. The way she talks, the way she looks, the little things she does when standing around. It's all drenched in this fragile woman coding, and ultimately, I just don't think it's necessary. I think it speaks to a lack of confidence in the story and the characters. I didn't need all of this in order to care about Cortana's condition. In case you were wondering, all of this is exactly why Halo 5 is a much better game, but we'll get there later. None of what I've talked about so far is even my biggest problem with the story of Halo 4, if you can believe it. No, my biggest problem is that Master Chief is Space Jesus. Let's talk about Space Jesus. So about halfway through the game you run into a room and Master Chief is teleported to a magical heaven-like place, where another Forerunner, the librarian, explains to him that she seeded his creation millennia ago and that him arriving here on Requiem was destiny. He's a very special boy. And then she unlocks his full potential, making him immune to the Diadac's robo-zombie laser.
Reclaimer. When I indexed mankind for repopulation, I hid seeds from the Didact. Seeds which would lead to an eventuality. Your physical evolution. Your combat skin. Even your ancilla, Cortana. You are the culmination of 1,000 lifetimes of planning.
Words simply cannot describe how much I hate this reveal. I don't even know if I have a proper logical reason for why this bothers me so much, but I'll try my best. I find the concept of destiny within stories to be bad and boring at the best of times. Destiny implies predestination. Whatever was stated to happen was going to happen. It robs any of the characters involved of the agency that led to those outcomes. There was never any doubt that Master Chief was going to win in the end because it was predetermined to be so by this lady who is, to all intents and purposes, God. She's the one who gave humanity life in this new era and seeded the eventuality of John 117, whatever that means. To me, it marks the first time that the series has moved completely from sci-fi into full sci fantasy. It no longer feels within the realms of reality that she could have done this, so it must just be magic. Seriously, what within the realms of all that makes sense in this universe could she have done to make sure that a kid called John was born and a lady called Dr. Halsey kidnapped him and made him some fancy armor and a naked lady friend? The idea of it completely shatters my suspension of disbelief. If the Forerunners were capable of doing such a ludicrously advanced thing, how is it that the Flood, or the ancient race of humans, posed such a threat to them? And why? So he's immune to the digilaser? She could have just as easily given him that ability without it being genetically seeded into the human race millions of years ago. I know it's kind of ridiculous to complain about religious aspects of a game literally called Halo. I get that. Halo has always contained an element of religiosity in its subtext. I talked about the Dante's Inferno allegory in ODST, or Noah's Ark in Halo 3. But to me the difference is in the intention. Halo is a religiously loaded word, but within the games, the Halos are not divine, they're big super weapons, and the people that consider them to be divine are wrong, unable to grasp the bigger picture. If the Arbiter's story has a moral, it's that unquestioning faith and loyalty to a religion is dangerous. Here, I am being asked to put my faith in this lady, and there is no subversive angle to it. This also essentially paints the Didact as the devil, the personification of sin, a fallen angel bent on revenge. The Didact and the Librarian are both borrowed characters from the Terminals in Halo 3, a married couple from the end of the Forerunner War against the Floods. Though Halo 4 adds a lot of twists to the story told in those terminals, like the detail that the Forerunners waged a war against ancient humans where we were the aggressors. Which is why the Didact hates humans so much, with the double twist that actually the humans didn't care about the Forerunners at all, they were trying to contain the Flood. I explained in that Halo 3 video that the Forerunners were originally intended to be ancient humans, but that at some point they decided to make them a separate species instead, which leads to some contradictory information in the trilogy. Like the lines in Halo 1 where Guilty Spark seems to assume that you know who he is, which in this game is now explained by the Space Jesus thing. I think depicting the Forerunners in such a direct way as the Terminals in this game do kind of robs them of a lot of their mystique. They're just a race of bickering, Voldemort-looking politicians. I might even believe the whole Space Jesus thing more if the game didn't go out of its way to paint the Forerunners as just people. Players tend to consider the Didact one of the series' best villains, but I couldn't disagree more. He is exceptionally generic as far as villains go, being that he's driven primarily by jealousy and revenge. The Forerunners believed in a philosophy called the Mantle of Responsibility, essentially that their race was ordained by the gods to be protectors and caretakers of the galaxy. The Librarian believes that the Forerunners' time has passed and that humans are the new holders of the mantle, and that makes the Didact very annoyed and jealous, assuming that we don't have what it takes. He also hates us because of that teensy-weensy accidental genociding we did 10 million years ago. Revenge is the most basic of villainous plots you can get. I don't think it even holds a candle to the eldritch existentialism of the all-consuming Gravemind. I think mostly people just like him because he has a cool look and a cool voice.
So fades the great harvest of my betrayal. Even these beasts recognize what you were oblivious to, human. Your nobility has blinded you, as ever.
I will concede that he has presence as a villain. He looks very threatening and imposing, but his motivations are very bare bones. The game draws a very deliberate parallel between the Didact and the Flood. His Prometheans are essentially the opposite of the Flood with the same result, loss of will and humanity. But instead of being consumed by a biological threat, it's a digital threat. I think focusing on the opposite of the Flood for a second Halo trilogy makes perfect sense, but it also leaves the Didact himself as more of a transitionary villain. He's still a biological threat driven by human, or humanoid at least, motivations. It's what his robot army does without him that will become truly a dark reflection of the Flood. The game is at its best when it isn't getting bogged down by all this ancient alien operatic drama, and it's focusing on the small emotional moments between its two characters. For all the problems I have with the way Cortana is used in this game, I can't deny that the best parts of the game come down to the quiet emotional moments between these two old friends. Widely considered the best mission in the game, and I agree, is the second last mission, where Chief and Cortana try, and fail, to save a research station from the Didact. By this point, Cortana's condition has gotten considerably worse, to the point where it's a struggle for her to accomplish even basic tasks, and it's a sad, emotional state of affairs.
Cortana, see if you can raise Tilson. Get me a status on the rest of the station.
I can't believe you did that.
Cortana, I need that info. Look, don't think about the Didact. Don't think about the Composer. Only focus on finding me Tilson.
Tilson. Sandra Kay. Female, 51 years of age. Doctor of Archaeology, Pegasi Institute. Got her! Biosignature stable on 350 level. B deck.
Thank you, Cortana.
I think moments like this, where Master Chief, the big bulky soldier man player insert, is forced to be the emotional support, are really compelling. In fact, I think one of the strongest elements of Halo 4 is how it kind of takes the Master Chief away from the player and makes him his own person. That's even represented visually at the very end, at least if you're playing on Legendary. In an extremely controversial move, the game shows you his eyes at the very end. What they look like is irrelevant. The point is that they're his eyes, not yours. He's no longer a figure for players to view as an avatar, not like Noble Six was. He's a full character in his own right. The scenes with Dr. Tilson are also an emotional strong point of the game. Tilson is a very regular sort of lady, and then comes Chief telling her that she has to blow up the station, her life's work, to stop some ancient weirdo. And even though she's only in this one mission, you can feel the emotions at work.
Maybe next time you rescue us, you can give us more time to pack?
Next time.
I really feel for this woman, and I feel sad when she gets vaporized 10 minutes from now. I wish that the depth and nuance that the game can achieve in these smaller emotional moments was on display in the wider plot of the game, because unfortunately, the final confrontation with the Didact is a huge letdown. After boarding his ship with a nuke and fighting your way to the centre, you end up confronting him on a bridge, and after taunting you with some more villainous monologuing, Cortana uses her fragmenting personality to hold him down, while in a quick-time event you wordlessly shove a grenade into his chest and send him tumbling into the abyss like Palpatine. Within the games, that is the last we see of the Didact. If you're only playing the games, you might assume that he's dead now, which isn't actually true. He comes back later in a run of comics, but as far as the games are concerned, he dies here in one of only 2 quick-time events in the entire game. It's such an anticlimax. Arguably, the real climax of the game is the final conversation with Cortana, where she presents herself at human size and they have one last conversation face-to-face, or face-to-Pfizer anyway. But come on, the main bad guy of the game and you're just gonna wordlessly chuck him into the void? I also feel like the game has no real resolution to the man versus machine theme. Chief and Cortana, man and machine, work together to kill the Didact, and that's good. But they've been working together the entire game. Them working together to kill the final boss isn't really a big climactic resolution to that theme. It's just a continuation of what they've been doing since Halo 1. Maybe what the game is saying is that without Cortana doing the human part for him, Master Chief will now need to learn to grow and change and find that balance between man and machine and himself. And with his final line, I can see what they were going for.
Our duty as soldiers is to protect humanity, whatever the cost.
They say that, like, soldiers and humanity are 2 different things. I mean, soldiers aren't machines. We're just people. I'll let you have the deck to yourself.
She said that to me once. About being a machine.
I think contained within itself, this scene really works. I genuinely think it's great. But within the wider context of the game, Master Chief has displayed humanity the entire time. I've never felt that he's a machine. He needs to learn to be a little bit more emotionally open. But a machine? That feels like a stretch to me. Even with all of my problems and criticisms, I can honestly say that I don't think Halo 4's story is bad. It's more complicated than that. It's a game of massive peaks and valleys. I think that 343 were really trying to make something with this game, something way more complicated than the broader operatic storytelling of the Bungie-era games. I think you can see that with just how many words I've spent on it compared to the previous games. I think there's a fantastic story hidden somewhere in Halo 4, but the game would need to decide which of the many stories it's trying to tell actually matters. Of course, arguably the most important story of Halo 4 doesn't have anything to do with narrative at all, because the plot is not why Halo 4 is such a divisive title in the franchise. You may have noticed the distinct lack of Call of Duty comparisons in the video, which is weird because this game is often disparaged as the Call of Duty Halo, and that is down entirely to the drastic changes that Halo 4 makes to the multiplayer. The most important, drastic, and controversial change is that Halo 4 uses a loadout system, the only game in the franchise before or after to do so. This is a way more fundamental change than you might think just by looking at it, because this single change pretty much changes the entire feel of Halo 4. Since you pick your weapons before the match begins and have a wide variety of perks to choose from, a regular match of Halo 4 is no longer perfectly balanced with all players starting on the same footing. Suddenly, particular builds matter a whole lot more than knowing maps and spawns. It's no longer a race to find the weapons you want, as along with this change a concept called Ordnance was added, where after a certain number of kills you can call in a random power weapon or power up. There are even wider effects than that though. Think about it this way. Since the player can choose from any of these 7 guns at the start of a match, each of these 7 guns has to be roughly equivalent. They may look, sound and feel different, but if you were to compare these guns on a spreadsheet, they're all pretty much the same. They're all balanced so that they all have a similar TTK, or time to kill, which essentially means that from the time you start shooting, how long does it take to kill the other guy? This can be affected by range and the like, but in the broad strokes, all of these guns are balanced to have a similar TTK to make sure that none of them are bad choices, which of course also means that none of them are good choices. This is how guns have always been balanced in Call of Duty. Your choice between these machine guns is more an exercise in personal expression or whatever specific patterns you feel most comfortable with, rather than any kind of tactical advantage. They're all the same fundamental gun, with modifiers added to make them unique. Halo traditionally does not work like this. There is one gun for each role. Even when there are 2 similar guns like the battle rifle and the carbine, they are balanced completely differently for different situations. In Halo 4, the battle rifle, DMR, carbine, and light rifle are all pretty much the same gun, and then the assault rifle, storm rifle, and suppressor are also all basically the same gun. People might be really mad at me for saying that, but if you look at them on a spreadsheet, it's true. And you can even feel that at work in the campaign. When you go to a Covenant, Human, or Promethean weapon rack, it's the same types of weapons that serve the same functions with a different coat of paint on them. The game is still an FPS, but this change essentially changes the genre of FPS that it is. And if I know one thing about gamers, it's that they love change. There's also the addition of kill cams, which I promise were in the original release, but either they've been removed from MCC or the playlists they're included in are very low in the rotation. And in the original release, the game had a prestige rank system, very reminiscent of the way Call of Duty handles its ranking system. All of this to say, the game was clearly trying to be more like Call of Duty. So, do all of these changes make Halo 4 a bad game? Absolutely not. They make it a different game, that's definitely true, but they didn't half-ass this change. I think on its own, separate from any kind of franchise expectations, Halo 4 is a pretty solid multiplayer shooter that blends the Halo and Call of Duty styles of gameplay quite well. I mean, I still think the game looks terrible, and I have never in my entire life been able to settle on a multiplayer customization set that I'm happy with, but to play it, the game is pretty solid. The game is still balanced around rechargeable shields and vehicle combat, something which you don't find in Call of Duty, so it's not fair to say that Halo 4 is just a knockoff of Call of Duty. Rather, it's borrowing and adapting some of the most popular features of the time, and personally, I've always thought it worked. Halo 4 is a fun game to play online. I think part of the reason I'm okay with it though is that I know it's not a permanent change. I know that Halo 5 drops the entire thing and goes back to a more traditional Halo experience. It makes Halo 4 in retrospect feel very experimental. These changes aren't something they're married to, but it's something that they want to try, see how it feels, see how people react. People reacted badly. The thing about that is, though, multiplayer modes inevitably age worse than campaigns, primarily because at a certain point it becomes almost impossible to play them. I can't play Halo 4 multiplayer in its original form at all because the servers were shut down 2 years ago. I can play the campaign in its original state if I really wanted to. I have the disc right here. It's just more convenient to play it through the Master Chief Collection and it looks nicer for the video. But that means the changes that Halo 4 made to multiplayer and just how controversial they were is a fact likely to be lost to time. Such is the ever-present fluid nature of video games. And that fact also leaves Halo 4's most surprising and impressive feature completely robbed of the very things that made it so impressive in the first place.
There she is, man. Infinity.
Halo 4 actually contains an entire second campaign. In fact, if you're playing through the entire thing, it comes out to at least double the length of the main campaign. This is Spartan Ops, an episodic story released after Halo 4's launch in weekly installments. Spartan Ops seems absolutely destined to be one of the most obscure campaign experiences in the entire franchise. It's not even listed in the campaign section of the Master Chief Collection, it's hidden within the firefight menu, bundling it with the horde modes of ODST and Reach in a way that's honestly not fair. Spartan Ops is somewhere in the middle between a full campaign and a horde mode. It's almost like a sort of horde mode with a plot attached to it. Each episode is broken up into 5 chapters, and each chapter takes place in a small map where you fight a lot of enemies and complete some relatively simple objectives. Some of these maps are adapted from the campaign, some of these maps are just straight multiplayer maps, and a few of them are unique locations made just for Spartan Ops. But all of them are used at least 2 or 3 times across the 10 episodes of Spartan Ops. The premise of Spartan Ops is that it's been 6 months since the events of the base game, and the Infinity has come back to Requiem to study and explore. With teams of Spartans sent out across the planet, you play as one of these Spartan teams, Fire Team Crimson, using your multiplayer Spartan customization. As for in this game, the multiplayer is actually contextualized within the story as War Games, a holographic training program for the Spartans on board the Infinity. The missions are not really designed to be played alone. Characters will always refer to Crimson as a team of Spartans, and a lot of the encounters are very much balanced for multiple players. However, unlike in the main campaign, dying doesn't reset your progress to the last checkpoint, so you can just respawn when you die, which does make them playable in single player. Each episode also shipped with a glossy CGI cutscene which advanced the plot of the story in a more direct way than the missions themselves. They're quite long too, around 3 or 4 minutes apiece, which for animation of this quality is pretty impressive. But the most impressive detail of all is that Spartan Ops was free. I mean, you had to buy Halo 4 of course, but Spartan Ops was bundled with the game at no additional cost. It's pretty much exactly the framework for what we would now call a live service element, long before that term was in popular use. And if I'm being completely honest, I like it a lot more than I do the base campaign. Spartan Ops feels like the game that I wish they'd had the confidence to make in the first place, one unbound from previous legacy characters. Pretty much the entire cast, with one major exception, are new to Halo 4. Lasky and Palmer take on starring roles along with the ship AI Roland and a new fire team of Spartans called Majestic. Spartan Ops also takes the time to actually flesh out and give motivation to the faction of Covenant that you fought in the base campaign. They're led by an elite extremist called Jul Imdama, a shrewd sort who uses religious zealotry as a front to gain more power. He's here on Requiem looking not for divinity, but for ancient Forerunner technology he can use to make himself more powerful. The Covenant don't speak English in Halo 4, much like Reach in Halo 1, which can make some of these scenes flow a bit awkward. But a bit of motivation for these new Covenant does a lot for them as villains. And looking back, you can see that scrappier, more aggressive view at work in their design. These new Covenant are much less armoured and much less colourful. Majestic, for their part, do a strong job of illustrating the difference between this new breed of Spartans and the old breed. Being that unlike Chief, these Spartans are just people. They banter, they bicker, they look out for each other in a more classic soldier bravado-y kind of way. And oh my god, is that Spock?
Dr. Halsey? Spartan Thorn, I'll be your escort for the day.
Oh my god, it is Spock! I can't believe I never noticed that before. Sorry, that's not relevant to what I was saying at all. It's weird then that despite being framed as the main characters of Spartan Ops, Majestic are not the team you play as in the missions. Instead, Crimson is a totally silent group who don't even really serve as protagonists of Spartan Ops despite being the player characters. Instead, it's better to think of Fireteam Crimson as nameless extras within the story. Your missions are tangentially related to the things happening in the plot, but rarely have a major impact. For example, in episode 1 you find a strange Forerunner artifact that happens to be critically important for the rest of the plot, but Crimson never interacts with it again. It's just mentioned in the cutscene that, hey, yeah, those Crimson guys found it out in the field. The character who gets the most development during the missions themselves is actually your handler, Spartan Miller. His job is to give you all your objectives and handle the logistics, like getting your ride home. This despite being a Spartan himself and seemingly sitting at his desk in full power armor. I mean, that seems like a waste of resources to me, but what do I know? He starts as kind of a nervous office clerk guy who's not sure of himself, with Palmer often taking charge of the missions, but by the end he's earned his confidence as a guy in the chair ready to yell at other departments on your behalf.
Fire Team Shadow, this is Spartan Miller and Ops. I'm filling in for Commander Palmer, so apologies to your team's handler, Spartan Carmichael, for going over his head here.
This is Shadow Leader. Go ahead, Miller.
Got a job for you. Infiltrate a Covenant cruiser and destroy her power core. I'm sending you coordinates now.
There is a lot of functional mission dialogue like that across these 10 episodes, and let me tell you, by the end I feel like I know Jared Miller better than any other character in the entire series. But there's a kind of low-stakes charm to the storytelling of the Spartan Ops missions. The missions you're doing, with only a couple of exceptions like the last episode, are very inconsequential. You're not saving the galaxy, you're just clearing out an area of bad guys so some scientists can come in and study it. And then you're clearing out the same area again, with those scientists getting attacked by a new set of bad guys. The level reuse can become kind of tedious, but it has a sort of realistic touch to it. Like, these areas are your squad's assigned zone, so of course you're going to be coming back here a lot. When the Infinity is boarded in episode 7 and all of the Spartan squads are called back to defend the ship, 4 of the 5 chapters take place on a single map, but it feels fine because this is your section of the ship. There are other Spartan teams protecting the other sections. This hangar bay, server room and engine room, this is your part of a much larger ship-wide operation. In a main Halo campaign, would you ever spend hours bonding with a good old southern boy of a pilot named Murphy after you rescue him from captivity? Or really get into the nitty-gritty details of the job of the Spartan who runs logistics? Or just have the ship AI constantly annoy your mission handler by making jokes?
Hello, Crimson. Roland here. How you been? Well, enough chit-chat. There's a UNSC base under attack, and they need your help. This really is your whole life, isn't it?
Roland, get off the line.
Maybe that sounds really boring to you, but what all this dialogue is really here for is just some flavour in the background while you shoot hordes of aliens. The shooting guys is fun, and the dialogue is easy breezy, and it all makes for a perfectly pleasant, low-stakes gaming experience. The cutscenes do have stakes, and they advance like a sort of super high-budget HBO show with absolutely zero downtime, with lots of twists and betrayals and the like. To study the artifact they brought on board, Lasky calls in Dr. Halsey, and her use in this game is so much more interesting than her appearance in Halo Reach. In the time since the end of the war, her actions have caught up with her. She's no longer a hero, but a war criminal who kidnapped children and did cruel, bizarre experiments on them. People now treat her like she's a supervillain, except for Lasky himself, who continues his trend of being a Star Trek character by being extremely cordial with her despite the circumstances. Spartan Thorn, aka Spock, treats her with more curiosity, trying to dig into why she made the decisions she did, while Sarah Palmer openly despises her. Halsey is characterised as having a dangerous hunger for knowledge, even being willing to work with the Covenant in order to get it. It's one of my favourite depictions of a genius character like this. You can assume that she's smart enough to solve basically any scientific problem, but she's also exceptionally arrogant and self-confident, unable to consider that betraying the UNSC might lead them to trying to kill you.
Didact's hand. If people would just share things with me, I could solve all the world's problems.
Most importantly, she doesn't view what she did with the Spartans as wrong at all. She will and does defend herself every single time it's brought up. It's even clear that she loves her Spartans in a strange, warped, maternalistic sort of way. By focusing on these personal character stories more than the ancient aliens and super weapons, Spartan Ops delivers a much tighter and much more compelling narrative than the main campaign does. There's a lot of interesting character dynamics running through the show, like the one-sided rivalry between Thorn and his commander DeMarco, or the personal friendship between Lasky and Palmer showcased throughout by the fact that the two of them are on a first-name basis.
I'm serious. We shouldn't have to execute a civilian.
No, but it has to be done. And I don't trust anyone else to do it right.
There has to be another way. I mean...
I know what you mean, Tom. And I won't see you court-martialed over that woman.
Sarah, stand down!
Orders are orders, Tom. This isn't my first rodeo.
I don't suppose it is.
We do get to the ancient superweapons eventually when the librarian gives Halsey something called the Janus Key, which functions as a map of every piece of Forerunner technology in the galaxy, the thing that the Covenant are really after. But that's just the driving force, when the real gist of the story is that Sarah Palmer has been sent to kill Halsey, but Fireteam Majestic have been sent to save her. Tune in next week to find out what happens. The season ends with Requiem being hurled into the sun and the Infinity just escaping at the last minute thanks to Crimson and Majestic. Halsey is still with the Covenant looking for revenge since Sarah Palmer cost her an arm, and both sides only have one half of the Janus key. It's the perfect season finale for a show that never actually got a second season. The story was continued in a comic book, but Halo has never really attempted something like Spartan Ops again, which I have to assume means that despite my personal love for it, it wasn't very successful. I think in Spartan Ops though, we can see the beginnings of what would become Halo 5. Halo 5 with its massive cast of characters feels more like a sequel to Spartan Ops than it does to Halo 4. And I think that shows a level of confidence in the storytelling they accomplished with this strange bit of side story. A level of confidence that I so wish they could have maintained. But that's a story for another day.
LT! Get us the hell out of here! Aye, sir.
Ends with a message. Every great journey begins with a single step. This is our beginning. I feel kind of bad being so harsh on the game when they end it with a message like that. This was their first try. Literally. Individually, most of them had worked on games before, but as a group, this is their first game together. And as a debut game, yeah, it's got a lot of flaws, but it's really clear that they tried to make something with this game. They really did. It's why, despite all of my problems, I can't call Halo 4 a bad game. I don't think that's true. But I do think it's a game that's lost, that never quite figured out what it wanted to be. It has parts that I love, and parts that I hate, but neither really dominate my thoughts on the game. I've spent longer on Halo 4 than any other game in the series so far, and I think that speaks to both the strengths and weaknesses of the game. There is so much to talk about with Halo 4. In replaying Halo 4, I find myself rooting for 343, rooting for them to find their identity and find their own unique way of making Halo games. Even if I don't like some of their choices, I want them to make those choices, and I want to see the game that they could create when they're not bound by the expectations of the franchise. And considering what happened next, I get the feeling I might be the only person who wanted that. But that's a story for another day.
Humanity stands as the greatest threat in the galaxy. Refusing to eradicate them is a fool's gambit. We squander eons in the darkness, while they seize our triumphs for their own. The mantle of responsibility for all things belongs to Forerunners alone. Think of my acts as you will, but do not doubt the reality. The reclamation has already begun, and we are hopeless to stop it.
Halo Spartan Assault is an obscure game. Originally published for Windows 8 and the Windows Phone, it's honestly kind of amazing that the game is still playable at all. Games published on dead platforms usually turn into lost media. But remarkably, Spartan Assault got not one, but 2 console releases coming out during that small window where games launched on both the 360 and the Xbox One, which makes Halo Spartan Assault the first Halo game to come out on the Xbox One. That's quite a title to claim, and maybe not one that Spartan Assault would like to claim considering what the game actually is. A heavily monetized, brand tie-in mobile game developed to incentivize buying a phone nobody actually wanted. I bet you thought I wouldn't bother with this one. You should know me better by now. Unless this is your first video of mine, in which case... bold choice. Halo Spartan Assault is like a time capsule of an entire genre of games that have mostly disappeared, up there with the classics like Mass Effect Infiltrator or Assassin's Creed Pirates or Borderlands Legends. 2010 to 2015 was a time when phones started to get enough processing power to be on par with handheld consoles, and so pretty much every studio rushed to get a phone game out to cash in on a noteworthy brand. These games all follow a similar template. They were all made cheap and dirty, usually outsourced to a smaller development studio. They were met with middling to negative reviews, let's charitably call them mixed, shall we? They had some quite pushy and aggressive microtransactions, and they all died like 1 or 2 years after launch. None of the games I just listed are actually available anymore, they're all considered lost media. Spartan Assault is still around, the last game standing, and that's because Spartan Assault is unique. Not in terms of its gameplay, certainly not that, but because of the situation around its creation. Spartan Assault was originally developed for the Windows Phone, and the whole gimmick of the Windows Phone was that it ran Windows, the same operating system that basically every PC uses. That meant that by default, every app and game that was developed for the Windows Phone could pretty easily be ported to a PC, and so unlike all of these other phone games, Spartan Assault was available to play on PCs. I could be talking at my ass here, but I think one of the main reasons that all of these games failed was a complete misunderstanding of what the mobile game market actually wants. They assumed that because Assassin's Creed is a big and noteworthy brand on consoles, that would automatically translate to success on phones. But what we know now is that phone gamers and console gamers are not the same group. In fact, most phone gamers wouldn't even call themselves gamers. Your average phone gamer is like Sharon. She's in her mid-40s and she doesn't consider herself a gamer. She doesn't know what a Halo is. She doesn't know the difference between a PlayStation 5 and a GameCube, but she's got 6,000 hours logged in Gardenscapes. Sharon does not care that your new Mass Effect game has tie-in rewards in Mass Effect 3. Sharon doesn't know what a Mass Effect is. Sharon is just looking for a thing to do while she's on the train to work or is on the couch watching her soaps. There is a lot more crossover between console gamers and PC gamers. I don't have the stats on this per se, but I have to imagine that before it came to Xbox, the majority of people who played this game played it on a PC. One of the most requested features on launch was controller support, a feature that doesn't really make sense if you're playing on a mobile, but it does make sense if you're playing on a PC. That's most likely why the game got a console release. They realised that the majority of people who want to play Halo want to play it on an Xbox. A revelation that more of these companies probably should have had. That comes with its own set of problems though, because to its core, Spartan Assault is a phone game. It's a game designed for Sharon, and that just makes the entire project a huge, muddled mess. Now you might say, Kyle, it's just a phone game, you can't be that harsh to it. To which I have two responses. One, they thought it was good enough to release on consoles, so I'm well within my rights to judge it as a console release. And secondly, why have we all just decided that it's okay for phone games to be bad? They don't get a pass just because the developers know that nobody's going to play them. Nobody plays them because they've got a reputation for being shite. Spartan Assault may be the last game standing, but that by no means makes it the best.
Greetings, Spartan. I'm Roland, UNSC Infinity's AI. We're going to study the historical battles in hopes of increasing your tactical skills for the future. As a bonus, it's a pretty fun game you can play in your spare time.
Halo Spartan Assault is contextualized as a training simulation for the Spartans on board the Infinity, a meta layer that adds very little to the whole experience and is honestly just kind of confusing, since what we can charitably call the story of Spartan Assault is about a battle over a planet called Dreyfus 5. The game is split into 5 operations, with one bonus added as DLC, and each operation contains 5 chapters. During these chapters, you take on the role of either Spartan Palmer from Halo 4 or this yellow boy, Spartan Davis, and their battles across Dreyfus 5 and its moon. Mechanically, Palmer and Davis are identical and neither speak during missions, so the multiple perspectives thing is kind of pointless, which, to be fair, is in keeping with the entire story, which as far as the game is concerned is kind of pointless itself. The story is just the loosest of frameworks to string each level of the game together. The only storytelling in the game is a 20-second cutscene at the start of each operation, a text description of each chapter that you're about to do, and a quote from one of the soldiers during the load screen for flavour. If you actually try and pay attention to what's going on in the story, you're playing the game wrong, because what you get is pretty much exactly the same plot as Halo 4 Spartan Ops with the addition of a Death Star. I'm quite serious, it turns out that the moon is actually an ancient Forerunner planet-destroying device and it fires a big green laser into the planet and it starts to blow up. They could have at least changed the colour of the big laser. I realise I've gone pretty far without actually explaining what Spartan Assault is, but the issue is that what it is pretty much exactly what it looks like and nothing more. It's a twin-stick shooter. I'm not much of a twin-stick aficionado myself, but even I can tell that Spartan Assault is extremely generic as far as twin-stick shooters go. One stick controls movement, one stick controls your aim, and you shoot a big stream of bullets until the bad guy falls down. The game captures the look and especially the sound of Halo well enough, but in terms of mechanics, there is nothing about the experience that is distinct to the rhythms Halo has established. Yes, you have a rechargeable shield and a selection of the same weapons from the games, but the weapons don't have nearly the same level of mechanical distinction as they do in the games. Instead, it's more like the weapons have been chosen from across the series to fill the roles you need in a twin-stick shooter. We need a regular machine gun, get the assault rifle. We need a more accurate high damage pinpoint one, that's the pistol. We need one that's like a big laser. Every twin stick has a big laser, right? Let's just use the focus rifle from Halo Reach, that's a big laser. There's no sense of finding the right weapons for the right situations, or of saving the power weapons for the big moments. In fact, you'll never find power weapons on the missions, and we'll get to the reason for that later. The only significance to different weapons is which one has the best numbers, which is almost always going to be the focused rifle since it's a death beam of destruction, just like any twin-stick shooter with a beam weapon. The game has no adjustable difficulty either. You can add some skill modifiers to the mission for an extra challenge, but the balance of enemies will always be roughly the same, and as a result the game is kind of extremely easy, with just a few exceptions where things massively spike in difficulty. The game will occasionally break things up with a vehicle segment, which is probably where the game feels most Halo-like. The controls leave a lot to be desired, but the vehicles themselves behave pretty consistently to the way they work in the main games. The vehicle segments are few and far between though, usually only one per operation. Most of what you're doing is still very generic twin-stick shooting. When the game was ported to Xbox, they added an additional co-op game mode, fighting against the Flood for the first time since Halo 3. Critics at the time often praised the co-op as one of the best features, but I'm going to temper expectations on that one. When I managed to con my friend Nathan into playing through it with me, we had what I would describe as an adequate amount of fun. We played through all 5 co-op missions, it took us just under an hour, and after that curiosity was satiated, there was no chance in hell I was going to be able to convince him to go for the gold medals. We had fun because co-op with a friend is just kind of inherently fun. We chatted, we made jokes, and we played the game in the background of the general activity of just hanging out. The game doesn't do anything especially unique with its co-op features. There's some classic additions you'd expect in a game like this, like holding open doors for each other or special enemies that leech onto you and need to be shot by your partner. But it's still very generic. Of course, that genericness is kind of a necessity because the gimmick of Spartan Assault is that it's a twin-stick shooter that was designed to be played without the sticks. As a phone game, the entire thing would be controlled with touchscreen controls in a way that I can't possibly test or show you anymore, but reviews at the time were not exactly raving about how good the controls were. Besides, when you're the first and biggest twin-stick shooter in the Windows Phone, you don't really need to be unique, you just need to be. What else are people going to play? That's one issue with porting the game to consoles. Suddenly it's competing in a market that's well established and where games in the genre need to have a unique selling point in order to be noteworthy. The other, bigger issue is that Spartan Assault is designed for a mobile game rhythm of play, by which I mean it's designed to be played in short bursts. Console games are generally designed with a longer play session in mind. Big single-player games and RPGs are generally designed with the idea that you're going to sit down and play for several hours at a time. Online multiplayer games can vary, but a typical FPS is balanced to last around 10 to 15 minutes. Going longer depending on game mods and the amount of players and the like. Phone games are designed to be played in sessions between 2 and 5 minutes, for pulling out while you're on the bus or other more private places. The most popular phone games are built with this in mind, either passive games which just require you to check in every now and then, or with levels that can be finished in a few minutes, like Candy Crush. Spartan Assault follows this model. Each chapter is only at maximum about 6 minutes long. They are very quick to get through, which is fine if you're playing on the go, in theory anyway, but really doesn't work when you're sitting down to play a console game. One of the biggest draws of a shooter, especially a twin-stick shooter, is getting in the zone, finding your rhythm, and entering that kind of hyper-focus mode where you're keenly aware of everything happening in the game and following it like a dance. Spartan Assault's missions are too short to actually enter the zone that way because just as you might be getting into it, the levels are already over. And then you just have to spend time faffing on the menus, and by the time you're playing again, you need to start the process all over. But at the same time, I also don't think this would be any better if I was playing on a phone. Even if the levels are too short, they're too involved for Sharon to have a good time with. I play phone games, but typically speaking, the phone games I play are not nearly this involved. Even if it's short, the game does require your full attention in a way that casual games don't. The most common phone games I play are like Boggle and Sudoku, things which you can A, play with one hand, and B, require very little brain power. Not only is it just one hand, but it's really only one action. Spartan Assault requires 2 hands and your full attention. It's not simple enough to quickly pull it on the bus because it's going to take too much of your attention and you're going to miss your stop. So what we end up with is the worst of both worlds. It's too long and complex to be a good phone game, and it's too short and simple to be a good console game. But please, don't let that stop you spending lots of money on it. I found an old Puffpiece blog about the game with a quote that I absolutely think is one for the ages. While Halo Spartan Assault is a single-player game, there will be weekly challenges to keep the content new and fresh. Then there's the in-app purchase system that will encourage you to upgrade your weapons or armor to take the battle to the next level. That is such a clever little dance around how terrible the microtransaction system in this game was. I say was because it was so bad that they actually removed it entirely about a year after launch, leaving just this scummy shell in its place. That quote makes it sound like the game has some kind of upgrade system for your weapons, right? Incorrect. Here's how it works. At the start of each level, you can set up your loadout. You begin with a default roster of weapons that you can upgrade. I did quote marks with my hands, but you can't see that, I guess. You can upgrade your weapons by spending XP on better weapons or armor abilities or boosters. You gain XP at a very slow rate. At the end of my run through the campaign, I had gained about 5,000 XP, and these upgrades cost around 1,000 XP each, up to 2,000 if you want to bring a rocket launcher. So you can blow an entire campaign's worth of XP on a single screen if you wanted to. Or you could get these at much lower investment with credits, which are of course the real world money equivalent. Here's the twist. These upgrades are one-time use items. They're only active for the single mission you purchase them on. So, you get to spend real-world money to enjoy the rocket launcher, which has limited ammo and you'll never find more on the map, for a whole 6 minutes until that mission is over. You want to replay that mission again? You gotta buy another rocket launcher, friend. It's just one of the dumbest microtransaction systems I've ever seen, to the point where I almost feel like it was a trick. There's nothing on the screen that makes it clear that these are one-time use purchases. I feel like the intention was to have some poor sap put some money into the game to unlock these upgrades, only for the anvil to fall and the door to spring open and for the devs to shout, "Ha! Got you, loser!" The truth is that Spartan Assault isn't a game to play. It's a game to grind. And these microtransactions are preying on a very specific kind of player. Me. Playing through the campaign of Spartan Assault will not take you very long at all. If we're being really generous, I'll say it might take you 4 hours. I did it in 2.5, but not everyone's a pro gamer like me. That is not a long game by any means, and finishing the campaign is where most people will probably drop off the game, if they even make it that far. These microtransactions are not for those players. These microtransactions are there specifically to prey on completionists. Spartan Assault has several completionist achievements, all of which are a massive grind, meaning they're quite boring and take a long time. At the end of each level, you're given a score and a medal based on your performance. So, of course, there's an achievement for completing every level with a gold medal. I should point out that Windows Phone games having achievements was a selling point mentioned a lot. That Puff blog thing from before also mentions that the game will have achievements, although they claim it will have 40, which it shipped with 20, so I have no idea what's going on with this blog. It's on the official Microsoft Blogs website, but all of the images are broken and it has no credited author or date or anything. Other posts on this website have credited authors, and I'm realising this probably isn't a very academic source. Oh, maybe he's counting both the release on Windows and on the Windows Phone. 20 plus 20 equals 40. Yeah, buy the game twice, why don't you? Anyway, you're given a medal at the end of each level, but the twist on that is that the factors that actually lead to a good score are kind of weird. It's not about doing well in a traditional sense, it's mostly about racking up multi-kills and bonuses. Playing carefully and cautiously will not even net you a medal. You need to be quick, and specifically you need to kill lots of things in a row quickly. That's quite tedious to do with the weapons they provide you. But you could go in with a rocket launcher, couldn't you? That'd make those multi-kills way easier. It's a rocket launcher. Multi-kills is what it's for. And while you're at it, why not also buy a score multiplier bonus, so even if you can't play perfectly, this little baby will more than make up for it. The game had a leaderboard system for these scores, and a leaderboard combined with a score multiplier is pretty much the definition of a pay-to-win scheme. But even without this, the objective is clear. These microtransactions exist not to add fun to the game, but to reduce boredom. This kind of monetized convenience is extremely common for phone games. It's pretty much a design standard. Frankly, I think a lot of phone games are designed backwards from the idea that people will pay to reduce tedium. Arbitrary timers or energy or whatever that you can pay to skip. The difference is that most of those games are free, at least the base game. Spartan Assault was a paid-for game with this inconvenient system on top of it, which really rubbed people the wrong way. I think there's also some more audience misunderstanding here. Sharon is pretty unlikely to log into Twitter and blast your accounts with hate mail over aggressive monetization like this. Capital G gamers can and will do that often. So, the monetization was removed, but the system is still in place. The game is still a massive grindy time sink if you're trying to complete it. It's just that now you can't pay a premium to make it go faster. Like most fun games, the game wasn't really the point to begin with. The microtransactions were the point, and with them gone, you're just left with a skeleton of a game designed to make you want to spend money on it. I'm not inherently against the idea of a twin-stick Halo game, and at the very least I think Spartan Assault looks the part. The game has a very clean look to it. It's obviously designed to be optimised for phones, but the big shapes and bold colours are quite pleasing and readable. There's some clever tricks employed with the 3D elements to give the environment a lot of depth, with details far in the background off the sides of cliffs and the like. At its best, the game kind of looks like playing Halo Wars locked into a single perspective. The game actually borrows quite a bit from Halo Wars, with a lot of vehicles from that game like the Wolverines and Grizzly tanks making an appearance. And like Halo Wars, clearly a lot of care went into translating the visual language of Halo. Elites move in the same way, grunts cower in the same way they do in the FPS games when you throw a grenade. All the weapons and vehicles sound right, and I actually genuinely like the soundtrack. I think it does a much better job than Halo 4 at capturing a classically Halo feel. The cutscenes are probably the worst looking visual in the game. They're rendered in the same style as Halo 4's terminals, which means they have this really weird clay-like quality to them where faces move in kind of uncanny ways. Considering how short and insignificant they are, it doesn't really matter, but the style is a bit jarring. The weirdest thing, which you've definitely noticed by now if you're watching the video, is that the corners of the screen are cropped out. I think this is so the game looks consistent across the many different sizes and shapes of screens that the game could have been played on. Black bars are less noticeable if the entire game is designed to look like a little window. It's not too distracting, but it is at the very least a little bit distracting. The visuals of the game at least show that some effort was put into the game. It's not a total cash grab, even if that's what it feels like a lot of the time while playing it. And clearly, it was successful enough, because 2 years later it got a sequel.
Greetings, Spartan. I'm Roland, the UNSC Infinity's AI. The Office of Naval Intelligence has cleared you to access a highly classified combat simulation. It's based on events that took place during the Battle of New Mombasa in 2552.
I said in my Halo 4 video that Spartan Ops was destined to be one of the most obscure campaign experiences in the franchise, and I specified one of because Halo Spartan Strike is the most obscure campaign in the franchise. Unlike Spartan Assault, Spartan Strike has never gotten a console release, making it the only Halo game in the franchise that you can't play on Xbox. I'm not sure why exactly. The game does have controller support, and as far as I can tell, it's built on the exact same engine as Spartan Assault. I don't claim to be an expert, but a console release doesn't seem impossible. But given that, as far as I can tell, Vanguard Games, the company that made these games, doesn't exist anymore, that might be an indicator as to why not. With the Windows Phone being discontinued and the game being pulled from iOS stores, Spartan Strike is now only available on the PC. I wouldn't be shocked to learn that a large portion of Halo fans don't even know that this game exists. The game's release was thoroughly overshadowed by the marketing campaign for Halo 5, and it's remained relatively obscure ever since. The game has just over 11,000 registered players on True Achievement, but compare that to Spartan Assault's 187,000 and you can see the substantial difference between the two. It's kind of a shame, because by all metrics Spartan Strike is a better game. It's still a very generic twin-stick shooter, but there's a whole bunch of small tweaks and quality of life improvements made to the game that make it just slightly better and more refined. Things like adding some directional indicators to show which direction you're shooting and facing to add clarity, or removing the turret overheating mechanic, which never made sense for the game. Each level now has a mission handler who isn't much of a character at all, but at least she makes it clear what you're supposed to be doing. And just in general, each mission is slightly longer to allow for more in-the-zone moments to occur. Most importantly, the game shipped without any microtransactions. The loadout system is still in the game, completely identical to how it was in Spartan Assault, but the microcurrency CR has been removed and XP has been renamed CR, but you earn it at a much faster rate, 500 for a gold medal instead of 200 that Assault gives you. The The medals have also been made much more attainable. I got golds on most of the levels without even really trying. So even if the skeleton is still there, things have been rebalanced to be much less of a grind. It actually feels like a game intended to be played this time. Story-wise, there's still not much. In fact, there might be even less. Your Spartan this time is this unnamed orange guy, and the plot revolves around a Forerunner device called the Conduit, which can open portals, and you've got to stop the Covenant from using it to open lots of portals for the Prometheans, who show up as a second faction of enemies in this game, which is a nice enough addition. The main difference is the game's colour palette. Spartan Assault mostly took place on a barren moon and a desert planet. Strike switches to a more classic Halo palette of greens and silvers and some cities on Earth and another Halo ring. At the end of the day, these are all minor improvements. I wish I could tell you that Spartan Strike is a hidden masterpiece, but it's really not. It's fine. But it's not a game I could really recommend playing without knowing that you're already a massive Halo fan and want to complete the whole set. It's why I can't really justify giving it its own separate video. The video would be 5 minutes long because the gameplay is identical to Spartan Assault aside from these minor tweaks. And because the game is so obscure, it's very difficult to find any details on the game's development. It's the most basic kind of sequel you can get. More of the same, but just a little bit better. At the very least, I think the existence of Spartan Strike proves that Spartan Assault wasn't just a cash grab. It seems as though when making this game, they took the criticisms of Assault to heart and tried to at least make a better game with the tools that were available to them. And even if I don't think the end result is a hidden gem, it's a game people made and people worked on, and I respect that at least. The Halo Spartan games, by all accounts, should no longer exist. Not because they're bad, but because games like this are almost always doomed to be lost forever. And for how mean I've been to these games, I am glad that they're still around. The phone rush of the 2010s, as I guess I'll call it, was pretty comfortably a massive failure, and I think Spartan Assault served as a perfect example of why. Slapping a recognisable name on a generic template and using it to annoy people into spending money just isn't a very charming way to break into a new market, and I think by now most of these companies have realised that. Halo Spartan Assault is an obscure game, and at the end of the day, I think that's just exactly where it belongs. Obscure, but not forgotten.
Well done, Spartan. Achieve top rank for all our simulations to stay at peak combat readiness.
Halo 5 Guardians is a game that you're not supposed to like. It's a game that's entered that illustrious pantheon of games that are understood by everyone to be the bad one. A franchise killer if you're feeling dramatic, hot garbage if you're not. Even fans who aren't so heated will generally agree that Halo 5 is the worst of the series. Ugly, boring and confusing. To this day it's the butt of jokes in the Halo community. Something you notice when you're a critic is that oftentimes the things that you like are held against you more than the things that you dislike. Disliking something popular is bold, it shows contrarianism, it takes the perfect thing down a peg or two. Liking something unpopular does not work the same way. It's a sign of bad taste, and bad taste invalidates your views as a critic because if you like this bad thing, how can anyone take any of your other opinions seriously? So, it's with a heavy heart that I have to tell you that Halo 5 is one of my favourite games in the series. Yes, including the campaign. Especially the campaign. Alright, just let me try and explain myself, okay? Halo 5 is an intensely flawed game for reasons that go much deeper than any plot holes in the campaign or moments of mischaracterization. I can't really fault anyone who dislikes the game. Although I will fault the weirdo still hurling abuse at the writers all these years later, you guys need to learn when to let go of a grudge. I have always been a defender of this game. One of the first videos I made for this channel was me trying, and frankly, failing to explain why I didn't hate this game like everyone else did. I can listen to everyone's problems with this game and agree and nod along that their observations are correct. I just fail to see them as problems. And I'm certainly not opposed to some good old-fashioned 343 bashing, the favourite pastime of every Halo YouTuber. I don't like Halo 4, and I think Halo Infinite is a hot mess, but I've never been able to find that vitriol for Halo 5. There's just so much boldness and creativity and ambition on display in this game. It's the only game in 343's run where I can actually hear their voice as a developer in the design. Unlike Halo 4, and especially Halo Infinite, Halo 5 takes so much risks. People say that it took too much risks, but I think the real pitfall of the campaign is that it doesn't take enough. It fundamentally changes the basic combat rhythms of Halo, it makes bizarre and counterintuitive story decisions, and it pivots away from the Master Chief as a focal point character. It breaks all of the rules that had been established for the series so far. In a certain sense, it was doomed to be controversial, regardless of whether these changes were good or bad, because as we all know, gamers love change. The game is also to this day mired by an extremely misleading marketing campaign that had people expecting a game that wasn't even remotely like the game they had actually made. It was a good marketing campaign for a different game, and I'm not really sure how that happens, but clearly some wires were crossed somewhere. There are plenty of completely valid reasons to dislike or even hate this game. I'm not trying to invalidate your opinions on it. I'm not even necessarily trying to convince you otherwise. I would just like to lay out my own interpretations. Why, no matter what anyone says or how people judge me for it, I find something really special in this game. Halo 5 picks up roughly a year after the events of Halo 4, but we don't start in the familiar shoes of Master Chief. Instead, Halo 5 begins by establishing an almost brand new team of Spartans who will be in the protagonist spot for the majority of the game. Like Halo 3, Halo 5 is built with co-op in mind, acknowledging a truth that's been true since the first game in the series, that Halo is more fun with friends. The entire campaign is built around a squad of 4, and even if you're not playing co-op, your teammates will always be around to help in a firefight. That's a fundamental change to the balance of the entire game, but we'll get to that in a bit. If you're playing co-op, then you get to choose which team member you'd like to play, but by default player 1 will fill the shoes of Spartan Jameson Locke, a former spy with a shady past and the face of Luke Cage. Not the voice of Luke Cage, but the face of Luke Cage. He commands Fireteam Osiris, including Olympia Vale, a hot-headed scientist type, Holly Tanaka, a down-to-earth colony kid, and Edward Buck, returning from ODST, now promoted to a Spartan as the team's old veteran. The team immediately strikes a very different figure to the Chief. They're all a lot more human than he is, cracking jokes about who'll be paying for drinks when the mission is over. And they're also given one of the coolest intro cinematics in the series, establishing both the team's combat prowess and the wildly different way that Spartans move in this game. Previously a pretty useless and terrible armor ability in Halo 4, a set of thruster packs have been introduced as a core part of the movement mechanics in Halo 5, making Spartans much more agile and maneuverable, which Osiris puts to full use in this flashy intro, charging down the mountain through an army of Covenant. So, we've not even gotten to the gameplay yet, and we're already completely saturated in controversial changes. Halo 5 is the only game in the series to open with such an extended action sequence like this. It's easily the biggest and most bombastic opening in the series, and that bombast and pacing is going to be kept up for the entire game. Halo 5 is actually one of the longer campaigns in the series, but it moves at a breakneck speed from almost start to finish. With all the changes and the speed everything is thrown at you, it can be overwhelming, especially on your first playthrough, and most people will only play through a campaign once, especially if they didn't like it very much. Osiris' mission is a clue as to how to view the game, and Osiris in particular, as it's not a mission that follows up on Halo 4 directly, but instead resolves a plot thread left dangling at the end of Halo 4's Spartan Ops. The now one-armed Dr. Halsey working alongside the new Covenant leader Jul Mdama. While Osiris themselves are not characters from Spartan Ops, their team dynamics and the fact that they are a team of Spartan 4s working for Captain Lasky and Sarah Palmer are clearly a continuation of the storytelling being done with Spartan Ops. The Janus key is nowhere to be seen, as that particular plot thread was already resolved in a run of comic books between games. Get used to hearing that, by the way. But the whole thing clips into sharper focus when you see that in the concept art for the game, Osiris included Spartan Thorn from Spartan Ops instead of Buck. A choice that would have made much more sense, but apparently a scheduling conflict led to the game getting Buck instead. Halo 5 also includes a sequel to Halo 4's base campaign, but we're not quite there yet. Since we finally slid down the mountain and entered gameplay, let's talk about that instead. Halo 4 was built on the same engine as Halo Reach, and so played almost identically. Halo 5 was built on a new engine for a new console generation, and as a result, it's probably the most modern feeling Halo game, including Halo Infinite, which is a deliberate regression from a lot of the modern touches that Halo 5 implemented. The thruster packs are used for more than just flashy cutscenes. There's a whole host of uses for them across all aspects of gameplay. They can be used to make quick evasive movements, but they can also be used to hover in place for a time if you jump up and zoom in. Because for the first time in the series, aim down sights is a standard feature for every gun. Thrusters can also be used while sprinting to perform a charge attack that functions as a stronger melee attack and can also be used to knock down certain breakable walls to open up hidden paths or secrets. And they can also be used to perform a ground pound attack if you're high enough up in the air. It is a huge host of extra mechanics and new options added to your basic mobility from previous entries in the series and kind of fundamentally changes the feel of the game. Before launch, there was some concern that these would make the game more akin to a movement shooter like Titanfall, and around the same time Call of Duty was experimenting with similar enhancements, but honestly I think Halo 5 strikes a good balance. The clear influence isn't Titanfall's crazy wall-running antics, but Iron Man. You're not necessarily supposed to feel agile, but like a brick with some jet boosters on it. The thrusters have a heaviness to them that feels very in line with the idea of Spartan armor being this big, bulky suit. It does give combat a much faster and more frantic pace than any other game in the series, a feeling enhanced by some of the major changes to the combat. Because every encounter is balanced for 4 players, or at least 1 player and 3 moderately strong squad mates, the game throws way more enemies at you in much bigger arenas. The arenas are designed with a lot of vertical layers to accommodate the increased movement that the thrusters give you, as well as another modern touch, the ability to climb up short ledges. However, the trade-off is that your health and shields are significantly weaker than any previous entry. That's because death isn't the end in Halo 5, there's a revive mechanic for when a team member goes down to get them back into the fight, with a quick burst of overshields to ensure both of you survive. Even in single player, your AI squad members can still revive you, so this rebalance means that you're punished harder for silly mistakes, but also that those mistakes aren't necessarily fatal. And with 3 other targets on the battlefield, it's easy to see why this rebalance was made. The game wants you to feel somewhat dependent on your teammates, and the revival mechanic is a clear way to do that, even if it does occasionally lead to one-hit kills on you which feel distinctly unfair. Halo 5 still feels like Halo, even with all these changes. The balance of enemies remains mostly the same, although the Prometheans have been reworked to make them a little more interesting and diverse to fight against. There's still the same mix of on-foot and vehicle-based combat as all the previous games, but with a lot of modern enhancements that give the game a very different pace to any other game in the series. It's the question of if Halo should have added these modern touches that's the real sticking point. As franchises age, this is a question that all of them have to tackle eventually. Do you adapt with the times, or do you stick with the rhythms that people are familiar and comfortable with? One choice isn't necessarily better than another, although change is always going to be met with some controversy by its nature, and stagnation has its own set of risks. Halo 5 chooses to adapt. Like Halo 4's loadouts, the thrusters and all of this rebalancing are a grand experiment for the series, trying something different to see what sticks. Only this time, I think it actually works. I enjoy playing Halo 5 significantly more than I ever did Halo 4 because of the diversity these additions add to combat. And like any Halo game, despite how the campaign might have been received, it's the gunplay and the multiplayer that truly matter to the game's success and legacy. Halo 5's multiplayer is pretty cleanly split into 2 halves. There's the classic Halo-style arena battles where everyone starts on even footing and scavenges weapons from around the map. And then there's Warzone, a new, massive 24-player mod that involves loadouts, AI enemies, and very long matches. The return to a more classic-feeling arena mode for Halo feels right. Even with the addition of the thrusters, the arena experience of Halo 5 is more classic than even Halo Reach, which had its armor abilities. Halo 5 is a fun game to play. This time it's everything else surrounding the multiplayer that's the issue, and it all starts with a system called REQ, short for Requisitions. One of the most controversial changes before launch was the reveal that Halo 5 actually massively trims down your customization options from Halo 4. Instead of having all your armor customizable as separate pieces, you can only choose a helmet and an armor set. Halo 5 actually includes hundreds of options within these limitations if you're only looking at the number of items, but what it doesn't have is the same number of combinations as the other games. That's actually a change I'm not that bothered with. It's the reasons behind the change that are the problem. In Halo 3 you unlocked armor customization with achievements, in Halo Reach they were purchased using in-game currency earned from matches, and in Halo 4 they were unlocked by leveling up and completing certain challenges. Here in Halo 5, the only way to unlock any customization options, bar a few minor exceptions, is random loot boxes. Going forward in Halo from this point, we can see whatever the trends are at the time when it comes to aggressive monetization. And here in 2015, the fad was loot boxes. So here we have the REQ card system. REQ packs come in 3 tiers, bronze, silver and gold, and every customization item has a rating tied to it, a generic color coding system that's standard game design language. So you can only get the ultra rare and legendary items in gold rec packs. You can buy rec packs with in-game currency similar to Halo Reach, but it's going to take time. Assuming you're regularly winning and doing well, it's going to take around 7 matches minimum to get 1 gold rec pack. That's just over an hour of play between card packs. Gold rec packs contain around 14 or 15 things, but here's the twist. Only 2 of those are guaranteed to be permanent unlocks. The rest are going to be rec cards, which are single-use items that can be used in Warzone to redeem powerful weapons and vehicles. You can sell these single-use cards if you want, and you'll get a pittance for them, but mainly I think this is to encourage players to play Warzone, otherwise all these cards they get are completely pointless. Also, just because you can only get legendary and ultra rare items in gold packs doesn't mean that you only get ultra rare and legendary items in a gold rec pack. You can still get plenty of greens in a gold rec pack. And there's also permanent unlocks for Warzone that you can't really count as customization. Warzone includes a bunch of weapon attachments and perks and other stuff you can choose for free as part of the match, but you need to unlock them in rec packs first, obviously. So, if there's a piece of armor you really want, there is absolutely nothing you can do to guarantee you will get it. It could take you actual years of playing to end up with the armor you want, because along with all the different sets, every paint job for those sets is counted as a separate item to unlock separately. Of course, you could drastically increase your chances and speed things up dramatically by forking over a bit of cash. Just $3 for a gold pack. And hey, if you buy a bigger bundle, then you get more bang for your buck. This is, of course, the whole point of the entire system. It's a massive, unfun inconvenience designed exclusively to break your will and get you to spend money. There is a reason that certain countries started classifying loot boxes as gambling. These are the same psychological tricks a casino uses to take all your money. It's just that instead of money being the potential reward, it's the helmet Buck wears in the campaign. I think in terms of monetization and manipulation, Infinite is worse, but that by no means makes this game better in retrospect. The system completely devalues what's fun and interesting about customization in the first place. Someone's armor isn't a showcase of their personality or creativity, it's a showcase of luck and nothing more. Even if you pump ridiculous amounts of money into it, which some people have, it's still just luck that gives you the armor you want. So with all that said, is Warzone itself actually any good? Yes, it actually is. That's what makes this game so frustrating. Warzone is a very weird and kind of complicated game mode at first, with a lot of different systems going on. But once you get into it, you realise that essentially they've combined Battlefield with a MOBA, and the results are quite compelling. Each map has control points, and when one team controls all of them, it exposes the other team's core, which you can destroy to win. But you can also win by reaching 1,000 points, and points are rewarded for holding and controlling zones, killing enemies, but more importantly killing special AI bosses that spawn in around the map. These are massive bullet sponge enemies designed to be taken down by teams, but you get a massive point boost for taking them down. Each match has a simple level up system like a MOBA, where as you play the match you'll gradually get access to better weapons and vehicles, which give the entire match a great sense of escalation. Everyone starts pelting each other with assault rifles, but by the end you're engaging in tank battles and rocket fights. Here the rec system actually makes sense because it allows for power weapons to enter the field without it becoming completely overwhelming. Some people won't use them, or other people will only use them when they think they need them, and there's a cooldown attached to them so you can't keep respawning with a sniper rifle and become completely unstoppable. If rec packs were exclusive to just this game mode, then I think I would have much less of a problem with the entire system. That's actually exactly what Halo Wars 2 does. It has a loot box system, but only for one specific game mode, and it's not even the main mode of the game. It's throwing the customization into the mix that drags the whole thing down. Even if they had added a customization only pack for more credits, it would have made a drastic difference to the game. Unlike Halo Infinite, this was already a full price game, and having this system on top of that is really gross. The most common thing I hear about this game these days is, yeah, the campaign was shite, but the multiplayer was pretty good. And well, yes, the game is fun to play. The sense of progression and freedom within the system is worse than any of the games because of this sole reliance on loot boxes to provide that sense of progression. Personally, I've always been more interested in campaigns. I play a lot of Halo multiplayer, but it's second screen content at best. That's how I'm able to overlook such a drastic flaw in the game anyway. I prefer a story that I can get invested in, something that demands my full attention. And whether you like it or not, Halo 5 demands your full attention. The second mission introduces the second half of the campaign, although that's a little misleading. Like Halo 2, Halo 5 jumps between its two teams of Spartans, but the split is not even. Osiris are very much the main characters of the game, while Master Chief and Blue Team only get about a quarter of the missions. Their missions are generally longer, which mitigates that some, but not enough clearly, because a lot of fans got very mad about the game sidelining Master Chief. I've always found this to be a very strange critique of the game. Just because he isn't in the player spot the entire time doesn't mean he's not important or that the game still isn't about him. Yet this criticism was so severe that one of the first things the marketing team did for Halo Infinite was assure fans that Master Chief would be back in the player 1 spot, don't worry. I like Master Chief just fine. I don't love him, and never in a million years would I consider him to be one of the best video game characters of all time. But I like him. He gets the job done for what a Halo protagonist needs to do. Yet even since Halo 2, it's been clear that there are more interesting characters in this universe to tell stories around than him. And the continued focus on Master Chief as we go further and further into the franchise is one of the clear signs of the franchise's stagnation. That it can't move away from these same ideas and story beats it's been telling since Halo 1. Halo 4 at least tried to do something creatively interesting with the Chief, and despite my many problems with the game, it mostly succeeded at that. Even if Halo 5 features him less, this is a clear continuation of the ideas started in that game. In fact, the lack of focus is an explicit part of the story. Following Cortana's apparent death, the Chief has receded, throwing himself into mission after mission, leaning into being more machine than man. It's not the healthy thing for him to do, but he's depressed. It's a logical follow-on from where he was at the end of Halo 4, and that detachment from the world is also meant to be felt by the player. The first mission with Chief isn't important at all, it's all about establishing this mood and tone for this side of the story. The mission is just to investigate and then scuttle an old research station. It would work a lot better if he was alone, but that gets into what's probably my biggest issue with the entire story, the existence of Blue Team. Blue Team are Master Chief's old Spartan squad, Fred, Kelly and Linda, all Spartan 2s like him. They're some of the most important characters of the Halo novels, but this is their first appearance or even mention in any of the games. They are, without a doubt, the most boring characters in the game. They're honestly more like extensions of Master Chief than actual people with their own motivations or personalities of their own, and they exist in the game purely to facilitate 4-player co-op during Master Chief's portion of the story. A story that really should be about the Chief on his own for reasons that will become clear. This is not true of Osiris. Each of them has a narrative role in the game at least at some point, like Tanaka being there to explain things about the colony they visit later, or Vale being there to translate all of the elite language that they encounter on San Helios. Blue Team only exists in the peripheral to Chief. To go, yes Chief, and what do you want to do Chief? It's detrimental to them as characters and to Chief's arc in the game, since it works completely against the idea of him being alone to have this family of loyal and friendly brothers and sisters by his side the entire time. The way that Blue Team is shoehorned into this game is the clearest sign to me that Master Chief wasn't meant to be playable at all in the first draft of the game. I don't know that for sure, obviously, but there is a lot about this game that makes way more sense if Master Chief isn't in the player 1 spot at all. At some point in the production, 343 got cold feet and added Master Chief back in, which, given the backlash to even his reduced role in this game, was clearly the correct decision. And I even think Chief's story contains some of the best moments in the campaign, so it's not a total loss. It's more just a bad omen for things to come. But we'll get to that later. During the mission, Chief has a strange and cryptic vision of Cortana telling him to come to a place called Meridian, and after destroying the station, Chief and his team disobey orders to return to base and instead follow Cortana's instructions. This is the driving force of the rest of the campaign, and, I think, the reason for all of the misleading marketing leading up to the game's release. Because the ultimate reveal of the game is that Cortana is the villain. 343 didn't want to spoil this before the game came out, despite it making up the vast majority of the campaign, so instead all of the marketing focused on the Master Chief going rogue aspect of the story, an aspect which is ultimately not that consequential at all. I have no defense for this. It was a really stupid decision to focus so much of the game's marketing and even the box art of the game on hyping up a rivalry between Chief and Locke that simply does not matter at all to what the game is actually about. Cortana's villainous return isn't a big enough surprise to warrant such a subversion. All it did was shoot themselves in the foot by setting up expectations for a game that they hadn't made. After the prologue missions, you can pretty cleanly split the game into 3 acts, and the first act is a mystery. But it's not a mystery about the Chief's motivations, it's about Cortana's motivations. And for the life of me, I cannot understand why they didn't just make that the focus of the marketing instead. Locke and Osiris are assigned to bring in Blue Team as part of this mission, which culminates in a fight between Chief and Locke. But after Act 1, the rivalry is over, and Osiris and Blue Team are pretty much on the same page about this stop Cortana situation. Because all of this is established so early in the story, it would be basically impossible to include Cortana in the marketing without the reveal that she was the villain. But again, that sounds like a good enough hook for the marketing anyway, so I have no explanation for why they did it this way. Halo 5's story is often labelled as very confusing, but it's actually pretty simple once you lay it out. Cortana is activating ancient Forerunner bird robots, called Guardians, with which she plans to seize control of the galaxy and rule as a benevolent AI overlord. It's not that complicated. It's just the game's hectic pace, especially during exposition cutscenes which have a real people talking over each other problem that can make it hard to follow on your first time through. Unlike Halo 4's tight character focus, Halo 5 is saturated in names and places and characters. It's a galaxy-hopping adventure, which to my mind is one of the best things about it, but I can understand why others would get frustrated by the pace at which the game throws things at you. When you get over the hurdle of the false marketing and the fast pacing, I think Halo 5 has one of the most depthful and interesting stories in the entire series. Act 1 of the story takes place on Meridian. A lot of important stuff happens here, but because this is the mystery chapter, it's unclear what exactly that is on your first time through. That doesn't matter to me though, because Meridian is a fascinating setting all on its own. It was a pre-war human colony that was glassed by the Covenant, leaving the surface of the planet a strange, jagged black glass and floating magma. A new group of settlers have come back here post-war to dig beneath the glass and make the planet livable again. The colony is outside of UNSC jurisdiction and is instead run by a private corporation. Normally this kind of grey, dead landscape doesn't appeal to me, but there's something about the bleakness of Meridian that really captures the imagination. It's such a strange and alien-looking landscape, with these new human structures awkwardly trying to make this clearly dead place livable again. Halo 5 uses the same art style as Halo 4, but it does much better by it than Halo 4 did. Part of that is the next-gen glossy sheen over everything, but the game's use of colour is much bolder and more interesting. The dead landscape is perfectly contrasted by the bright orange tank the game gives you to create this really odd, almost inverted image look to the segment. Spartan armour has been reworked slightly too, most noticeable on the Chief himself. I still don't love the design, but with bolder colours and slightly simplified textures, it comes together better and gives the game a kind of action figure look, which isn't incompatible with Halo's vibe. Probably the strangest aspect of the design is the Covenant. Even more so than Halo 4, they lean into these very weird and abstract organic shapes, which starts to make all of their weapons and vehicles look like weird sea creatures of some variety. I don't hate the design per se, but it is a bizarre look to be sure, and one I'm not surprised they pulled back from. I think the game looks good. Not great, but good. I still hate the distracting immersive UI elements, but at the very least I appreciate how each character has a unique UI that matches their helmet. It's the environmental design that shines this time, and Halo 5 is built to accommodate that environmental curiosity. It might just be because Buck is around, but there is some ODST DNA in this game when it comes to the level design. It has that same casual world building and the details that ODST had. There's even several levels without combat at all, where you're encouraged to just walk around and explore. There's a lot of minor audio logs to be found in the environment that here on Meridian mostly give context and motivation as to why the colonists are trying to rebuild here, but more importantly to me, exploring can sometimes trigger the characters to chime in on things and voice their thoughts, which might be some of the most obscure dialogue in the whole game because the game never makes this obvious.
Seen others, of course, but a glassed world really only looks like one thing to these eyes. Manab. Home. Whole world got glassed. Some say it was lucky to survive, but those folks didn't scratch out a living as the sky turned black and the temperatures dropped. What do we know about the experiments they were doing here?
We don't. And we don't ask.
But I'd keep your helmet on tight just the same.
This one says, Chi no I Kyoise Gyonju. Life, death. Forever vigilant. Interesting. There's a question here, too. Who is entitled to this honor?
No one is entitled to honor. You earn it.
You're starting to understand Sangheli culture.
No. I just don't believe anyone is entitled to anything.
I'm kind of conflicted on this. On the one hand, I genuinely love it. I love that your environmental curiosity is rewarded with these little glimpses into the characters and how we get to hear their interpretations of the things you're seeing. On the other hand, because Halo has never done this before and the game never makes it obvious that this is a thing, most people blast through the campaign without ever looking around and miss some of the best moments of characterization. The kind of stuff that the high pace of the main story and cutscenes just doesn't have time for. These rewards for exploration are even incorporated into progress through the level. For example, early on in Meridian, there's a locked gate that will only open when all of the enemies in the area are defeated. If you go looking, you can find the controls for the automated turrets and get them online to help in the fight. Or, if you're in a rush, you can get up high and hit the gate's generator with a sniper round to skip the firefight. If you do that, though, the local governor is going to be extra pissed with you. Every level is full of extra details like this, multiple solutions to getting through a particular area. As is the story of the game itself, it's fast-paced but incredibly dense with details. The UNSC are not welcome on Meridian, and the man in charge, Governor Sloan, is more than a bit bristly at the idea of having Spartans on his planet, but a seemingly random Promethean attack forces him to play nice with your investigation. Sloan is one of the most important characters of this act, but not of the game. Each act of the game shifts not only settings, but casts of characters as well. I really like the structure because of how it lets each act's world building take centre stage. By the end of Act 1, you have a full grasp on Meridian, its landscape, its culture, its history, and its politics, in a way that you've never had with a previous location in the series. Aside from maybe New Mombasa in ODST. The first of several big reveals is that Sloan isn't a man at all. He's an AI who, like Cortana in Halo 4, is in the process of rampancy. This is important because through Sloan's story we get a microcosm of Cortana's plan across the whole galaxy. Halo 5 leans into the fact that the relationship between humans and AI in the Halo universe is kind of messed up. While we're used to the perspective of Chief, who views Cortana as a person and a friend, this is not the universal view of AIs in Halo. They're generally viewed as tools to be used and discarded.
Master Chief worked with Cortana for a while, right?
Yes. Chief considered her a close friend.
It's unusual for anyone to anthropomorphize an AI so deeply as to consider them a friend.
Unusual, but not unheard of.
Here on Meridian with an AI governor, that attitude towards AI can now be seen as a policy issue. The UNSC don't consider AIs to be people, but here on the frontier they don't have such ideas and are happy to put their trust in an AI even in a degraded state.
I don't get the guys who spend all day worrying about Governor Sloan. You can't deny he does a hell of a job. I'm sure he does that thing where he talks with two voices sometimes, but most folk do the same thing. Just aren't courteous enough to do it out loud. It doesn't bother me. I know he's got Meridian's best interests at heart.
It's only complicated by the fact that on some level the UNSC are correct. AIs aren't people. They are so much more than just people. The Promethean attack is a side effect of Cortana's real goal on Meridian, to activate a dormant guardian there with Chief and the team hitching a ride on. This is when Locke and the Chief have their big punch-up. This scene seems to really annoy some people in an anime power level sort of way. The fact that the fight is even slightly fair at all is nonsense to them because Master Chief is bigger and stronger and more experienced. Spartan 2s are supposed to be way stronger than puny little Spartan 4s. This bothers me for several reasons. Firstly, Master Chief does win the fight. Yes, Locke gets a good hit in there, but Chief still wins pretty handily. Secondly, the idea that Locke doesn't even stand a chance would make Chief less interesting as a character. A hero who has the potential to lose is much more interesting than a hero that's completely unstoppable. This attitude towards Chief is one of the primary reasons for swapping perspective to Osiris. They don't have this reputation as ultra unstoppable badasses. They're fallible, and this fight even showcases that. People also say that this fight is dumb and pointless, but I even disagree on that. The Chief only starts fighting when Locke suggests that Cortana isn't his concern anymore, and both the audience and the Chief know what Locke means by that. But Locke is also right to take that attitude. Cortana is a threat, and the Chief is personally and emotionally compromised when it comes to her. It's a bad idea to put him in the same room with new sinister Cortana, but at the same time, Chief is correct in his impulse to try and protect and redeem one of his oldest friends. And that's what the best hero versus hero fights are built on. Two correct but fundamentally opposed ideas. The bit of character I love in this fight is right at the end when Locke is clearly lost and his last desperate act is to pull a gun. Locke is generally quite likeable and personable, if very mission-focused, but here in this last-ditch effort he shows his true colours, when he has absolutely zero hesitation about shooting humanity's biggest hero. I think the real problem with this scene is that Osiris never takes a minute to reflect on it and comment on the fact that Locke pulled a gun in the end, because the fact that it's never mentioned again robs it of a lot of the impact such a pivotal character moment actually shows. But the next mission is a breakneck escape sequence that doesn't have a lot of time for casual chat like that. The real revelation that comes out is that Sloan knew what was happening the whole time. He made a deal with Cortana days ago, and his motivations for allying with her are perfectly in keeping with everything we already knew about him. Sloan is not a sinister figure. He's gruff, but he has a genuine care for his constituents, and it's that care that drives him to join up with the bad guys. That and the fact that Cortana has discovered the cure for rampancy and is willing to share it with any AI that joins up with her. Cortana does not want to rule the galaxy through fear. She wants to rule it through love. And that is such a compelling angle for a villain. Blue Team's next mission is mostly about answering the obvious questions like how Cortana is still alive after the end of Halo 4, as well as establishing her contentious relationship with the ancient Forerunner AI Warden Eternal. But let's jump ahead now and actually explain what's going on with Cortana, because the full picture of what's going on with her only really becomes clear right at the end of the game. At the end of Halo 4, the Didact ship was pulled through slipspace to a Forerunner planet called Genesis, where Cortana gained access to something called the Domain, a galaxy-spanning Forerunner network for AIs that cures her of her rampancy. This essentially makes her like AIs in other fictional universes, immortal and ageless. And as she says herself, it allows for long-term planning. Instead of thinking in days and weeks, she now thinks in periods of hundreds and thousands of years. That tweak in her thinking, just spans of times, is what leads to her villainous turn. Cortana wishes to take up the mantle of responsibility, the concept that the Didact in Halo 4 so stubbornly clung on to. The divine obligation to protect and nurture the galaxy, although this game adds that the Forerunners enforce that piece with the Guardians. Cortana is much smarter than any living creature and now much more powerful, so her plan is pretty simple. If everyone just does exactly what I say forever, then everything will be perfect. This isn't slavery or oppression, it's a gift. Turn over your thinking to your AI overlords and they'll take care of the rest. Sure, some outcasts like Fireteam Osiris will resist and fight back, but that's a short-term problem. Once all resistance has been crushed, the galaxy will know peace forever. I love this because it's so perfectly in line with Cortana's motivations across the entire series. The same qualities that make her such a good companion, stubbornness, protectiveness, and intelligence, just given a massively expanded scope, can suddenly take on sinister qualities. Viewed as a villain origin story, Halo 4 becomes so much more interesting in retrospect. When she says it's a gift, she's not really talking about individuals, she's looking at humanity as a species. They're more akin to animals than to parity with her, and she views them that way, as beloved pets. Sometimes pets require discipline, but that doesn't mean you don't love them anymore. A dictator who doesn't rule through fear or might or genocidal hatred, but through condescending love? That's such a compelling hook for a villain. Like Sloan, hundreds of AIs from across the galaxy join her, persuaded by the same logic. They're not looking for revenge, they genuinely think this is what's best for everyone. And on the time frame of a machine, that might be correct, but it means giving up freedom, choice, and personhood, and that's not something most people living today would be willing to do. Nor should they. When people say that Halo 5 is a pivot from Halo 4 or somehow resets the story told there, I honestly don't know what they're talking about. It doesn't bring the Didact back, sure, but the themes and concepts established in Halo 4 are all perfectly continued from what Halo 4 set up. The themes of man versus machine, the relationship between Cortana and Chief along with their inverted natures, and the mantle of responsibility. The true difference between man and machine isn't emotion after all, it's time. Time is incredibly important to us living creatures because we all know that we've only got a limited amount of it. We have to make the most of the time we get. A machine doesn't have such limitations, and that change in perspective changes the value of life in the first place. Cortana isn't emotionless. Her entire plan is driven by emotion, by caring, by love. It's just that when you look at things in the span of thousands of years, the plight of a single individual is minuscule to the grand plan. You could say that it retcons Cortana's death at the end of Halo 4, but I never really believed she was dead in the first place. That final scene is deliberately vague about it. Cortana is my favourite villain in the series, and the main reason why Halo Infinite was quite such a disappointment to me. As much as I love Halo 5, it's a middle chapter establishing the motivations and stakes for the trilogy's big bad guy that the final game would then be about taking down. That's obviously not what happened. Making Cortana into the ultimate villain is obviously an extremely risky and controversial thing to do, probably the biggest risk in the game. Redemption arcs are pretty common. Fallen heroes, especially ones as well established as Cortana, are much more rare because you risk pissing a lot of people off, which it did. Hilariously, just a year before this, Microsoft made Cortana into their own version of Siri on all of their devices, which when she starts to enslave humanity in the next game is just quite unfortunate for them. If you're against this story beat on the face of it, then that's perfectly understandable. Having one of your favourite characters turn into a monster is a hard story beat to face. But I think it's harsh to say that it's bad writing just because you disagree with the choice. And personally, it's the fact that we know Cortana so well that makes her heel turn so compelling to me. Osiris gets a new mission, and the marketing campaign for the game officially stops mattering at all as the mission shifts from stopping Master Chief to helping him. But that involves hitching a ride on another Guardian to get to Genesis, and Dr. Halsey happens to have found one on the elite homeworld of Sanghelios. Thus, the stage is set for Act 2. Like the first act, this means a new setting, a new cast of supporting characters, and a new tone. Sanghelios is undergoing a civil war between Julim Dama's now leaderless faction of Covenant and the Arbiter's faction, the Swords of Sanghelios. The Arbiter takes on the Sloan role for this chapter, though there are other important characters as well. Halsey and Sarah Palmer tag along for this covert mission, and you'll be getting help from one of the Arbiter's top lieutenants. Maquis, the first female elite we've met in the entire series. And just like Meridian, there's plenty of opportunities to take your time and soak in the surroundings and culture of the elites. Most of the missions take place in their temples and ruins, which predate the Covenant, back when they were just a single species on a single planet, a race of warriors and honour. Like with Meridian, there's a great use of colour, the Covenant weapons and vehicles with their strange organic shapes contrasted against the ancient desert ruins and statues to showcase just how old these ruins must be in comparison to the technological level the elites are at now. Vale, being the Sangheli expert, is able to translate things for you and give you a broader understanding of the things you're seeing, along with being more than a little bit giddy about the opportunity.
Vale, what are these murals?
Those murals depict a pre-Covenant Sangheli burial ceremony. You guys, we're the first humans to see these.
The Guardian is hidden underneath the Covenant's capital city, Sunayon, so it necessarily involves helping the Arbiter win his war. It's an action-packed chapter with some of the best and most memorable set pieces in the franchise, like taking down the Kraken, a massive and weird Covenant air vehicle, or storming Sunayon, which is built over an ocean like a strange purple Camino from Star Wars. Killing off the leader of the Covenant in the first mission of the game does seem like a strange choice, but I think it makes their portrayal in this act so much more interesting. They're clearly on their last legs. Listening through the audio logs here is especially interesting with how different people react. Nobody is willing to step up and become the new figurehead, so they just lash out. Some people quietly leave, others are just looking for a glorious death in battle. While the Covenant did end in Halo 3, this feels even more conclusive. They're going out with a whimper instead of a bang, just a few zealots who were too loyal to give up no matter what happens. The Arbiter himself is very much a side character, a step below what even the Chief gets in this game. But for the story being told, that's perfectly fine, and with Keith David back, he steals every scene he's a part of.
Oni, out of the shadows. The spies announce themselves now, Agent Locke.
I'm a Spartan now, sir.
I know who you are. You were an agent when you volunteered to execute me.
You can argue from a broad strokes perspective that the Guardian could have been on any planet. It didn't have to be Sanghelios, and the Elite Civil War doesn't have much to do with the overall plot, which is true. But I don't see the harm in taking some time to explore the history and culture of one of the most important alien races in the franchise. The Guardian can be anywhere, but it has to be somewhere, so you may as well pick an interesting place for it to be. It's a common criticism, I feel like I've been saying that a lot this video, it's a common criticism that Osiris doesn't really do anything in this game that contributes to the main plot until right at the end. And if you're looking at purely just plot critical events, this is true. Nothing they do on Meridian stops or hinders Cortana in any way, nor does anything they do on San Helios. It's only in the last act when they're actually doing something that is directly relevant to the actual plot of the game. This is why the structure of the game is so important to keep in mind. Things click into place a lot better when instead of viewing Halo 5 like a movie, you view it like a limited series. Each episode of the show is self-contained but builds up to an overall narrative. It's a different structure to the previous games, which generally tell a more focused singular story, but I don't think that makes it a worse structure. The Civil War plot doesn't have much to do with the Cortana plot, but that doesn't mean it's not important. The end of the Covenant is a galaxy-shaking event all on its own. It's just the finale of the episode, not the finale of the season. The Osiris campaign being a sequel to Spartan Ops isn't just a matter of characters, but a matter of story structure as well. Of course, the biggest argument is just that people think Osiris is boring, and this has always been the argument I've had the hardest time arguing against. Not because I agree, but because it's so inherently subjective. I like Osiris, I enjoy their banter and think they have a good mix of personalities that complement each other well. They maybe don't have the same drama as the Chief, but I'm fine with that. They feel like much more modern protagonists than the Chief for a much more modern game. If you don't feel the same way about them, there's pretty much nothing I can say that will convince you otherwise. I'm clearly in the minority given how Osiris is treated by the next game. I gather they weren't all that popular, which I think is a shame. Nostalgia has been a running thread throughout this series, and here I think is where that nostalgia turns truly poisonous. Because the people who played Halo as a kid have turned Master Chief into a stronger character than he ever actually was. In the quote I showed earlier from Frank O'Connor, he talks about how people have filled in gaps in the character that were left deliberately open, and that's absolutely true. The way people talk about Master Chief is in some ways completely disconnected from who Master Chief actually was in the first 3 games. It's really not until Halo 4 that an actual personality was cemented for the character beyond being a badass. Osiris are fine characters, and this game could be a great foundation for them to go on to bigger and bolder stories, but they can't ever compete with the nostalgic idea of Master Chief, who our flawed human memories make into the bestest protagonist ever. When in reality, Master Chief in the original trilogy doesn't have a third of the character or personality that any member of Osiris does. And I don't mean that to insult the Chief. I mean, first of all, he's not real. But more importantly, he wasn't supposed to be a strong character in the trilogy. He was supposed to be a vessel for the player. To look cool and sound cool and shoot the aliens. Over the years, that kind of protagonist writing has gone out of fashion. Osiris, and even the Chief himself at this point, are not written this way. Locke is a shady former government agent with the face of Mike Coulter. You're never supposed to view him as a vessel, but just as a character that you happen to be controlling. The legendary ending of Halo 4 made that idea explicit by showing the Chief's eyes at the end. Maybe it's just projection, but when I read that Frank O'Connor quote, I feel a bit of resentment in there. The ownership that some Halo fans feel over Master Chief must be so creatively stifling as a writer. The idea that 15 years into the franchise they can't move too far away from this one guy and the same character traits he's had since the beginning is a stranglehold for trying to tell new stories in this universe. It's a creative resentment that you can absolutely feel at work in Halo Infinite, but we'll get to that later. I've never been mad at the fact that the Chief has a reduced role in this game because it's always been clear to me that if the franchise was ever to have a future, then it would have to move away from him eventually. Halo is a vast and expansive sci-fi universe. There is room to tell other stories, and Halo 4 was already pushing the limit of what can be creatively achieved by locking themselves to the Chief's perspective. Osiris was the team that could save the franchise from creative stagnation, and they were widely rejected by Halo fans, and as a Halo fan myself, I find that to be very depressing. I really don't have a problem with Master Chief on the face of it. I already said I think he has some of the best moments in the game, but I also don't believe that Halo has to revolve around him. The franchise isn't called Master Chief, it's called Halo, and if we can have a Halo game without a Halo in it, we can certainly have one without Master Chief. Jumping on board the Guardian and hitching a ride to Genesis is the end of Act 2, and Act 3 begins with a bang by running down the side of the Guardian as it tries to shake you off. Before landing on the planet and meeting this Act's side character, Exuberant Witness, the monitor of the Genesis installation. Exuberant is a fun character, sort of a less sinister version of Guilty Spark. She's been locked out of most of the systems by Cortana and the Warden, so most of what she can do now is open doors for you and try to help you reach the Chief in time to stop Cortana, with more and more Guardians appearing as you try and fight your way through. Because it's also the location of the finale, Genesis doesn't get quite the same world building as the other locations in the game do, but Exuberant Witness is a likeable enough character to let that slide, and besides, by this point in the series we're more than familiar with the landmarks and history of a Forerunner installation. Warden Eternal is yet another controversial aspect of the campaign, and one that I'm less inclined to defend. I think he's an interesting character that the game doesn't have enough time to flesh out fully. Likely another thing that would have been expanded more in whatever Halo 6 was originally supposed to be. He's the Lancelot to Cortana's Guinevere, the ever-loyal and protective knight, protective even to the point of protest from Cortana when he tries to protect her from the Chief. That's the part of his story I find interesting. His use as a recurring mini-boss is less compelling. He's mostly just a big bullet sponge because boss fights have never been Halo's strongest aspect. His contentious relationship with Cortana is compelling because he's absolutely correct, but that serves more to add characterization to Cortana rather to himself. The Chief doesn't tend to put a stop to Cortana's plans, but she's too infatuated with the Chief to see that. She thinks that if she can just talk to him face to face and explain it clearly, he'll be persuaded. The Warden knows better. It's probably the best scene in the game when they do have that meeting. Better if you pretend Blue Team aren't there just hanging out in the background. A deliberate inversion of the scene at the end of Halo 4. Cortana's new look is just fantastic, and the emotions of the scene come across just as strong as they did in Halo 4. Cortana doesn't kill Blue Team, instead she imprisons them in a cryptum like the one the Didact was trapped in Halo 4. When they wake up in 10,000 years, Chief will see that she was right about all of this, and all will be forgiven.
Stop. No, John. This is too important to stop. I just needed to know if I could still trust you. You'll be safe inside this cryptum until my work is done.
Cortana.
Goodbye, John.
This is also when the game most clearly contrasts Cortana's thoughts on the two teams. Cortana is all emotion and understanding when it comes to Chief, but cold and calculating and much more her old sarcastic self when dealing with Osiris. It's another of the many reasons Osiris is a necessary perspective on the story. They don't have years of history with Cortana, and so through the way Cortana treats them, we can get a clearer picture of what her peace really means for the galaxy. At the same time, she vastly underestimates Osiris, and in playing through the final mission you can understand why. On the scale of Guardians, you feel like insects compared to their size, scale, and power. Cortana views the Chief as a threat to her plans. She views Osiris as nothing more than pests, and that's exactly what gives them the upper hand in the end. You're not able to stop Cortana, but you are able to save Blue Team, and it's such a great finale to set up for the next game as the final cutscene shows the Guardians arriving at Earth to take control and the Infinity is forced to flee. The galaxy is under Cortana's control now, and we've never been more the underdogs. But the Chief is free, Cortana's one true weakness, and so a glimmer of hope remains.
Captain Lasky, distress calls, all channels.
It's Cortana?
Her and the other AIs are shutting down everything from Earth to the outer colonies.
Roland?
Found you. Hide and seek's over, Infinity.
Lieutenant Jet, emergency slipspace now!
Responsibility for the galaxy shelters all, but only the created are its masters.
We're We're in the clear, Captain.
Can she track us?
No reason to think she can't.
Continue random jumps. Steer clear of major settlements.
We're just gonna run?
Only until we could find a way to fight.
As I'm sure the comments will point out, I've glossed over plenty of plot holes and other things like that in this video, and the reason for that is simple. I just don't care. I wish I could, honestly. This video would be so much easier to make if I hated this game like everyone else did, but I don't, and I'm not about to go looking for reasons to dislike it. Halo 5 is just kind of depressing in retrospect. It's the middle chapter of a trilogy that never really came together. Yes, it did technically get a sequel, but if you've played Halo Infinite, you know that it didn't really get a sequel. Halo 5 has its problems, but it's the only game they've made where I feel like 343 has fully taken creative control of the franchise into their own hands. I want to say it was ahead of its time, but I'm pretty sure even if it released today, the majority of Halo fans would still hate it. Halo 5 is kind of when I stopped being a Halo fan, at least as passionately as I was before then. Not because of the game, but because of how alienated I felt by the fandom's reaction to the game. This is not my favourite Halo game, but it's definitely up there and has been since I played it all those years ago. Explaining why has been one of the hardest videos I've ever written, because explaining why necessarily involves defending the game from years worth of criticism, both good and bad faith. I'm not trying to change your mind, but I hope at the very least I've been able to explain why I love this game, even when no one else does. I wish more people could see this game the way I do, but if I have to die alone on this hill, I guess there are worse ways to tank my reputation as a critic.
It took you long enough.
Halo Wars 2 is a game that I'm still honestly quite shocked even exists at all. There are many franchises that have tried to branch out into a tactical RTS game, and usually they don't go very well, whether it's because the audience doesn't make the crossover or because the game is genuinely quite bad. Changes from game to game. But the ultimate truth is that it's exceptionally rare for a cross-genre spin-off to get a sequel, and somehow, Halo has managed this twice. Halo Wars was generally considered a success and a decent game, the best-selling RTS game on consoles, which isn't actually as impressive a claim to fame as it sounds considering how small that market actually is. And besides, the studio that made the game shut down shortly before the game even came out. Halo Wars was popular, but not popular enough to revive the studio or the brand. That's what I would have told you anyway, yet 7 years later, it happened. A new studio with the same creative vision, create an RTS game that will finally break the genre into the console market. I might be underselling Halo Wars just a little bit. It was never as popular as the FPS games, obviously, but it had its niche, and console RTS fans weren't exactly spoiled for choice, so it had pretty much exclusive rights to that niche. From a pure, cynical business perspective, a sequel to Halo Wars does make sense, because Halo Wars never actually did break RTS games onto the console market. It was a successful game, but it didn't cause any kind of console revolution like Combat Evolved did for FPS games. But it did establish a niche, and niches can be expanded. Of course, there is another angle to this. I may have loved Halo 5, but that was not the general consensus, and combined with Halo 4 and the Spartan games, 343's run as curator of the Halo franchise was not looking too good. They needed a win, a game that everyone could uncontroversially agree was good. Instead of trying to make it themselves, 343 reached out to the experts. Creative Assembly is a studio most known for Total War, a franchise of RTS games that have been coming out steadily since the 2000s. And, for reasons beyond my understanding, they also made Alien Isolation. I've never played it myself because I'm a big scaredy cat, but I've only ever heard good things. The story, then, is remarkably similar to the first game. A studio with a long-known success in PC RTS games trying to break into the console market. You can view it exclusively as a cynical business move if you want to, but I think that ignores that trying to make an RTS game work on consoles is a genuinely interesting and creatively compelling challenge. Halo 2 is a fantastic game exactly because of how well it straddles the line between these two worlds. It adds in complexity and depth on the first Halo Wars game, without going overboard and no longer functioning as a console RTS game. It's bigger and more complex than Halo Wars 1, but it's not scary. You don't need to look up a bunch of YouTube tutorials in order to figure out how to play the game. It also laid the groundwork for what would end up being one of the dumbest decisions in the entire series. But we're not quite there yet. Banish that from your thoughts for now. And instead, let's talk about the game that may well have saved the entire Halo franchise.
Captain, wake up. Something has happened.
Halo Wars 2 picks up 28 years after the first game, which places it chronologically right after the events of Halo 5. This was apparently a mandate of the series' creative director Frank O'Connor, who wanted the game to feel more in line and connected to the main games in order to raise the stakes. That turned out to be much more true than they were anticipating, but again, we're not there yet. Much like Halo 4, there was no real need to return to the cast of Halo Wars 1, and I think even more so than Halo 4 returning to Master Chief, Halo Wars was not dependent on the Spirit of Fire for its success. However, unlike Halo 4, which tried to do its man out of time thing with only a 4-year timeskip, a 30-year timeskip does allow for that feeling to come through much more naturally. The entire galaxy has changed since the time that the Spirit of Fire went missing. Wars have been won and lost, and by the standards of modern technology, the Spirit of Fire is an antique. Much more than the first game, Halo Wars 2 is an underdog story, and this feeling of being outdated and obsolete is a big part of that feeling. Captain Cutter and Professor Anders have both had significant plastic surgery work done since their last appearance, which is to say they've both been recast. Blur returned to do the cutscenes like they did for the first game, but in the time between, motion capture technology had evolved significantly. That meant that instead of hand sculpting models, they used mocap such, which required actual actors whose face is used for reference. The results, though, speak for themselves. Much like the first game, the cutscenes of Halo Wars 2 raised the bar for the entire medium. They are absolutely gorgeous. There's less of the glossy CGI cutscenes than there was in the first game. Instead, they're saved for the pivotal story moments, but they certainly leave an impression. We're only really now reaching a point where this kind of CGI is standard for video games, so it may not come across now just how mind-blowing these cutscenes were at the time. The nuance in facial animations especially was jaw-dropping in 2016. This is coupled with what I would consider to be a monumental leap in the quality of the writing compared to the first game. The first actual thing in the game is a final message from the now long-deceased Serena, having hit her 7-year lifespan decades ago. And it is a surprisingly emotional beat to hit considering the death happened off-screen.
As for me, well, regulations are clear about final dispensation at the end of an AI's 7-year lifespan. I took care of my own arrangements rather than wake you. I didn't want to... well, I hope you can forgive this final breach of protocol. It was a pleasure and an honor to serve with you, sir. Do look after everyone for me, would you? Goodbye, Captain. Serena out.
A new game requires a new setting, or rather, an old setting. A mysterious force has pulled the Spirit of Fire out of its drift to the Ark, back from Halo 3. Halo 5 rather dramatically shook up the status quo of the galaxy, so in order to save that plot thread for the next mainline game, the Ark was most likely chosen as a location relevant to the main series, while also being quite literally outside of the galaxy and therefore separate from whatever's going on there. In the time since then, humanity has sent various science teams to study the place, but more importantly, someone else has arrived too. The Monkey Men, who will probably end up being Halo Wars 2's ultimate lasting legacy on the franchise. Atriox and the Banished.
As I suspected. Nothing but a man.
Red Team Leader, this is Recon 1. You have multiple hostiles approaching your location.
Alice, we're leaving.
5 effectively ended the Covenant for good, for real this time, which presents a problem when you need an enemy faction for your RTS wargame. Thus, the Banished were born. Brutes had been underutilised in the 343 era, not having an appearance in any of the mainline games since Halo Reach, so this would be their dramatic return. Except rather than being the mindless barbarian ape men they were in the previous games, the decision was made to give them a face, a leader who was wise as well as strong, someone who could be a strategic rival as well as a physical one. Thus, Atriox was born. They are the perfect enemy for Halo Wars 2. In many ways, the Banished are a much simpler faction than the Covenant ever was. They don't have the religious zealotry that defines the Covenant, nor the complex political machinations that made Halo 2 so interesting. They're raiders in a much more traditional sense, looking mostly for weapons and resources to increase their own power. They're not that deep, at least not the way they're presented in-game anyway. But what they are is big, imposing, and menacing, which is exactly what Halo Wars 2 needed for its villain. Much like the gameplay of Halo Wars, the story that Halo Wars 2 is going for is kind of defined by its simplicity. Here's this big man. He's really evil. He outnumbers you 60 to 1 and all of his troops are twice as big as yours and covered in big bulky armour. Now go kick his ass. The Spirit of Fire should not stand a chance against a force like the Banished, but whoever let a thing like that get in the way of victory? I think this is a lot of the reason why people latched onto this game after Halo 5 was considered too complicated and messy. Simple stories are not bad stories, they're just basic stories. Halo Wars 2 is pushing no boundaries with its storytelling, but it tells a simple story in a highly competent way. Sometimes all you need to motivate you through a campaign is a really good speech.
That's what you're up against. And all you've got is one old ship and half a crew to staff her? We need to run as far and as fast as we can.
We are just one ship. And an old one at that. But here we are. 30 years past what anyone could ask of us. Our war is gone. The lives we had are gone. The worlds we knew have moved on. And now, all that we may have left are those standing beside us. And the duty that defines us, battle after battle, fighting side by side, together. Where you see half a crew, Isabel, I see family, courage, and 1,000 heroes who swore to fight their way through hell before they'd ever turn their backs and run. And where you see one old ship, I see home. And that is always worth fighting for. If we don't stop Atriox now, we leave the galaxy at the mercy of a monster. So no, Isabel. We won't be running anywhere today.
Sir, yes, sir.
This scene is really the core of the entire Halo Wars 2 experience, at least on the campaign side of things. It's quite difficult to make an entire army feel like an underdog, but through story moments like this and some clever mechanical balancing, that feeling does genuinely come through. Losing a unit in Halo Wars 2 feels like it matters in a way that it often just doesn't in other RTS games because, well, mechanically you do have infinite units to respawn like always. Every unit lost is a member of this family lost. Victory feels so much sweeter because of how stacked against you the odds of victory are. I think people often confuse a good villain with a complex villain. Complex villains can often be good villains, but that doesn't mean that all good villains are that complex. Atriox has a somewhat sympathetic backstory, but he is still fully just a big baddie to fight. He looks cool and he's an intimidating opponent, and that's all you need to make him satisfying to take down. Of course, that narrative only works if it's supported mechanically as well. In the time since the first Halo Wars, RTS games had only grown more and more complicated. You'll need to look at a screenshot of Total War Warhammer, Creative Assembly's previous game, to see that it would be almost impossible to adapt to a console because of how many systems and menus are required to play the game. It's a genre built for the mouse and keyboard. In RTS games, complexity is expected, and more complexity is generally considered better. That entire ethos does not translate to consoles, where streamlining and simplicity are the key to success. This is part of what plays into the whole PC master race ethos. It's not just that high-end PCs are generally more powerful than a console, it's that PC games are generally more complex than console games, giving the reverse stereotype of the console gamer dude bro who's just a dummy who only wants to play Call of Duty or, well, Halo. Reality, as with everything, is more nuanced, but the fundamental point is true. Console games are simpler than PC games. It's just that simple is more complicated than it seems. The first Halo Wars' true genius was in its control scheme, the way that it translated the more abstract controls of an RTS game to a controller by focusing on radial menus and a centralized cursor. Having all of that stuff figured out already gives Halo Wars 2 a very solid foundation to build complexity out from. Unlike the first game, Halo Wars 2 was designed to launch on both consoles and PC, but it's clear that from a design perspective, the Xbox was the priority. And if I didn't know that Halo Wars 2 was done by a different studio and an entirely different team, I'm not sure I ever would have guessed. The language of design and the additions and changes made feels so in line with the first game that it feels like the same team expanding on the ideas they had the first time around. Halo Wars 2 is not a Total War game by any means, it's a Halo Wars game through and through. The fundamental blocks are the same, units are still severely limited compared to other RTS games. Although they're about triple the limits were in the first game thanks to hardware improvements. Bases can still only be built on certain predetermined locations. We've upgraded from a single currency to 2 whole currencies, supplies and energy, with supplies being used to purchase units and buildings and energy being used for upgrades as well as more specialised units. And of course, there's a lot of new units to play around with, like ranged artillery units or snipers, but overall very little has actually changed from the core blocks that Halo Wars 1 laid out. It's all just been refined and rebalanced to perfect the formula. Some advanced unit controls were added into the game for the people who really want to get into it, like setting up distinct unit formations, but it's not something you ever need to learn in order to have fun with the game. In fact, a lot of people probably don't even know it's an option. Halo Wars 2 is much simpler than a typical RTS game like Total War, which is in part a necessity of designing for a console. But it's not an indictment on console players that they'd be too dumb to get a real RTS. Instead, it's a process of streamlining, getting to the core of what makes this kind of RTS fun, and focusing on that exclusively. The core of this kind of war sim RTS is the part where the little guys shoot at each other. This is where all complexity must radiate from. What kind of guys are they? How do you make them? What can they do? Base building can be a fun element of an RTS, but it's not an essential element, so it's massively streamlined from other games. 2 currencies is about the maximum you want people worrying about before they just start getting stressed out. These are complicated decisions to make, because another big difference between Halo Wars and other RTS games is match length. A match of Civilization can easily take you 4 hours or longer. If a round of Halo Wars 2 is taking you 4 hours, then something has gone wrong. That's the Halo FPS influence at work. Console games are designed for a different audience, the people who don't want to spend all day on a single game, and Halo Wars 2 aims to be the RTS for that audience. Creative Assembly even positioned it that way. They wanted to make a game that would be a gateway for people into the RTS, just like Ensemble did back in the day. A game that would make people realise that actually, they do like this genre. Halo may not be the Goliath it once was, but it was and always kind of will be the poster child of Xbox, and as such it makes for a perfect bridge to expose people to these other genres of games that they may not otherwise ever actually try. And just like the first game, Creative Assembly was clearly very interested in making as faithful an adaptation of the series as they possibly could. The Banished are balanced slightly differently to the Covenant in the first game, to distinguish them mechanically as well as visually. Where the Covenant were balanced to have more units with less health, the Banished are on a more even footing with the UNSC in that department. Where the first game the UNSC had leader powers and the Covenant had leader units, both sides now get both the Wheel of Powers and a special hero unit. It might seem counterintuitive to make the Banished and the UNSC less mechanically unique, but that's because each leader within the 2 factions is made more unique to compensate. Where in the first game it mostly determined a few special endgame units and early bonuses, in Halo Wars 2, each leader has an essentially unique playstyle determined by a whole host of perks, abilities, and unique units determined by their personalities. Professor Anders, for example, being the Forerunner expert, has access to a whole host of unique Sentinel units and several abilities where she turns the Ark's defences on her opponent. Even though they're the same faction, her approaching army can look pretty drastically different to Captain Cutter's. This was an idea enhanced by the game's extensive DLC support, most of which was new leaders to use in multiplayer, an extra 5 for each faction by the end, each of them getting more and more unique and specific. Like Kinsano for the UNSC, a flame trooper who's all about fire and makes everything on fire. Or probably the most unique leader in the whole game, Yap Yap the Destroyer. The grunt leader, played mostly for comedy, whose units are all almost entirely unique to him and are much worse, but he sure can make a lot of them quickly. While it contains all of the regular mods you'd expect in an RTS, with the straight-up skirmish mod being the most important, Halo Wars 2 also included a weird experimental game mode that honestly feels like some sort of extra mode they just threw in for fun called Blitz. It's sort of a combination of an RTS and deck builder, and it's fine. Let's just say it's quite hard to find a match these days and leave it at that. It's important for any game to be clearly readable, but it's especially important in an RTS where you could be looking at hundreds of different units at a time and have to be able to tell clearly from a distance what everything is. While the glossy blur cutscenes are aiming for realism, the actual in-game graphics skew in the total opposite direction, very exaggerated with big blocky shapes and bold colours. This isn't a graphical limitation, it's a deliberate style that the game is going for, and I think it works really well. Every unit, building, and environmental detail is designed to look like a painted miniature that you might use in a game like Warhammer. I'm absolutely convinced this is intentional considering the game's main menu, which cycles through still close-ups of the units from the game posed like miniatures on a board. It's similar to what the first game was going for, but so much better realised. Combined with the flashy new lighting and particle effects that the 360 would explode trying to render, I think the game looks gorgeous, even years later, because the style has aged so gracefully. The design of the Banished is perfect. They often have the same skeleton as the old Covenant units, but with big bulky armour and war paints on top of them. While their bases, especially things like power extractors, look aggressive and exploitative. Where the UNSC generate their power with windmills, the Banished drill into the ground with these aggressive-looking machines that always look like they're about a minute away from exploding. It showcases so clearly what the Banished are here for. They're not explorers, they're conquerors, here for resources to fuel their war machines. In line with how it actually works in the story, both UNSC and Banished bases have been designed to look like much more temporary structures, particularly the UNSC bases. Where in the first game, buildings would rise from underground, this time everything is airlifted in by the Spirit of Fire. The Banished buildings are dropped into, they just drop in a little more aggressively. The biggest thing to point out is probably how thoroughly Halo Wars 2 rejects the modern Halo art style in favour of something much closer to the original games. And specifically the Halo 2 Anniversary remaster. Spartan Red Team look pretty much identical to the way they looked in the first Halo Wars game, and the game's elites are clearly cousins of the Halo 2 slender figures rather than the big bulky Halo 4 guys. And as much as I am the big Halo 5 defender, I can't pretend this isn't a positive change. Everything looks so much better this way. Halo Wars 2's actual campaign is split into 3 acts, with each act covering an important conflict in the ongoing war against the Banished on the Ark. First, taking down Atriox's top lieutenant, a guy called Decimus who has a big mech suit, as well as taking control of the portal system that Atriox has been using to conquer the Ark. Then Act 2 is about taking down the Enduring Conviction, the Banished flagship, before it can destroy the Spirit of Fire. This is where I can finally say something slightly negative about the game. While the quality of the writing is much better than the first game, the actual mission design for the campaign is a clear step down. A problem with the first game was that the story gave way to the requirements of gameplay, and here the problem is inverted. The gameplay takes a backseat to the constraints of the story. The entire campaign takes place on the Ark, and while it's an interesting enough setting, it's also severely limiting to what you can actually do with the level design, because everything has to be feasibly on the Ark. You can play around with different environments, but you can't exactly stumble across an entire city. More than that though, there's less dynamism in what you're actually doing in each mission. For the most part, it's always going to be a stand-up brawl, with maybe a few secondary objectives thrown in there. That's fine, and it's in keeping with the story, but there's no set pieces as memorable as escorting the warp drive up a massive staircase, or the stationary scarab from the first game. The missions all just sort of blend into each other. The dialogue during the missions is much better. Every mission is focused around at least one of the Spartans of Red Team, who this time are all actual characters with personalities. There's Jerome, the confident Captain America-esque leader, Alice, the chain gun-wielding badass with a penchant for sarcasm, and Douglas, the gruff one who got his ass kicked in the opening cutscene and has a hankering for revenge.
You know, Alice, I've always wanted to drive one of those things.
Okay, you're up. One of us should stay on the ground anyways. Don't say I never give you anything.
I mean, it's not a ton of personality, but that's infinitely more than the 0 they had in the first game. Halo Wars 2 feels like an actual war in the way that the first game never really did. The only problem being that actual war isn't as exciting as it sounds. Cutting off supply lanes, for example, is a perfect strategic thing to do and makes sense as a first target, but it's pretty hard to make cutting off supply lanes into an exciting action-packed mission. On top of that, the campaign also struggles with tutorialitis, where it's not until like the 7th mission where the game actually lets go of the training wheels and introducing you to stuff and how it works. And the campaign is shorter than the first game, so the tutorial aspect of the campaign really starts to drag after a while. The fancy cutscenes are positioned less to keep advancing the story and more like a reward for making it through certain parts of the campaign, which I don't think is a terrible approach considering how expensive these cutscenes must be to make. And they contain within them some of the coolest moments of the entire franchise, like Isabel, the civilian AI that the crew rescued who takes over from Serena, using the Ark's defences to absolutely annihilate the banished flagship.
Isabel. What do we do, Isabel?
Silly to say that the campaign is lacking when it contains moments like this, but ultimately this is still a video game with video game concerns like fun and gameplay. The minute-to-minute gameplay of Halo Wars 2 is fun, but that's also the multiplayer experience. A campaign in a game like this kind of needs to be more than that. It has to provide some sort of experience or challenge that you can't have in a multiplayer match. A narrative is certainly one thing that you don't get in a multiplayer match though, and I really can't stress enough how much better it is compared to the first game. It's not that the first game is bad, but the crew of the Spirit of Fire never quite crossed the threshold into actual people beyond their set archetypes. Everyone remembers Sergeant Forge because he's the funny one who cracks jokes, but Cutter and Anders were employed as very utilitarian characters. Here, Captain Cutter is ever the stoic and collected captain he always was, but the game takes time to show these small moments of humanity. Like before he gives his big speech, he looks around the room and realises that he's going to need to make a big speech to keep the crew's spirits up. Being the leader isn't just about telling people what to do, it's about inspiring the confidence that you know what to do and that they should listen to you. It's why he makes a good pair with Isabel. Being a civilian AI, she's not nearly as battle-hardened as the rest of the crew, so often requires that extra encouragement from the captain. They make a dynamic pair. Serena's sarcastic quips were fun, but Halo Wars 2 goes in for more of the drama, and Isabel fills that role perfectly. Professor Anders, meanwhile, has had some of her more bristly edges shaved off. Where in the first game she had a pretty much permanent scowl on her face, here they lean much more into the absent-minded part of her absent-minded professor role to great effect, several times zoning out during conversations because her mind is elsewhere.
I'll need to get down there. Immediately, of course.
Good morning to you too, Professor.
I'm sorry, Captain. It's good to see you too. But just look at it.
What is it? And where are we?
No idea.
She's still there primarily as the Forerunner expert who can help unlock all the big sci-fi doors, but these personality quirks help set her apart and make her a lot more likeable and believable than she was in the first game. The third act revolves around the thing that the Ark does, making a new Halo ring. The portal back to Earth is closed, and so the Spirit of Fire is cut off from any support. But the Ark will open a portal to send a replacement ring back into the galaxy, and so that becomes the driving force of the final run of missions. It's an odd place to end things because there's nothing final about it at all. The final mission is essentially sending a message to ask for help, and once it's away, the war continues. Halo Wars 2 is very much a middle chapter of this story. By the end of the campaign, you've made some significant strides against the Banished, but you're still nowhere close to actually beating them. With not enough time to evacuate, Professor Anders ends up tagging along with the ring on its way back to the galaxy. But this brings up the other problem with the plan, which in fairness the crew had no way of knowing, that currently the galaxy is under the control of our AI overlords, which Anders figures out when one of the Guardians pulls the ring out of slipspace long before its intended destination.
Good job, Ellen. We may have been safer on the Ark.
That's a heck of a cliffhanger. We'll have to wait and see how that turns out. It's been about 8 years and I'm still waiting, but maybe one of these days. There's quite a few unanswered questions left by the end of Halo Wars 2, actually, like what brought the Spirit of Fire to the Ark in the first place? Or the Phoenix Logs, which are this game's story collectibles, hint at a monitor on the Ark who we never meet in the story itself, but clearly has their own motivations that this game never actually gets into. It feels very much like a teaser for a potential sequel. Considering the direction that Halo Infinite went in, I'm not sure that sequel can ever actually happen now. Halo Infinite essentially stole the villain of Halo Wars 3 in a way that feels pretty irreversible. They could pivot to another villain, 2 characters in particular come to mind, which we'll get to, but in a very real sense, Atriox is the Banished. He's what gives them their personality, and he's quite literally the poster boy for the game. Having the third game pivot to be about fighting his lackeys instead just wouldn't be as satisfying. I don't think that devalues this game. The strength of this game's story is in its character moments and that feeling of defying the odds. It isn't strictly dependent on a sequel to make that story work, it just very clearly establishes that one will be coming at the end. I think we probably will get a Halo Wars 3 someday, either by Creative Assembly or someone else, but it will be a weaker game through no fault of this one. But again, we're not quite there yet.
O'Sullivan, our drones have found something. Take a look.
Some kind of cloak. I can't make out a thing. Switch to VisFeed 24, high angle. Banished engineers. Alert the captain. Whatever they're doing, we need to get down there, fast.
Vaughn, you and Boomerang Company are good to go.
Acknowledge, Spirit of Fire. And how do we go, Helljumpers?
We go feet first.
If you're not counting cosmetic packs, then I think Halo Wars 2 probably has the most substantial DLC support of any game in the series. And it's the only game in the series besides Halo Spartan Assault to add extra story content as part of its DLC in the form of 2 bonus campaigns. Operation SPEARBREAKER and Awakening the Nightmare. Awakening the Nightmare is the big one. It's the Banished campaign that primarily revolves around fighting the Flood, and it's the one that's been talked about and teased since launch. So when Operation SPEARBREAKER, a 2-mission mini-campaign starring a random team of ODSTs, was first announced as the final piece of content on the Season Pass, it sparked a little bit of controversy. People thought that when they were buying the Season Pass, they were buying access to all the DLC, but in reality the Season Pass only covers each of the DLC leaders that had been added individually and Operation SPEARBREAKER. But the sneaky little Season Pass wasn't worded like that, it just promised a new campaign. The description has long since been updated to make it crystal clear what the Season Pass actually includes so that no one's allowed to get mad at them anymore, but when has that ever stopped people from being mad? This is a trick that's become standard now, of course. Ubisoft especially loves to do this. Have a Season Pass for the first run of DLC and then release a second, much bigger and more impressive DLC pack that isn't in the Season Pass and you have to buy separately. I think Awakening the Nightmare might actually be worth the extra cost. I totally understand why they sold it separately, having played through it all, and we'll get to that in a bit. But the optics often matter a whole lot more than cold strategic business. Here, in the future, we can be less concerned about those kinds of business decisions and focus on the end products. Because lost in that whole kerfuffle was any discussion of Operation SPEARBREAKER itself, because it's a very odd little project all round. I remember at the time they tried to market it as a sort of RTS homage to Halo 3 ODST, and that sounds pretty interesting, but the fact that both star a team of ODSTs is the start and the end of the similarities between the two stories. Operation SPEARBREAKER is the story of an operation by Major Vaughn, his ODST team, and Boomerang Company to stop the Banished from launching an ancient Forerunner dreadnought that could easily destroy the Spirit of Fire. So basically, it's the exact same plot as Halo Wars 1, only much shorter. It features no returning characters from the base game and feels completely disconnected from anything going on in the campaign. Only 2 members of the ODST squad ever actually speak, Major Vaughn himself and Quinn, the team's tech expert, even though on the Phoenix logs all of them are listed separately with names and personalities all laid out for them. It's quite strange. There's really not much more to it than that. Vaughn and Quinn have a bit of a Kirk and Spock thing going on, but with only 2 missions, there's really not a lot of time to explore it.
A direct application of kinetic energy should be applied here.
You know, you could just say shoot it.
Even more disappointing to me is the lack of screen time the villain gets. Instead of focusing on Atriox, Operation SPEARBREAKER's evil scheme is being hatched by one of the DLC leaders that was added into the game post-launch. Colony, 2 hunters who work together as one mind and speak with the robotic voice that sounds like the Borg Collective.
Humans, we will end you. We will bring finality.
What was that?
I don't know, and I don't like not knowing. Stay alert.
Hunters have always been slightly more interesting lore-wise than in-game, where they're usually just the biggest enemies that you need to shoot in the back. But if you look up close, they're actually not a single creature, but a big pile of worms working together to pilot a mech suit. The worms, officially known by the very catchy name Megalecolo, Let's go with Megalegolo. Importantly, in all of the games, even the ones where the Covenant speak English, they never speak, they only make a sort of vague, angry grunting noises. Colony is the first one I know of that actually talks. A hive mind of tech-savvy worms is the kind of antagonist that I can get behind, and a totally different kind of enemy to Atriox, or really any villain in a previous Halo game. For a while after they came out, Colony was my main because their vibe is cool and their strategy is overwhelming force, which is my jam. So I was interested to see how they would do as a main villain. But they only get like 3 lines in the entire campaign. So, just like the rest of Vaughn's ODST team, Colony remains theoretically interesting, but in practice they just order troops around sometimes and give you vague threats. Surprisingly, the saving grace this time is the mission design. Because both of these missions are designed to be played after the main campaign, they're designed for more skilled players and require you to spin more plates at once. Like a new sentinel enemy that roams the map and can only be damaged from behind, requiring some clever positioning to actually take down. Vaughn and his team are a hero unit, but they're not nearly as powerful as the Spartan, and overall your powers and units are rebalanced to be a little bit less in your favour. The idea being that these ODSTs operate a little more tactically and a little less through brute force. The enemy will also absolutely vomit units at you, especially on higher difficulties, because these missions are designed to be some of the hardest in the game, and if you're up for a challenge, then it's a welcome one. So, despite a pretty lackluster story, Operation SPEARBREAKER is pretty fun for what it is. A couple challenging missions for high-level players to sink their teeth into. What would be ideal is if we could combine the story of the base game with the mission design of Operation SPEARBREAKER. Then we'd have something truly special.
Not disobey your orders again. Scout the shell, salvage the ships. That is it. Atriox was clear. I'll look around. And if we find prizes to bring back... How could that go wrong?
Awakening the Nightmare was the final piece of DLC for Halo Wars 2, and it was a hefty chunk of content for what it was. Closer in spirit to a full expansion than a DLC extra. A new, highly polished 5-mission campaign with new blur cutscenes to boot, a new game mode and a wave-based cooperative firefight against the Flood, and 2 new leaders for multiplayer. The stars of the new campaign, Brute Brothers Vordis and Pavium. Both Halo Wars 1 and 2 were crucially lacking a campaign for the aliens. It's not something that most Halo players would expect, given that the vast majority of the series is anchored to the human perspective. But for an RTS game with a faction system, not having a run of missions for each faction is a strange exemption. Especially when a lot of the time a campaign functions as a tutorial for how to play a faction properly, like the main campaign of the game does for the UNSC. Because the differences between the two factions are reduced in this game, this is a less pressing problem, but just like with Halo 2, a war is made more interesting by exploring both sides of it. Awakening of the Nightmare doesn't technically cover any details of the war outside of some scouts in the first mission. You never actually fight the UNSC. Like Halo 2 did, it sidesteps making you massacre your own kind by focusing on the larger threat. Voridus and Pavium are a great anchor for the story. They're high-ranking members of the Banished, but not quite enough that they've earned Atriox's trust and respect. They're a familiar duo, the cautious and wise older brother and the eager and arrogant younger brother, the twist being that they're both giant monster ape men. Actually, there's a double twist, because along with being the cocky younger brother, Voridus is also something of a mad scientist type. He's pretty much the Banished de facto expert on Forerunner technology, along with numerous experiments with a toxic incendiary gel that makes up a lot of his arsenal. Pavium and Voridus argue constantly throughout the entire campaign, because of course they do, they're brothers. But at the end of the day, thick or thin, they stick together, because of course they do, they're brothers. Culturally, the Brits have always been one of the least interesting races in Halo to me. They have a bad case of the Klingon problem, where a culture built around fighting and preferring to hit people with big hammers instead of guns just does not seem compatible with an advanced spacefaring civilization. Brits are big, and dumb, and they love to fight, and that's pretty much all there is to them in Halo 2 onwards. That dumbness is even a part of the story. It's why Truth prefers them to elites. They're easier to manipulate. It's kind of a big part of why Atriox is interesting. It's because he's a contrast to what we normally expect these guys to be like. I think Pavium and Voridus build on these tropes in interesting ways though, by taking what you'd expect and twisting them just a bit. Voridus is every bit the typical run in and hit them with a hammer brute, but he's also technically minded and conducts experiments and tinkers in his spare time. Pavium is every bit the traditional by-the-books kind of soldier, but in an army of berserkers that actually makes him the weird one for wanting to shore up the defences and take care of the wounded. Their mission is a simple one at first, just a salvage operation of the old Covenant bases and crashed ships from the conflict on the Ark the first time around. But Voridus is ambitious, and he wants to crack the big one. High Charity, still lying where it crashed in Halo 3. Rumours say it's infested with monsters, and for some reason the Ark has erected a big dome around it, constantly patrols the area with sentinels, and has burned all living life forms within a 300-mile radius of the thing. But surely those are just myths, right? Initially, I thought this was quite dumb, which it is, obviously, but from an external perspective I thought it was ridiculous that Voridus and Pavium wouldn't believe that the Flood is real. But I thought about it some more, and it does make some kind of sense. I'm pretty sure everyone who was in the space city at the time is dead, and the Covenant collapsed shortly after that happened, so the people with first-hand information on what actually happened in there are probably pretty slim. The Chief doesn't seem like much of a gossip. And besides, the Covenant were famous liars and cowards. They were probably just lying about a monster outbreak in the city to cover for them being idiots and crashing it or something. It wouldn't be the first time they lied to cover for their mistakes. Well, this time it wasn't a lie, and Voridus accidentally starts a full-blown flood infestation on the Ark. Whoops.
Prepare yourselves.
So Voridus and Pavium are interesting enough characters. The story is pretty simple, and that's okay. Like the base game, a simple story can be fun if it's told well, but the place where Awakening of the Nightmare really shines is the level and mission design. Awakening of the Nightmare is not a tutorial on how to play as the Banished, but it's also not balanced to be extra challenging like Operation SPEARBREAKER. It's right in the sweet spot for maximum fun, and it's excellent. There's only 5 missions, but all of them are completely distinct and memorable. The missions are built around Voridus and Pavium's abilities in multiplayer, which aren't always the most intuitive to use, but I think the commitment gives the campaign a really distinct feeling mechanically. The multiplayer strategy for Voridus is all about effective use of the incendiary gel. Mastering it is key to getting good as Voridus, and the same applies to the campaign. Once you know how to use it, it becomes one of your most useful tools. Pavium, on the other hand, is the ultimate turtle. He's all about playing defensively, digging in and not letting the enemy take an inch, which is the perfect foil for a swarm enemy like the Flood. Together, they can make a deadly pair. The way that the campaign is tailored to these two leaders makes me selfishly wish that every one of the DLC leaders had gotten at least 1 or 2 missions with them in the starring role, because I think narratively and design-wise that could have been amazing. For example, the first mission has you escorting a scarab through Sentinel territory driven by Vardis. He isn't under your control, so you have to constantly have your units keep up with him and protect him. Yes, it's an escort mission, but it feels like a completely in-character escort mission. He's reckless and impulsive, and you get to channel the annoyed older brother trying to keep pace with him so he doesn't get himself killed. The second mission is pure pavium, as you're getting hounded by the Flood and have to keep falling back to various defensive positions and holding out for as long as possible. Vardis has an expedition into the Forerunner tunnels to reactivate the defences that he stupidly shut down before, and it's the ultimate micromanagement mission. Just a few elite units and Vardis himself. It's here that if you don't properly learn how to use the incendiary gel, you will be instantly overrun. Probably the most unique mission is the third one, where because the location is too volatile, you can't mine for energy because the extractors just explode. Now who wishes they were using windmills? Instead, you have to harvest energy from crystals formed around the area and mediate it between the objective and upgrading your units and buildings. The Flood are so much more interesting to fight than they were in the first game, partly because the new hardware can render so much more of them than before and make them truly feel like a Flood, but also because they've been given so many more ways to kill you. They can now infect vehicles as well as infantry, which means you can no longer just subvert them by steamrolling them with tanks, but they also have a whole host of new enemy types like spawners that hang back and force you to advance to them, or the massive, slightly terrifying lanky boys that take a ton of hits and buff all the other Flood around them. They feel at the point now where with a few tweaks they probably could be made into a playable faction in multiplayer, but I can understand why they weren't. It would be an absolute balancing nightmare. The final mission is of course to drive it back before they can farm a new Gravemind, and rather than being a boss fight at the end, the entire level is the boss fight as the giant fleshy proto-brain sits in the centre and you pelt it back with everything you've got before it can gain full intelligence. But more importantly, before Daddy Atriox arrives to dish out punishment for causing this mess.
I told you not to go inside. For good reason. Secure the breach. Clean up your mess. I will be waiting for you when you are done.
While it is a self-contained story, pretty much entirely separate from the main campaign, Awakening the Nightmare is excellent, the absolute peak of what Creative Assembly were able to do with the game. It does also present a question though, the same one at the end of the base game. Where to next? I don't know what the original plan was, and it's kind of useless to dwell on what could have been. Halo Infinite certainly threw a fork in that. Could Halo Wars 3 pivot to the Brute Brothers as the main antagonists? It could, but I'm not sure I would want it to. Vardis and Pavium just aren't evil enough to be compelling antagonists for the Spirit of Fire. If anything, in that scenario, I'd rather see both sides work together to defeat a greater threat, but we just did the greatest greater threat there is. I really don't know, but I can tell you that writing Halo Wars 3 is not a challenge that I would want to take on. I realise this has been kind of an overwhelmingly positive retrospective, but that's because Halo Wars 2 is just such a genuinely good game. It did everything that it was trying to do with a tremendous level of success that no other game like it has really mastered before or since. It was the win that the series needed after a disappointing few years of diminishing returns. Yes, it ends on a cliffhanger that at this point seems like it's probably never going to be resolved, but I don't think that diminishes the experience of this game and just how fun it is to play. It's one of my favourite games in the series exactly because of its simple brilliance. And as much as I've alluded to it, I don't think Infinite stealing the Banished actually devalues this game in any way. That's Infinite's own problem, and the only reason Infinite wanted to steal them is because Halo Wars 2 set them up so well. We're almost done with this Halo retrospective, amazingly, and I'm glad we got to have this moment of quiet before the coming storm.
Professor Anders, there must be some way.
Don't worry, Captain. As soon as I'm back to the Sol system, I'll get that beacon out. It should only be a few weeks.
Professor!
And I can figure out how to get back to you.
Captain?
The other teams are clear?
Yes, sir. ETA to the Spirit of Fire is 5 minutes.
Bring up the map. We have a lot of work to do until she gets back.
Aye, Captain.
Halo Infinite is a game that was doomed. It was weighed down by years of anticipation and expectations that it couldn't possibly ever live up to. It was an absolute behind-the-scenes nightmare to make, a lot of which we still don't have the full details on, but the big obvious one was a global pandemic in the middle of production, on top of all the other issues that we know were present. It was the follow-up to a game that nobody, except me, liked. It's a live service game during a period where, besides the titans like Fortnite, the live service model is dying, and to top it all off, it was supposed to be the launch title for a new generation of consoles. The selling point of the Xbox Series X and Series S. That didn't happen, but it's impossible that it wasn't a massive consideration during development. It's not any one thing that makes Halo Infinite a bad game, it's a house of cards constructed from years of bad management and bad creative decisions that have led to an end product that's just a pile of sad cards on the floor where a house once was. The house had potential, it could have been a lovely old house, it had some sturdy foundations, but with all the forces against it, I'm not sure anything could have kept that house standing. I'm not sure I've ever seen such a clear-cut case of artistic compromise than Halo Infinite. Before you even get into the quality of the game, just look at it. People didn't like the 343 art style, so scrap it. People didn't like the direction we were taking the story, so scrap it. People didn't like all the characters that we introduced, so just scrap them all. People like the story of Halo Wars 2 better, so let's just steal the villain from that game and hope that makes people happy. Whatever the original vision for Halo 6 was, Halo Infinite contains almost none of it. Everything that 343 had been doing with the franchise, everything they'd been setting up for the last decade, completely thrown out the window in favour of a soft reboot that doesn't actually reboot anything. In case it wasn't crystal clear yet, Infinite is in my opinion the worst game in the entire franchise, and this artistic compromise is one of the biggest reasons why. This was destined to happen to me specifically as one of the 6 people who actually likes Halo 5, but even looking at the game on its own merit, separate from the rest of the series, it just doesn't come together very well. It's not completely worthless, no game really is, but none of those things really even make up for how disappointed I was and still am in the overall project. I started this retrospective with Halo Infinite with the Combat Evolved Mark V armor set being sold in the store for $20. Nostalgia has been a running thread throughout this entire series, and now that nostalgia has become completely recursive. Halo Infinite is a game that has completely forgotten that what made Halo famous in the first place was its willingness to be bold and do the unexpected. Halo Infinite is a scared game, scared to do anything that would rock the boat or make fans feel even the slightest bit uncomfortable. It is a game that has succumbed to the whims of nostalgia at the cost of everything else. Except for money. It really wants your money. I do want to be careful here, because there's a trap that so many critics of this game fall into that I don't want to be caught in. Sidestepping criticism of the actual game and going directly into insulting 343 employees and designers and claiming that they ruined the franchise, etc, etc. There are plenty of bad things to say about 343 and Microsoft as a whole, and given some things that have come out from former employees of the company, I'm not exactly that inclined to defend them. But you can't make a game without passion. You can't make a game like this without a lot of people giving it their all and really trying their best to make something. I don't think this is their fault. I think their efforts were misguided. Halo Infinite's failures are failures of management so much more than they are failures of individual designers and artists. It'll likely be a while yet before we get the full picture of what exactly happened behind the scenes of this game, but just looking at the final project is enough to know that it wasn't good. And I just want to be crystal clear that when I trash basically all of the stuff in this game, that's not a personal attack on the designers and the people who made it. This is not their fault. Nobody does their best work under these conditions. Halo Infinite is a game of corporate hubris, of the feeling that Halo is too big to fail, with marketing speak like this will be the next 10 years of Halo, just really funny now as the game fizzles out after a mere 3 years. That's not a failure by normal game standards, but it's absolutely a failure compared to what they initially promised. So, with all that preamble out of the way, let's talk about Halo Infinite, and what it truly feels like to be stuck in an infinite recursive loop. Halo Infinite begins about a year after the events of Halo 5. for about 2 minutes, and the rest of the game takes place 6 months after this cutscene. The Infinity is at a Halo ring, but under siege by the Banished from Halo Wars 2. Cortana is whispering over the scene about death, and the Chief gets his ass handed to him by Atriox.
My name is Atriox, and I am the last face you will ever see.
I think this is one of those times when returning players will actually have significantly more questions than new players. Which makes sense. Halo Infinite was intended to be a soft reboot, an idea that becomes more and more laughable as the campaign goes on, but here at the beginning that works in the game's favour. A new player just gets a flashy action introduction, pretty firmly establishing the big bad of the game to take down, as well as some mysteries to uncover. A returning player is instead probably distracted by trying to piece together what the hell is going on. Why are the Banished here? How did Atriox get off the Ark? Where's Cortana, or the fleet of giant space birds she's enslaving the galaxy with? Where's the rest of Blue Team, or Halsey, or Fireteam Osiris, or Captain Lasky? The game will eventually answer some of these questions, but most of them it leaves as open mysteries for future content drops to reveal, as is the live service model. That's actually the meaning behind the name Halo Infinite. The main campaign of the game was always intended to be the first chapter of an ongoing story that would expand in the future. Obviously, that didn't actually happen, and as of right now, 343 have no plans to expand on the campaign of the game. I'm bringing this up right at the start because Halo Infinite's existence as the husk of what was supposed to be a live service game makes a lot of the campaign's most baffling decisions click into sharper focus. The most baffling of all being how it uses Atriox. Chief is found 6 months later by Pilot Man. We get an extended sequence of him weathering the storm in his Pelican, looking at a hollow letter from his family. Because Pilot Man is actually the third most important character in the game. I call him Pilot Man because he doesn't actually get a name until the last cutscene of the game, and if the game doesn't think his name is that important, I guess I don't either. Just after doing the franchise staple of looking at some lights, the Pelican is found by the Banished, and so your first mission is to board their ship and destroy it. It's actually a good mission, arguably the best mission in the game, and definitely the most cinematic. You still have all those burning questions, but the pace is fast enough that it's understandable why nobody is asking them right now. That is, right up until you hear this.
The hour approaches. Soon, the Banished will stand victorious. Atriox, hear these words. Even from beyond this life, your will is served.
Atriox is dead. Instead, the role of Atriox shall be filled by this guy, Escharum. Even without the external implications, this is a wild choice unless you look at the game through the live service lens. Opening the game with Master Chief losing to a guy who isn't the main villain of the game only makes sense if, actually, this guy is the main villain of the game. He's just not the villain of this chapter of the ongoing live service experience. Because, spoiler for the post-credit scene, Atriox isn't actually dead. Because of course, right, it would be crazy to kill off the main villain off-screen during a time skip, and they wouldn't be that stupid. Let's just put a pin in Atriox for now, shall we? After destroying the ship, Chief picks up a signal from the ring, which now has a big hole in it, another mystery for the pile. Apparently, it's a weapon, and as the man himself once said,
I need a weapon.
This is not the first or last time we'll be referencing a previous Halo game like this. The weapon, as it turns out, is Cortana, or a copy of Cortana anyway, a younger model who was created to trap Cortana on this ring, but something mysterious went wrong with the plan.
The rogue AI known as Cortana is gone. She's been deleted.
How? By you?
Of course not. Did you hit your head or something?
Oh. Wasn't I just saying something about how it would be stupid to kill the main villain off screen? Let's put another pin in that, shall we? Weapon was supposed to be deleted herself after trapping Cortana, but wasn't for some reason. Add another mystery. But Master Chief decides that's good because he needs her help to stop the Banished. Especially because on your way out you find an open Silex, some sort of ancient Forerunner carbonite freezing block. Add 2 more mysteries. Why did the Banished open this thing and what was inside? Oh, and just one more. On your way out you also find a dead Spartan with mysterious advanced energy sword burns. Who could the killer be? Just in case you aren't keeping track, here's every mystery we have so far at the end of Hour 1 of the game. I generally like mysteries, but this is a lot of very significant questions to open the game with, some of which won't actually be answered until the last run of missions in the game, and some of which won't ever be answered at all. It's also a lot to throw at both new and old players and just expect them to roll with, and I think this must be where the game completely ditches the idea of being a soft reboot. By the point the Chief asks Weapon about Cortana, Cortana hasn't even been introduced properly in the game yet. So it's just like, yeah, this lady you don't know is dead, and we don't know why. Anyway, the big monkey men opened another mystery box over there. I'm not saying that new players would be unable to follow what's going on, but they'd be doing so missing a whole lot of context. There's actually still more mysteries the game has yet to introduce before we start answering some of them, but before we get to that, Halo Infinite opens up into the true meat of the gameplay, the thing that's supposed to make Infinite unique amongst the franchise, the open world. It's technically not the franchise's first experiment with open world design. In fact, structurally the game is quite similar to ODST in that there's an open world to explore, but the missions all take place in distinct locations in a linear, more classic Halo way. The game does, however, add a lot more to do in the open world. Forward operating bases to clear, banished strongholds to take down, UNSC Marine squads to rescue, high-value targets to track, and a splattering of collectibles around the world which you can use for upgrades, or the unlock customization options for multiplayer. An open-world Halo isn't exactly the massive leap that it sounds. Halo has always made its name with massive outdoor environments, even since the first game, so going in a fully open-world direction seems like the logical evolution. In theory, anyway. In practice, Halo Infinite's open world is a massive, empty field of missed opportunities. 343 at the time talked big about their open world. They said they were going to craft an experience equivalent to Breath of the Wild, but where they landed is, let's just say, a far cry from Breath of the Wild. Honestly, if you told me that Ubisoft had a hand in making this game, I would believe you. The rhythms of Halo Infinite's open world feel almost identical to the Far Cry series. The way you unlock fast travel points which fill in icons on the map, interspersed with enemy strongholds to take down. Even the way the story positions you as a guerrilla fighter taking down a larger occupying force is identical to every game in the Far Cry series. But honestly, that's being unfair to Ubisoft. Ubisoft gets a lot of fair flack for their repetitive open world formula, but if you compare Halo Infinite to Far Cry 6, a game that came out just a few months before Infinite, then you can see the absolute world of difference and attention to detail that Ubisoft actually puts into their open worlds. The broad strokes are similar, but Far Cry 6 also gives you options. You can run into an outpost guns blazing, or you can challenge yourself to go in unseen. You can mix up your equipment to totally change your playstyle. You can bring along pets to assist in various capacities. Far Cry 6 includes a whole host of other activities in the open world, like side quests, a surprisingly in-depth cockfighting minigame, base building and crafting and hunting and races, and it's also absolutely gigantic and gorgeous. An entire island nation to explore with different regions and different environments, from the mountainous jungle-covered south to the plains and farmlands to the north to the city in the centre. For being one of the originators of sandbox design, Halo Infinite provides a shockingly empty sandbox by comparison. No matter which dot you go to on the map, you'll always be doing the same thing, shooting aliens in a way you've been doing pretty much identically since Halo Combat evolved. It's got the bones of a Ubisoft open world game with none of the details that give Ubisoft games their personality. The open world itself is also extremely bland. One side of the map looks identical to the other side. It's all the same green rolling hills and white cliffs and green fir trees. The exact same environment that Halo 1 is famous for. The map is set on the broken part of the ring, so it's fragmented into different floating islands, but there's no actual difference between the islands. They all look basically the same. Even though this isn't a real environment, and so the islands could easily be split into separate biomes of snow or desert or jungle, but instead it's all just Halo 1 cover land. Even in Far Cry 3, where the environment is mostly the same across the map, the game's two islands are at least separated by difficulty, with the South Island being populated by pirates and the North Island by the tougher, better equipped mercenaries. There's nothing that exciting to discover around the open world. There are some audio logs to find and we'll get to those, but in terms of environmental storytelling, almost all of what you'll find are signs of battle, crashed ships and dead bodies or the like, or mysterious Forerunner structures that have no clear purpose, and you'll never actually figure out their purpose either. They're just there to add some flavour to the map. What you end up doing then is checklisting, marking a thing on the map, beelining it straight there, clearing out all the enemies and marking the next thing on the map. This is also a common criticism of Ubisoft games, but even there the experience of checklisting is more interesting. The commute in Halo is pretty much literally just running there, or more likely using the grappling hook to swing yourself there like Spider-Man. In Far Cry 6 you have so many options for your commute. You can't exactly beeline there because there'll be stuff in your way like a jungle or a restricted area. You can drive there on the main roads, but that may mean needing to sneak around or take out a military checkpoint along the route. You can take the paths, hiking trails marked on the map that don't have enemies but generally present some sort of traversal challenge. Or you could fly there, but before you can do that, you need to take out the local anti-air turrets because the military has the airspace locked down. Every commute is a decision in of itself with various pros and cons, but none of them will be as simple as just walking there. At the very least, Far Cry gives you a radio. Now, you might think it's unfair to compare this to Far Cry, a series that's been perfecting its open world systems for over a decade at this point, to which I'll remind you that they themselves compared it to Breath of the Wild, but more importantly, they're the ones who decided to make it an open world game in the first place. I don't know if there's a genre of AAA that's more oversaturated than open world action-adventure games. Forget Ubisoft, how does Halo Infinite's open world compare to the Horizon games, or Ghost of Tsushima, or Elden Ring, or Fallout and Skyrim, or Red Dead Redemption and GTA, or even Destiny? It doesn't. There's no reason that someone would pick Infinite over any of these games except for the fact that it has Halo in the name, and that's not a very good reason. It doesn't help that Infinite's open world is busy work in the truest sense of the word. There's no real reason to participate in any of it. It has no effect on the story, and the upgrades you can actually unlock are pretty minimal. You can skip all of it entirely and be missing out on very little. Completing open world objectives will earn you Valor, which will unlock things you can summon at one of the forward operating bases, but all the stuff you unlock is just more stuff to use in the open world. It's an entirely closed loop from the actual mission-driven campaign experience, which is largely unchanged from previous Halo games. The squads of Marines that you rescue are, to a comedic extent, not actual characters. Once you rescue them, they'll follow you around like lemmings for a bit until they inevitably get themselves killed anyway. They also start populating the bases where they very commonly like to get crushed by falling tanks. There's no real feeling of rallying an army or setting up a proper resistance because they don't do anything, and when you jump back into the campaign proper, the game would prefer that you just forget they exist at all. The open world is so half-baked that it genuinely makes me wonder why they included it at all if they didn't have any interesting ideas on what to do with it. Which of course they probably did, but a nightmare development cycle forced them to cut all the things that may have been in there for time and money until what we're left with is a husk of broken ambitions and half-implemented features. No matter what people say about the game, there's pretty much universal agreement on one particular point. The gameplay is fun, and I'm not necessarily here to dispute that. On a minute-to-minute basis, it does feel nice and smooth to shoot the aliens in Halo Infinite. I don't think it's the best that the franchise has provided. In fact, I think it's a step down from Halo 5 for reasons we'll get to. But it's good. I'll even go as far as to say that on a pure mechanical basis, Halo Infinite is a better shooter than Far Cry 6. The problems come from everything around the gunplay. Halo Infinite cuts back on Halo 5's advanced movement controls in favour of equipment. Similar to Halo 3, but instead of picking up one at a time, you're able to carry all of them and switch between them at any time. One of these pieces of equipment is even a Halo 5 style thruster pack. This isn't a terrible idea, but in execution, the vast majority of players are never going to use any of the equipment because the game gives you the best one right at the start, the grappling hook. Grappling hooks are kind of a game design meme at this point, that eventually, if a series goes on for long enough, they'll eventually end up giving the main character a grappling hook. It's a meme for a reason though. A grappling hook, at least when using the slightly wonky physics of a video game, is an incredibly useful, versatile and fun tool, and here in Halo Infinite it's no different. Swinging around like Spider-Man is a weird vibe for Halo, but that doesn't mean it isn't fun. It can also be used to pull you towards enemies or on weapons to pull them towards you without having to run over and get them. It's an intensely versatile core mechanic that affects all aspects of the gameplay in a positive way. In contrast, the other pieces of equipment you get are the ability to dodge on a long cooldown, a deployable drop wall that's practically made of tissue paper for how many hits it can take, and a motion sensor that highlights enemies. These are hyper-specific use case tools. If the thrusters were implemented into your regular movement like they are in Halo 5, that would be one thing. But they're not, and they're effectively a replacement for the much more useful grappling hook. And in a certain sense, I'm glad that the rest of the equipment is mostly useless because it means I don't need to worry about it, I can always just use the grappling hook. Especially since the process of switching to other equipment is kind of a pain in the ass. It involves using the D-pad to input a series of codes that will either switch your equipment or your grenades depending on which direction you go. It's not something you can ever really get comfortable doing in the heat of combat. Or well, ever, really. It always feels incredibly finicky to do. Those upgrade collectibles I mentioned before are all used to upgrade your equipment, except for one which is just a flat percentage upgrade to your shields. So what that functionally means on top of all the rest of this is that 80% of those upgrade points you collect are going to go into abilities that you'll never actually use. Because even if the upgrades make them more useful, the grappling hook also gets upgrades that make it even more fun and useful. Like electrifying it so it stuns enemies you grapple to. The equipment sort of makes more sense in multiplayer, where it's picked up and has limited uses exactly how it functioned in Halo 3, even if the drop wall is equally useless there as well. But even then, the grappling hook still far outshines everything else for its utility and fun factor. So on the one hand, what the hell is my problem then? If the grappling hook is fun and I like using it, then why is that a problem? Well, it's because it means the game loses the variety that a game like Far Cry brings to its open world. If you're never using anything but the grappling hook, then your strategy is almost always the exact same. The grappling hook pretty much invalidates vehicles as well, since it's way faster and more fun to Skyrim yourself over the top of mountains with the grappling hook than to try and actually get where you're going in a warthog or, God forbid, a tank. It seems actively bizarre to say the game might be stronger without one of its best features, but, well, here we are. It would be one thing if the entire game was built to accommodate that, but it's not. Halo Infinite is not a movement shooter. It has the same kind of level design the games have always had. It's designed for standard firefights. Even though you always have the grappling hook, you very rarely need to use it, with just a few exceptions where you needed to cross a chasm or something. Which makes sense, because the levels do need to be completed by people who stubbornly refuse to use the grappling hook for some reason. It is mean to pull out this comparison, but if you look at Titanfall 2, you can see that every level in that game is designed to accommodate you having all the advanced movement that you have, and it makes for a much more interesting play experience. And that's only unfair because Titanfall 2 is one of the best FPS games ever made. Actually, I say it has the same kind of level design as the previous games, but that's being far too generous. Halo Infinite has used the excuse of an open world to craft much less interesting levels than any previous game. The vast majority of the strongholds in the open world are virtually identical, and that goes quadruple for the actual linear missions. Where the previous games used their lack of an open world to craft unique and memorable set pieces, Infinite subscribes to the open world idea that if you give a player all the tools, then they'll craft their own set pieces. The only problem being that it doesn't actually provide enough tools to make that happen. Infinite's weapon pool is distinctly smaller than previous games, especially compared to Halo 5, where the game had 3 whole factions worth of guns and vehicles. Infinite barely scrapes past 2. The Banished will quite often use UNSC weapons, which in fairness is in character for them as scavengers, but given the state of the rest of the game, I'm more inclined to believe they just didn't add enough Banished guns into the game in time. The bigger tell for me is that you can find the very obviously Banished-made shock rifle on Forerunner weapon racks where the Banished are nowhere to be seen, or the Skimmers, a new type of enemy, don't even have their own type of gun and just use human or Banished guns. This is yet another remnant of the live service model. New guns, vehicles and equipment were intended to be added to the game with future content updates. As of right now, we've gotten 1 new gun and I think 2 new pieces of equipment over the last 3 years, so that plan's going great. Even then, it doesn't matter how many tools you give a player, a homegrown set piece will never live up to a handcrafted one that's been engineered by artists to be fun and memorable. Every stronghold battle in Halo Infinite is going to be exactly the same unless you go out of your way to make it different, and you're probably not going to because the open world activities are boring, so you're just going to take the most efficient route possible to completing them every time. One of the things that made Halo so famous in the first place was its cinematic quality, the feeling of being an action star of a movie, and that feeling just isn't the same feeling you get from an open world. The actual scripted missions don't fare any better, in fact aside from the first mission they're probably worse. They are incredibly repetitive, all but one taking place in tight interior environments for close quarters combat. Just for fun, while talking about that, I actually cut between 6 different missions. Could you tell the difference? Almost every campaign mission in the game takes place in identical looking Forerunner hallways. It's not just similar architecture, in a lot of instances it's quite literally the same level architecture with maybe different colours or a different view out the window. Halo 1 had this problem too, you'll recall, but Halo 1 also came out 20 years ago and was one of the first games to try anything like this. The part where you run around the same grey Forerunner rooms over and over again is not the part of Halo Combat Evolved that people are nostalgic about.
Wow, this place is exactly what you'd expect.
What this feels like is MMO level design. When I go into a tower in Wizard 101 and it looks like every single other tower in the game, this doesn't bother me because there's like 50 towers in the game. It would be absurd to ask them to make 50 distinct looking tower interiors. MMOs are a genre where this kind of repetition is expected and tolerated. Halo Infinite is a AAA single-player game. You can't even be distracted by talking to your friends. Or at least you couldn't until they finally added co-op a year after the game launched. Halo Infinite is the only mainline game, besides Reach, to only have a single enemy faction. The trilogy had the Flood, and 4 and 5 had the Prometheans. Even with boring level design, you could break it up by changing the rhythms and strategies of combat. But Halo Infinite can't even do that because we've only got the Banished and very occasionally some extremely easy Sentinels to fight. Reach got away with one faction because Reach had a strong creative vision for what it wanted to do with the Covenant. Here, it's just because the new enemy factions were being held out for exciting future content updates. That didn't happen. Infinite, it's all the Banished, all the time. So maybe we can finally start answering some of that huge pile of questions we built up at the start. What on earth are the Banished doing here? I mean, the logic behind it is almost childishly simple. People didn't like what we were doing, but people liked the Banished, so let's just switch to the Banished. I remember hearing that the Banished was pivoted to midway through development, though unfortunately I can't find a direct source on that claim because Google sucks now. I believe it though, their entire place in the game feels rushed and panicked. Especially since the Banished in Halo Infinite are the Banished in name only. They bear very few similarities to the faction seen in Halo Wars 2, the game that made them popular in the first place. Removing Atriox from the game is only part of the problem, although Escharum is an extremely generic bad guy. We're back to the Cleon problem in full swing, where he doesn't care about tactics or strategy at all. He just wants to fight Master Chief in a duel so he can go out in a blaze of glory instead of dying to illness. That's his entire motivation.
I want you to know my name too. To know my legend. How else will you beg me for mercy?
He feels like exactly what he is, a Chapter 1 boss, a scrub to take down on your way to the actual big bad guys to face later in the live service content updates. As I explained while talking about Halo Wars 2, the Banished are not a complicated faction, they're way simpler than the Covenant. They're a big pack of raiders with a charismatic leader, and that's all Halo Wars 2 wants or needs them to be. But Halo Infinite wants them to be more than that because it's trying to tell a deeper story than Halo Wars 2. They try to add more depth to them by giving them a religious fixation on Atriox as a kind of holy leader. You know, like the Covenant. Because that's what the Banished are in Halo Infinite. They're just the Covenant with much more boring architecture. If they'd actually adapted the style they have in Halo Wars 2, that would be one thing, but all of their buildings are just big grey boxes with red lighting on the inside. They don't contrast against the environment like the Covenant's Art Deco purple towers used to, or look aggressive and exploitative like the Banished bases in Halo Wars 2. There's honestly not that big a difference between Banished bases and UNSC bases besides the colour of the LED strips. With the enemies you fight, they barely even look like the Banished at all. Every unit just looks about the same as they did in Halo 2 Anniversary, with the bright colours of the Covenant still on full display. They don't look more bulky or armoured or scrappy. The only enemies that even try to emulate that are the high-level brutes in the game's numerous boss fights. The only thing that captures the same vibe they had in Halo Wars 2 is the vehicles, which in contrast to everything else look pretty much identical to the way they did in that game, especially the Troppers, Wraiths and Banshees. But that only serves to punctuate how unbanished everything else looks. Atriox is the Banished, and without him it becomes immediately obvious how hollow of a faction they actually are. They're just big space bullies with no identity beyond that. I think the game's boss fights are supposed to help with that. Whenever there's a boss fight, they get a little introduction cutscene that may as well be one of those Borderlands name drop screens.
Welcome to my tower, Master Chief. It is where you will be broken. It is where you will give up your secrets.
But the best they can muster character-wise for any of these bosses is they're big, mean, and love-murdering humans. They're all basically the same character with a different silly alien name. And like all the boss fights in the Halo series, they're all just massive bullet sponges because that's all you really can do with a boss fight in Halo. Make it an endurance test. The random targets around the open world are actually given more of a backstory than these main story boss fights because in one of the most baffling decisions, your UI contains dossiers on each of them laying out their various crimes against the UNSC. Like this one guy who eats his victims. Neat. He just looks like a regular brute with a bigger health bar, but I'm glad we get to know about his dietary habits. The fact that these random throwaway side activity mini-bosses get more backstory than the actual story-driven bosses do just speaks volumes to how all over the place the priorities were when making this game. Ultimately, it just feels like the Banished are here because you need someone to shoot at in a Halo game. They do have in-story motivations for being on this Halo ring, but you won't even learn what that is until the end of the game, because this game is obsessive in not telling you anything about anything. The way that Infinite lays out its campaign is thoroughly confusing all around. Even assuming you completely ignore the open world, it will be hours before any of those questions from the start have any sort of answer, because all of the exposition about what's actually going on in the game is dumped in the last 2 hours via, I kid you not, exposition holograms. It's like they heard show don't tell and thought that meant you had to physically show the things that happen to the main characters so they can watch them on a TV screen. For example, one of the exposition holograms, in the last 2 hours of the game, reveals that the Banished are on this ring because Cortana blew up the Brute homeworld, which we see abstractly visualised via exposition hologram. They aren't just looking for power, although they are, they're also trying to establish this ring as a new homeworld. I don't know why, maybe they just like the trees. We also see on the exposition hologram that Cortana blew up a space station full of Spartans in training and Sydney. Like, the entire city of Sydney, Australia.
Wait, she threatened Earth?
Her forces led an assault on the UNSC in Sydney. Wiped it out.
Wiped out the headquarters?
All of it. We had to hide, regroup, come up with a plan.
To stop her?
To survive.
Cortana and an army of robots blew up Sydney, and instead of seeing that or playing through it in some kind of intense action-packed mission, we're hearing about it via a hologram, on our way to stop a completely unrelated threat because Cortana is already dead. You see, Halo Infinite doesn't replace the events of whatever Halo 6 was supposed to be. Instead, it just skips that game and jumps into the new story arc, leaving it to the exposition holograms and a few audio logs to fill in what would have happened in this theoretical game that we'll never actually get to play. I can't imagine this being satisfying to anyone, frankly. People who didn't like the villain Cortana storyline would be annoyed that this game doubles down on it by showing her committing several completely irredeemable villainous acts. People who like the Cortana villain plot, like me, are just going to be annoyed that this entire plot thread was resolved off-screen, and we just get to see hints of it while playing through a much less interesting plot. And new players of this supposed spiritual reboot are just going to be confused because they don't know who the hell Cortana is. The sequence of events, as near as we can understand it, is that for some reason Infinity and Co were planning to use Weapon, a copy of Cortana, to trap Cortana on this Halo ring. Then they were going to bring her back up to the Infinity for deletion. Before the mission could start, Atriox launched a surprise attack and stole their plan, locking down Cortana himself so that he could get his revenge personally. He also, during this time, discovered that there was something else on this ring that was useful to him. But before he could do anything with that information, Cortana had some sort of change of heart and blew up the part of the ring they were on, killing herself and presumably Atriox in the process, although Atriox isn't actually dead. You might notice a few holes in all of that, and you're correct. Like, how did Atriox know about Infinity's plan? Or, what's Atriox even doing in this galaxy in the first place? Or, what happened to the rest of Cortana's army of AI, robot soldiers, and giant mechanical birds with enough power to destroy planets? Or, why did the blast seemingly kill Cortana, but Atriox is fine? Or, if Atriox lived, why did he keep that fact a secret from everyone and not just go back to ruling the Banished? And I haven't even mentioned the Endless yet. The catchphrase of this game is people saying, there's something different about this ring.
This ring. It's not like the others. There's something else here.
This ring is different. It has secrets within that I will have.
This ring is different than the others.
Apparently, this ring, along with being a superweapon, is a prison for an ancient race of aliens that were contemporary with the Forerunners. They're called the Endless, and they're apparently a threat even greater than the Flood. They committed a crime so great that the Forerunners imprisoned their entire race. And what is this threat that's more dangerous than the Flood? Well, it's a floating bug lady who can teleport. Was Cortana here on this ring looking for the Endless? Maybe. I don't know why she would be. It seems like her taking over the galaxy plan is doing just fine. The way it's all executed makes it seem like the fact that the Endless are imprisoned on this ring is actually a coincidence. And there's even deeper, darker secrets on the ring. After all, Chief drops that last line after the bug lady's already dead, and it seems like they just time traveled 3 days into the future. Oh, and the Flood is somewhere on this ring too, by the way. So, in conclusion, Who the fuck knows what Cortana or Atriox wanted on this ring? That's for future content drops to reveal to us. You see, all of these open threads and mysteries are not a sign of bad writing at all. This is the writing that a live service game is built on. Eking out as little stories you can manage to guarantee that people will keep coming back for more, with the hope that eventually, if they put enough hours in, they'll actually get a full picture of what the fuck is going on. Halo Infinite's live service being dead on arrival does nothing but highlight how vacuous and shallow this kind of storytelling really is. It's not about telling a good story, it's just about making money. We don't want to reveal too much about the Endless, like their backstory, their great crime, or what their plan even is once they escape, because that'll make for a great hook for a future content update. We shouldn't resolve the fates of, or even feature any of the supporting cast of the previous games, because seeing them pop up in the trailer is going to make for a great hook for future content updates. We don't need to bother with different locations or environments for the campaign, because when we release the winter update with the new snowy location, that's going to make for a really exciting future content update. Did you notice that one of those random ass brutes you killed in the campaign had Spartan Locke's helmet mounted on his shoulder? That doesn't sound too good for old Jameson. Bet you're interested in seeing what happened to him in a future content update. The bug lady's name is literally the Harbinger, the thing that comes before something bigger in the future. It's not subtle at all. Also, I know you guys really wanted what Destiny has, but casting Deborah Wilson as the evil bug lady is a little on the nose, don't you think? Halo Infinite's live service failing is probably the best thing that could have happened, because even though it leaves the game we got as a shallow husk, if Infinite really had become the next 10 years of Halo, they'd still just be stringing us along and refusing to answer any of the mysteries or resolve any of the hanging plot threads, writing us for every single penny we've got and then some. When the game first came out, I made a video just documenting all the ways that live service design had completely compromised the entirety of the multiplayer experience. How the whole thing was just blatantly set up as a money extraction machine to prey on people's worst impulses. In the years since then, just like I predicted, they've tried to roll back a lot of those systems into something more user-friendly and less obviously cash-grabby, in what I will choose to believe is an earnest attempt in regaining some goodwill from their player base. They've made a lot of positive changes, like giving everyone all the armor cores for free, making most of the stuff available on the season passes free, adding a progression system that's totally separate to any monetization, and making some pieces of armor like helmets and shoulder pads usable on any armor core. But monetization was built into the foundations of the game, so now the multiplayer experience is full of redundant and deliberately clunky systems like armor cores or coatings and season passes that were only ever there as a money-making strategy. These things can't really be cleanly removed, they can only be circumvented as best as possible. Very recently, as of making this video, they added a new section to the store, the Exchange, where previously premium items can be bought with a currency earned in-game. I don't think that's gone down particularly well, because you earn this new currency at a snail's pace, it's replaced what used to be cosmetic unlockables on the new Battle Pass, and things in the Exchange seem massively overpriced for what they are, but at least it's a gesture in the right direction. A lot of ink is spilled about the pricing of the cash store, and I agree, everything in there is massively overpriced for what it is, but at the very least, those are just straight up purchases, with less of the psychological manipulation that was in there when the game first launched. I still don't think it's good. It was constructed as a free-to-play live service game. It can never really reach good, but it's certainly better than it used to be. The actual playing of Halo Infinite multiplayer matches is probably the most solid part of the game, which some people would argue is the most important bit anyway. I don't play a lot of multiplayer shooters anymore, but if I do want to play one, I will most likely play a few matches of Halo Infinite. Get a few kills in, lose a few matches, and get told I suck by random strangers who leave their mic on in public matches just like the good old days.
Dude, I got no fucking teamwork here. I got no fucking teamwork. You guys fucking suck ass.
It's 10 PM on a Tuesday, mate. Chill out. It's not fair to say that the multiplayer is dead. They are technically still adding stuff to it on a regular basis, but it's clearly a shell of what it was initially supposed to be. And I seriously doubt that in 10 years we'll be looking back on Infinite as the peak of Halo multiplayer. But, you know, it's fine. I think at the very least the fact that they have trimmed out so much of the monetization stuff is a clear sign to me that the people working on the game now are not the ones who wanted to put that stuff in to begin with. Even if it's not confirmed, I have no doubt in my mind that this was all a corporate note. Microsoft wanted their live service cash cow that all the other big publishers have, and they figured Halo was the quickest way to get one. Something which I haven't really touched on yet is the game's visuals, and that's because I'm very mixed on them. I was quite impressed when the game first came out, but I think that's just because the shift to an older art style was such an obvious improvement. Chief looks much better, all the guns and equipment and enemies look much better, and thank God we've ditched most of those immersive UI elements. I think the fact that the design is so much better kind of distracted me from the fact that in a lot of other aspects, the visuals of Halo Infinite are really not up to par with other 2021 games. And in a lot of ways, the game is a visual step down from Halo 5. There's a level of gloss missing from the game, the lighting isn't as good, the particle effects and explosions aren't as good, everything in the game looks really flat, which is probably part of the art style, but it's a fine line between deliberate artistic choice and just looking unfinished. And as you can see here, there is an egregious amount of pop-in if you dare to get into a flying vehicle. We've already talked about how boring the open world is, but the game also features a dynamic day-night cycle, and it's during those transition moments that you can see the reflections and lighting at its absolute worst. Like this shot here, where the entire thing just looks mucky and gross and completely overexposed. That is the risk that I don't think people really think about when they're talking about dynamic lighting. It's all well and good to talk about how cool your dynamic lighting system is, but dynamic lighting doesn't give you the same fine control that you get when the lighting is custom tailored to exactly how you want it. And when it's out of your control, sometimes things can just go really wrong, and those big silver hexagon walls are a real big point of failure a lot of the time. Sometimes the game looks great, other times it looks genuinely quite bad, like something is missing in a way I can't fully articulate. And I think this is just a consequence of the lackluster design of the open world. It lacks the polish of a good custom-tailored linear mission. So, is there anything in this game I actually like? Because so far this video has been pretty relentlessly negative. Well, there is at least one aspect of the story which I kind of like. It's going to be a real damning with faint praise at this point, but whatever. I like the weapon, and I like the new dynamic the game builds up between Chief and Cortana 2.0. She's kind of perfectly engineered to be likeable. She's the optimist to counter the Chief's pessimism, and she's there to kind of brighten the mood of the whole game. She's voiced by Jen Taylor, who in this game is just showing off. She voices 3 separate characters, Cortana, Halsey, and Weapon, and you honestly never think about it because of how distinct they all sound from one another. It's a similar dynamic to Chief and Cortana, but different enough to be interesting. Instead of the romantic undertones of the old pair, Chief and Weapon have a more protective father and daughter thing going on, tempered with the fact that she's an AI, and specifically a copy of Cortana, so the Chief has very good reason not to trust her. One of the most interesting scenes in the game is when Weapon is being attacked by some sort of anti-hacking attempt, and Chief immediately tries to delete her in case she's compromised. She's able to, not be deleted, and it severs a lot of the relationship that had been built up to that point, for good reason.
Is anyone going to talk about what happened back there?
Ask him.
Chief? I guess not. Well, from what I saw, something bad happened. You were stuck. In pain. Trapped.
And he was going to delete me.
What? Chief? Really?
He doesn't talk much. He's more of what you might call a man of action. Especially when it comes to killing things. Right, Chief?
Here's the thing though, this dynamic the pair establish across the game, it isn't, new. It's new to the franchise, yes, but making your protagonist who's getting up there in years into a dad figure is as much a meme as the grappling hook. I think The Last of Us probably gets the credit for kicking off the dadassance, but Marcus Phoenix is a dad now, Nathan Drake is a dad now, and the big one for this game in particular, Kratos is a dad now. I don't know if they expected nobody to notice because this is an Xbox exclusive and God of War is a PlayStation exclusive, but once you see the parallels, it's really hard to unsee it. Master Chief is an old soldier who prefers actions to words and is bad at expressing himself emotionally, a lot like Kratos. I mean, they're both quite literally Spartans. Then there's this younger figure full of optimism and wonder at the world who brings the old soldier out of his shell a little bit more. Early concept art of Weapon shows that originally she was supposed to be an actual child, but I guess at some point they decided on a teenager or young adult. It's kind of hard to narrow down, besides the fact that she's not a real person in the first place. Even then, she's still written in a very childlike way.
You've done your part, now for mine. Watch this.
Is there a problem?
Of course not. Let's see what's down there.
The thing that really clinches the God of War comparison to me is the seamless camera. Halo Infinite is designed so that from start to end, from gameplay to cutscene to gameplay, is all one singular flowing camera shot, which is exactly the same thing God of War did, and I can't really think of a good reason why they decided to commit to it other than the fact that God of War did it, and people liked it in that game, so maybe they'll like it in our game too. Personally, I didn't even notice the first time I played, and when I went back this time knowing it was a thing, I actually noticed that they cheat several times by using fades to black, which kind of undermines the whole point of the gimmick in the first place. Sticking to it as much as they did, though, is actually pretty limiting to the story because it means that all of the cutscenes have to be rendered in-engine, and that the camera can never zoom out and show things further away. It makes for a very tight-feeling game, which is a strange vibe for a game that's supposed to be open world. It also means that the game can't use the pre-rendered cutscenes that become a staple of the franchise for the last decade. Halo Infinite's facial animations are fine, but they're an obvious step down from Halo Wars 2 and even Halo 5 because those are custom-made, specifically crafted animations and pre-rendered cutscene, and these all have to be done with the actual in-game models. The old cutscenes just have a cinematic quality to them that Halo Infinite doesn't come close to. I think this is the thinking behind the exposition holograms. Because the camera can't leave the room and actually show these scenes in full detail, it's just forced to have these holograms that can whirl around as a half measure. And it means that the entire story has to advance in real time. There can be no time skips. The campaign takes around 10 hours to beat if you're being completionist, and so the entire story takes place in 10 hours. You can't cut away from the tedious stuff. You have to watch the same animation when plugging a weapon into a terminal every single time, because if you cut away from it, you'd be breaking the seamless camera. It's a gimmick, ultimately, and I don't think there's ever a point where it feels like a clever creative choice beyond that. I suppose the argument is that this one-shot camera adds intimacy to this smaller, character-driven story, but this is still a game about stopping a big army of monster men and an ancient alien lady from unleashing an army of evil aliens. That story demands more grandeur than this trick can provide. The story wants to be about loss, not necessarily grief, although that is a part of it, more about what you do after. The game opens with Chief losing, with the UNSC scattered and lost, and what you do in that scenario is get up and keep fighting. That's kind of the whole point of Chief's relationship with Pilot Man anyway. He initially wants to run, but Chief convinces him to stay and fight. That's the kind of boring generic military shooter angle on this.
We all fail. We all make mistakes. It's what makes us human.
It's also the angle explored in most of the audio logs. After the Infinity attack, a bunch of the surviving Spartans rallied together a resistance movement, but over the next few months they were slowly defeated and ended up where you find them months later in the campaign. The first base you clear in the campaign, Outpost Tremonius, actually has a lot more significance than the story tells you, because it was the human survivor camp before they were attacked and forced into the mountains by the Banished. The more interesting angle is the stuff between Chief and Cortana. It's not so much grief as it is moving on from an extremely messy breakup. We start with reminiscing about the good times, also via exposition holograms, before those memories are corrupted by the person that Cortana became. And this is where the Weapon-Chief dynamic is at its best, because her naive questioning, followed by Chief's lack of any answers, gives away so much more than if he just explained what was actually going on.
You want to know who killed her? You need to know. She was important to you. Very important.
She's... This ring. It's not like the others.
I think the moment where Weapon realizes she's a copy of Cortana is kind of insane. Like, you guys have the same face and same voice, how are you only just figuring this out? But it is a genuinely effective emotional beat on this bonding journey between the two of them.
I've restored the deletion protocols. I'm ready. It has been an honor. Just promise me one thing. Whatever happens, save him. He needs you. You're all he has.
We do it together.
How can you trust me?
I don't. But I want to.
Oh yeah, Pilot Man was kidnapped earlier. It's not that important, because frankly, Pilot Man's not that important. The final resolution to this whole thread is a final message from Cortana, where she appears in her old, pre-evil dictator form and gives Chief her blessing to keep Weapon as her new partner.
In these final moments, I know what my last mission is. I need to make sure you two learn from my mistakes. Become stronger because of them. I chose well, Master Chief. I really did. Now, it's up to you.
Wait, that's the resolution to all this? But that's ridiculous! Cortana gets beaten by a big monster man one time, and for some reason that changes her entire philosophy and motivations. Now she realizes she was wrong? How? Why? So much for any kind of story about processing a toxic relationship. I guess it was all fine in the end. What's a little genocide between friends? Cortana gave us her blessing in death, so I guess Weapon can officially take the name Cortana and the status quo can be restored. I'm sure everyone will just forget that it's the name of a genocidal galactic dictator who killed every single person in the city of Sydney. The truth is, this isn't about Weapon or Chief or any sort of arc or message at all. This is about fanboys. Chief and Weapon don't need Cortana's blessing to continue their partnership. That undermines the entire arc of the game. But you know who does need Cortana's blessing? Obsessive fanboys who hate change. Cortana doesn't need or even at this point deserve redemption, but she gets one anyway because otherwise die-hard Cortana fans would be quite upset. This game is so scared of pissing off anyone with any of its story choices that it either completely refuses to make any of those choices at all, or caves to exactly what it assumes fans will want, and the result is a completely vapid and empty experience that robs it of any gravitas that it could have had. And then there's the even more obvious problem, which is that we've done all of this before. This is the third game in a row which ends with Cortana and Chief saying goodbye to each other, something which Cortana even lampshades in this scene. So who's to even say it is the last time? Atriox survived through magic bullshit of some variety. There's no reason to assume Cortana couldn't have done the same. Even in the broad strokes, the game is pretty much a retelling of Halo 4, which in itself was already a retelling of Halo 1. There's an ancient bad guy imprisoned on a strange Forerunner world that Chief and his AI have to work together to stop from taking over the galaxy and destroying humanity. It's like we're caught in this endless cycle. How many ancient enemies did the Forerunners have locked away? In another 10 years are we going to be playing another Halo game where Chief and Cortana are stranded on yet another ring where an ancient race called the Forever are imprisoned and we have to stop them from being released? The game is absolutely full of moments where people will just say lines from previous Halo games, and it's not like they're making a reference in-game. It's just like they all know they're in a long-running series of video games and they're winking at the audience with a familiar line.
I need a weapon. I need a weapon. We do our duty. Protect humanity, whatever the cost. Our duty as soldiers is to protect humanity, whatever the cost.
Just dust and echoes. Just dust and echoes.
Quiet. I shall talk, and you shall listen.
Now I shall talk, and you shall listen.
So, what do we do now?
We finish the fight.
There's a point in the campaign where Cortana is just constantly whispering old lines from Halo in your ear over and over again. They pull out a hologram of Captain Keyes. The amount of references to previous games is overbearing and completely unnecessary to anything the game is trying to do. The game is already a broad strokes recreation of Halo 1, you don't need to make it this obvious. Far from feeling nostalgic or like a loving homage, it just feels like creative stagnation. Like this is the only story worth telling in the Halo universe, so we're just going to keep hearing it over and over again. And I guess they were right, because when they tried to do something new, everyone hated it. It's the worst impulse that a long-running franchise can run into, just repeating the same story beats and the same characters over and over again. Because whenever you try to do something different, people get mad. It's pretty much exactly the same story as the Star Wars sequels. If they had no interest in making something new, then I don't understand why they didn't just remake Halo 1 and be done with it. I mean, I do know why. It's because they wanted a live service game, and it would be very hard to turn Halo 1, a tightly designed self-contained story, into a sprawling and vapid live service drip feed. Halo Infinite is a shadow of what the series once was. Halo used to be revolutionary, constantly reinventing itself and shooters as a whole to be the peak of what the genre could achieve. Now it's entirely forgotten how to do things that are new in favour of frivolously tapping into nostalgia to hope and pray that their own ravenous fanbase won't be mad at them anymore, and that they'll pay them lots of money by spending $20 on a retro piece of armour. Just for the record, I don't actually like being mean, and I would much rather not end this retrospective on such a massive downer, but it's not just that Halo Infinite is a disappointing Halo game. Halo Infinite's problems are emblematic of so many issues plaguing the modern games industry. Live service is just the worst way to make a game yet that they've spewed out onto the market like a virus. Making games no longer because you want to, or you have a story that you really want to tell, or a fun gameplay mechanic that you really want to explore, but purely, cynically to make money, by manipulating people and wasting their time and charging them for the luxury of it. It sucks. And I'm glad Halo Infinite went tits up, because it means that hopefully the next game won't try and do the same thing again. I started this retrospective by saying that Halo is the perfect lens to view the evolution of FPS design, and, well, that's still true, it's just that not all evolution is for the better. In the end, the main villain of Halo wasn't the Flood, or the Didact, or Cortana, or Atriox. The real villain, as it so often is, was capitalism. Where does the franchise go from here? I honestly don't know. Halo Infinite reviewed well at the time. I mean, I know it's the joke, but a 9 out of 10, IGN, are you serious right now? But anyway, its reputation in the years since has been less than stellar. At this point, I think a remake probably is the next logical step. I mean, they could try and follow up on all the loose story threads that Infinite set up, but why bother? It's not as if they were leading to anything particularly interesting. I know that whatever it is, whether I like it or not, I'll be there. Halo has been a part of my life for so long now that I guess I'm just kind of stuck with it no matter where the franchise goes. It's one of the franchises that I can safely credit for getting me interested in video games in the first place. Maybe the truth is that I am the Master Chief and Halo is my Cortana, and no matter what it does to me or how many genocides it commits, I always end up coming back to it.
Alright, here we go. Get ready.
Wow, that was a lot of Halo, eh? Congratulations on making it to the end. That was a compilation of a bunch of videos I made last year, if that wasn't clear. Also, I'm sick, that's why I'm doing compilation. Don't worry about it, I'm fine. I'm totally fine. But all that's left to say is thank you very much for watching, and a very special thank you to my wonderful patrons for your continued support. If you'd like to see your name up here, or just support the work that I do, then please consider signing up. It would mean a lot to me. As well as a like, comment, share, subscribe, and ring the bell for those nefarious YouTube algorithm gods. I've done a few other big game critique projects over the years, like this one I'm currently working on about the Assassin's Creed series, or down here for another massive compilation, here's every single Saints Row game. See you later. Oh boy.